chair of a training program for these officers, and I was with the chair of defense. And on that day, that lady was not part of it, even though I was told just a few minutes before I came, she sneaked.
With the concerns now coming to the fore and the National Assembly feeling shortchanged, the Speaker committed to have investigations done. The Implementation Committee of the National Assembly is expected to report back to the House with its findings. Kennedy Muredi, NTV.
Environment Cabinet Secretary Keriako Tobiko, who's found himself in the eye of a storm over the second phase of the Mau evictions, maintains the government's plan to save the country's green lung is still on course. The CS says those claiming to have title deeds acquired them illegally and will not be compensated. Vincent Odur reports.
Environment Cabinet Secretary Keriako Tobiko hoped to weather the storm stirred over the government's unwavering position on the Mau forest evictions. Tobiko maintains those with title deeds acquired them illegally and there would be no compensation. Sentiments that put him in trouble with members of Parliament's Environment Committee.
Are in law of no legal validity. They are null and void.
Your procedure is very wrong. You have refused to involve the respective stakeholders on the matters of conservation.
Order.
Title deed cannot be papers.
No, this guy is not a court of law.
No, title deed
cannot throw words here. We deal with the issue of titles correctly.
Read Article 40.
No, it has to be proved by a court of law.
4,439 persons in the Masai Mau forest claim to have sale agreements and allotment letters. But the Cabinet Secretary says the persons have been reluctant to surrender their title deeds to the government that is going after those who purportedly sold them the land.
We will remove any illegal encroachers. Every illegal encroacher and all illegal encroachers will are put on notice. It will be really unfair and improper. A person who has engaged in an illegal transaction with another person, for the government to be the one to compensate.
The second phase of the Mau eviction hopes to recover 22,000 acres of land and evacuate some 3,372 families from the forest. Tobiko says the eviction will be done humanely. In the last 2 weeks, more than 800 people have voluntarily left the forest. Vincent Odur, NTV.
All right, so I want us to get into a conversation by first introducing my panel. Of course, today is Wednesday, so it is matters security and international affairs. On my extreme left is Ambassador Erastus Mwencha. Good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much, Oliver.
All right, next to him is Dr. Mumo Nzao. I apologize for that. Hassan Kanenje, Director of the International Institute for Strategic Studies. And then, let me say Wakwito, Dr. Mumo Nzao, who is a governance and national security strategist. We also have Ahmed Hashi, who is a resident analyst and converses with us on matters governance. Happy to have you as well. And now we have, next to me is Professor Noah Midamba. He's the Vice Chancellor and CEO of the KCA University and Professor of Defense and Foreign Policy.
Good morning, Ole.
Good morning. Happy to have you all here. I want to start with the big news internationally. President Trump, as is his custom, sent out a couple of tweets about, let me see, at 8:58 a.m. And he says, I informed John Bolton last night that his services are no longer needed at the White House. I disagreed strongly with many of his suggestions, as did others in the administration. And therefore, I asked John for his resignation, which was given to me this morning. I thank John very much for his service. I will be naming a new national security advisor next week. I'll start with you, Ambassador. Did that come as a surprise to you? Because I know the White House has proven a revolving door.
Let me first of all greet my colleagues. I've been missing them. I've been away, and also welcome you to the show. I don't know who should welcome who, but you are a good, fresh mind with us this morning. I am not surprised, Olive, because I think there is one credit that you should give President Trump, that he is up to technology. He uses his tweet perhaps too much. I don't know whether he has enough sleep. And he governs through tweet. I mean, if you want to read his mind, just read his tweet. And so I think that's the platform he uses. But I think getting on a serious matter of firing of Bolton, it was coming. It was coming because of 4 areas that seems to be troubling Trump from his national security advisor. Bolton has had his own mind, and Trump does not accept that kind of mindset. The second one, there are some specific areas that disagreed. Bolton has always taken a more hawkish position on Russia against Trump's position. He has taken a more tough stance on Iran, on China, and even at home on matters, for instance, migration and the rest. And so there are some areas that were potentially very difficult for him to manage him. But even his management with his own colleagues, I mean, it was obvious that he has not been in talking terms with Mike Pompeo for some time. They don't even talk. And yet the two positions really is what informs the American foreign policy. The national security advisor on security issues and foreign policy by Pompeo. And so it was coming. But the matter of firing is really strange. I mean, I would hate to work for somebody that you get a letter of appointment, but you are fired through the phone or through the media. That's what we used to do in Kenya sometimes. Yes. Our members of parliament used to tune in to 1 o'clock news to just find out if their name are still on the payroll. Yeah, that's true. That is not strange.
All right. Hassan, did it come as a surprise to you? I mean, I see where the ambassador is coming from. They have disagreed fundamentally on a number of issues because Trump has been extending an olive branch, so to speak, to a lot of persons who have traditionally been viewed as not being in consonance with the U.S. and its foreign policy. So I'm guessing it wasn't a surprise to you either?
Actually, certainly not. Donald Trump introduced, I think, a new concept in governance called tweetocracy to replace democracy. And he seems to be doing pretty well with it. Now, the appointment of John Bolton, first of all, was an anomaly. Trump himself is a very flawed president. And to have 2 extremely flawed people leading national security, it's extremely dangerous. Now, it's true that the Trump White House has been a revolving door. I think John Bolton is the 3rd national security advisor in 3 years. The first one was extremely flawed, General Flynn, who turned out to be a big fraud. Then McMaster, then Bolton. And then there's another one who's coming, actually, who's right now in the acting capacity, who is also extremely flawed if you look at his associations with nationalist groups and Islamophobic groups in the last 10 or so years. So I think Trump still has issues, but I think fundamentally, as Ambassador did mention, Trump does not like people who go against his word. Now, what was coming from the White House, it became apparent that John Bolton was calling for much stronger, tougher action against North Korea. He was against any form of rapprochement with Iran, because I think there have been talks, Trump has been contemplating talking to Hassan Rouhani, president of Iran. The recent collapse of the potential talks between the White House and the Taliban, apparently, he was also extremely against it. Now, we know that the U.S. has been moving in the direction of trying to strike a deal. Now, Trump prides himself as a deal maker of the century. He even called himself last month, he's the chosen one, apparently. And as a deal maker, he wants to see his deals go through. And so if you come out and start challenging that, and someone such as John Bolton, he has been known to be extremely hawkish. A lot of us campaigned against his nomination, first of all, as way back during the Bush administration, to be the U.S. ambassador of the United Nations because of his hawkish stand. He was instrumental in making sure the Kyoto Protocol did not go through, and so many other things. So there is no laugh lost. But because of the direction of where he's been going, and he's not just hawkish internally, he also goes out there on TV, on Fox News, to say things that are actually contrary to what the White House, for instance, is planning to do. So to us, it did not come as a surprise. I expected it to come much earlier. But as you know, the Trump out is a little bit chaotic, actually. And with him, he acts on whim, and he didn't even vet him, properly. He has fired way too many people, in part because they didn't speak his language. But of course, they're not expected to speak his language. So we expect a lot more chaos in the next 1 year before the next election.
All right. Dr. Nzao, both gentlemen have referred to John Bolton as hawkish. For those of us who are not conversant with the term, what does it mean?
Yeah, it is about the idiosyncratic inclination or ideological inclination of someone. It's associated with, like they say, like you would say, a Republican government is hawkish. So it's hawkish in terms of how it approaches. It's more bold, it's more outgoing, it's more preemptive, and so on. So the opposite of that would be dovish. So you're more, diplomatic. You're cautious, and so on. So they say people like Richard Nixon is the only one who they say Nixon went to China because he was those years, that he was a Republican. So, and Trump says, I go to places where no one else would go. I would talk to the North Korean leaders and so on. So I've gone places where no one else would do. So that's you'd say that's hawkish, and so on. So, but basically, how to analyze the whole thing is that regime or administration is just a style of governance. Governments will always be there. There's the chief executive. They have their own ideological, their own style of doing things. A regime is the style of rulership. So, you have to be in the Trump administration, you have to do it how he wants it done. His way or the highway. His way. So he was going to have his way because citizens have ceded their rights, and all that, to have someone to represent them. And so, it's like the Hobbesian sense that you give you delegate your will, you give up your common will to someone, and therefore you can create a monster, Leviathan, like you used to say. But of course there are rules around it. So the chief executive in the context of the United States has got a lot of people who come in as appointees, and then they are vetted by the two houses, by Parliament, by Congress. And then they have to play by the rules of the chief executive and his style. So, that's Trump for you and his administration. But we have to respect that because he represents the people of the United States.
All right.
Yeah.
Ahmed, they've talked about, I think it was Dr. Hassan, who's talked about how he was recruited. We've heard about Trump recruiting pundits straight off of Fox News because they sang his praises. And there was a claim that he expects the media to carry out his vetting, or rather to do the vetting for his administration. Do you think that's part of the reason why we see this constant revolving door? Should Bolton have adapted to Trump's style of leadership?
First of all, I'd like to tell my learned colleague next to me that I am a hawk. And it's important to be a hawk because a hawk is a much more attractive bird than a dove. But it's really good to look at this from a perspective of African political economy, and to say what impact does this have on us, rather than to analyze what's happening inside the American administration, which is really not much of our concern. So Mr. Bolton was a right-wing neoconservative, someone who believed in a kind of Malthusian worldview, the bottom of the barrel, the strongest survive, And he really didn't have much time for Africa. He didn't think that there was much use for the continent except for military purposes. And he opposed very many things in the Security Council. You remember he was an ambassador to the UN. So he certainly ate doves. He was a big hawk, and nobody liked him much. And at the end of the day, he met with an eagle. You know, the symbol of the American Republic is an eagle.
Yes.
And Trump is the eagle. So the hawk got eaten. And it was a good thing that this happened. And the reason it happened is because he was too big for his breeches and he was not elected. On the issue of how it's going to affect Kenya, I'm not sure that our relationship with the United States right now is that amazing. Of course, Mr. Trump has called us shitholes. He really doesn't care for us, and we probably don't care much for him. So I think that in the long run, we are going to see someone replace Mr. Bolton, who is a hawk, but he's not going to be a very big hawk. He could be a smaller hawk.
Okay, so you said we need to look at how this impacts Africa.
Yeah.
So is it good or bad for Africa? And Professor,
we have a great specialist for that right next to me.
He's passed the baton to you.
I think that this is the right thing to happen. First of all, it should never have been appointed in any shape, in any senior position in the United States. I serve on the national security. I met Bolton 3 times, and I've had a very senior Republican members of the national security said this fellow should never be any close to the most powerful button in the world. He's a madman. He's unreasonable. He's an ultra extremist in his view. Not only remembering that we have a very turbulent world, turbulent place, and a very dangerous in terms of armament and everything. And then we have reached a point which I talked about several times, of what's called tri-power polar, where China is coming up very aggressively, Russia is arming itself to the teeth, and America is still the most powerful country in the world, and has is capable of really destroying this world the way we know it. And so if to have that kind of person who is pushing to attack North Korea, who want to annihilate Iran instead of talking, this is not the kind of person that you want closer to that power. And therefore, of all the things Trump has done, this is the only thing that I can say is done it right. Get him out of there and move him so far out of anywhere where he has any influence.
Okay, but you know that, okay, so we all seem to be, or rather you all seem to be supporting this decision by Trump for once. One of his decisions has received a resounding endorsement. But, I mean, there's some of the things you've mentioned that would make me imagine that the two would get on like a house on fire. Things like he should be nowhere near the nuclear or nowhere near is it a button? Is it usually a button that you press to launch the nuclear arsenal? And the fact that so he seems to be a tough talking kind of guy, hawkish, you've said, yeah. So I would imagine that him and Trump would get on really well.
Well, that is the assumption. You know, however, I think with regard to objectives, they're different. Trump wants to be seen to succeed. And Bolton's strategy gets them nowhere. And so a lot of times you're going to see Trump raise the pressure on a country or on a party, but when it's not working, he's actually willing to try and strike a deal, or at least appear to be moving in that direction. John Bolton, on the other hand, is so uncompromising. It doesn't matter what it is.
Do you think perhaps Bolton was sabotaging some of his efforts, like with North Korea?
We don't think, we know. He was. That's part of the reason he was actually he was ousted because he was so fiercely, opposed to any kind of rapprochement with these countries. Now, of course, not all Americans agree with the Trump's foreign policy decisions, but I think he seems to actually believe that he can strike deals with some of these countries, including the ones that hate America the most, or Americans hate the most. And anyone who does not support that, remember the election is coming up. He wants to achieve some success, or at least to be seen to do that. And John Bolton is not someone who's going to give you that. He has never done that, in his entire life. So it was impossible to actually see him lasting in the White House, beyond this year.
Okay, Ambassador Mwensha, but don't you need somebody like that in your corner? Because Trump is perhaps internationally widely viewed as a novice, or, just, I guess, let's stick with novice, to be politically, or rather just to be politically correct and fair, when it comes to diplomacy. Didn't he need, what I put it, a hardliner in his corner?
Well, you interpreted our common agreement as meaning that we really support
the decision.
What Trump is doing. Far from it. Actually, what we are saying, that Trump himself is a very difficult person to work with. He has his own mind. He has his own set objective for what he wants to achieve. He knows exactly what he's going for. And for that matter, anyone who works in an advisory position is a national security advisor. It is not necessary that you tell your boss what he wants to hear or she wants to hear. It is to tell the boss what the state of the reality is. And then the boss can take a choice. But then when you do that, you have to do it with some decorum. He never respected. You had Hassan say he would go to Fox News and talk his own mind.
Yeah.
I mean, national security advisors don't come out to outshine the boss. You work under the boss. But you asked a question that I think is important to go back to, when you said, what does this mean to Africa? Ironically, Trump administration has maintained the African position that he inherited from Obama, and which also Obama inherited from Bush, and which Bush also inherited from Clinton. Africa has always had a special position. In fact, even under Trump, he has enhanced some of those aspects. Particularly, he has now, of course, what he has done is destroyed the USAID. He's made the department under, the Department of State. But he has increased funding, and he is keen to see investment come to Africa. Of course, he's not doing it because he loves Africa, because he knows he comes from the American business, interest, and he knows America is going to lose out if they lose their eyes on Africa, because they need the raw materials, they need the market, and so he has maintained his stance on Africa.
Okay. Okay, yes.
I just wanted to interject a little and say that I'll disagree with my colleague.
Of course.
Here.
Of course.
Yeah, he was too harsh on President Trump because you have to respect the choice of the American people. Because that is the way of democracy. That is Donald Trump. His style, his background is from the business world, corporate world. Where you can hire and fire and so on. I mean, he has that mentality, but he's the president of the United States, and Kenya enjoys very warm relations with the United States because he's an important strategic partner for Kenya and vice versa. And therefore, we cannot just take those words literally. That means that we enjoy the warmest relations with the United States. Is a friend of Kenya and vice versa, and therefore, someone out there who wouldn't understand the language of some of these harsh, hawkish analysts might think that our relations are not at in the good, So that's, I wanted just to clear that.
I have great respect for the governor of Makueni.
Yes.
Kibwana, who's doing a lot of development work in Makueni, which interests me more than the United States. I'm sure we're going to segue now into other issues.
Yeah, we're going to move closer home. Yes.
Mr. my learned friend here is a very good friend of mine, by the way, can disagree with me all he wants, because he's just as conservative as many of the people that we're talking about.
But before we move from the West, yes.
Yes.
What I want to say is you have to understand Trump, okay, before you understand how he acts. Trump is like a bully in the backyard, you know, that intimidate you first and then later you become friends. That's what he has used in his business tactic all through. He was about to annihilate North Korea. Then he's the first president to step in North Korea. You cannot understand it. I mean, he's ready to talk directly with everyone after he goes in and say, go ahead and, you know, do this, intimidate. This is his way. Now, when you have an extreme hawkish, you know, like Bolton in the middle, he takes that to the next level, and compromising, and without understanding the intricate, complex world that we are in. And so that's not the U.S. foreign policy. Richard Nixon was really a hawkish, but when his foreign policy expert take on issues, he respect that. And therefore is contained and respecting the American. There is an American power system that has existed for a long time and is respected by every president.
Okay.
That's the kind of thing we're talking about.
So he's not as clueless, perhaps, when it comes to diplomacy as some may like us to believe.
You know, Olive, I didn't welcome you to this first welcome. I mean, I'm glad that this issue of Trump has been raised, because we've talked about it before. I think that this is indicative of a whole group of people in the world of international politics today who have moved to the extreme right, to extreme populism. We have our own extreme right populism people in Africa, and we ought to challenge that kind of thinking. We ought to challenge that kind of politics, because it's not good for the common people, and politics is about the common people. And people like Donald Trump, who did not won the electoral college of the votes in the United States, but Hillary Clinton had the majority of the people elect her. And we're waiting for the next election. I've said on live TV that Trump's going to lose the coming election. And he's going to lose it very bad.
That's what people thought the last time.
Yes, I predicted he was going to win the last time.
Really?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
But he's going to lose this time very much, because he rode on Obama's economy, and he's not made much of an impact on that economy, or not made it bigger. And Americans vote with their pocketbook mostly.
And Kanenja and I go to vote.
And Kanenja, they'll make the deciding.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Now, before I move away from the West, I think it was, Hassan, did you make reference to the tweetocracy? And I think we've raised the Taliban issue. So he tweeted, unbeknown to most people, the major Taliban leaders and separately the president of were going to secretly meet with me at Camp David on Sunday. They were coming to the United States tonight. Unfortunately, in order to build false leverage, they admitted to an attack in Kabul that killed one of our great soldiers and 11 other people. I immediately cancelled the meeting and called off peace negotiations. We haven't traditionally seen that sort of openness. You know, where he comes onto Twitter and he divulges the details of conversations and negotiations that have been happening behind the scenes. Usually they come out when a deal has been reached. Is it a good shift? Is this transparency good when it comes to foreign diplomacy? Or do the people he engages with feel like they can't trust him with sensitive information? I'll start with the professor.
I think all of you said it right. Diplomacy is a very complex thing, but it's the higher part of a whole discussion around the world. War is the last thing when everything fails. So diplomacy is the supreme. Diplomacy needs quiet behind the door, behind the screen. Kissinger stepping into China was not known until everything was set, ready to go. And therefore, you cannot treat diplomacy like that. You cannot tweet. You cannot speak out about the complex many years of this complex issue that has gone on for years. And so he just cut off what perhaps some things that positive things may have happened, but he cut them off by Twitter.
Okay.
And so he lost out.
All right. So I want to move closer home. Robert Mugabe, hero or villain? Okay, you're nodding furiously, so I'm going to get to you, Ahmed. Let's start. Hero or villain?
Well, I predicted on this show 6 months before Robert Mugabe was overthrown by the army. I predicted on live TV, it's on tape. I said Mr. Mugabe was going to be overthrown by the army. Any political scientist of the African experience could see that. It just takes a lot of courage to say it, because if it doesn't happen, then you're in a fix. So, Mr. Mugabe, I'd like to say, send my condolences first to the people of Zimbabwe. I think this is the decent thing to do. Africa has lost a leader of the liberation struggle that threw the racist apartheid system in Rhodesia out the window. And Robert Mugabe was the leading figure in doing that, in throwing out Ian Smith and his racist thugs who ruled over Rhodesia and denied the franchise to the majority of the African people there. That said, the Honorable Robert Nesta Marley was invited to sing in Zimbabwe, in Harare. And after the show, he sang a song that said that the real revolutionaries will soon be known. Right after the show, police and armed thugs belonging to Mugabe's party attacked that celebration and sent everybody home. And there was a creeping feeling that Mugabe was not a man who could be trusted with party politics, openness and democracy. And he's not alone, Olive, in that in the 52 countries we have in Africa since independence, there has been a huge problem from the transition from a liberation hero, a man who led his people towards beating imperialism in his country or in the continent, and having openness, transparency, development and democratic government. Many of the leaders in Africa, Olive, today believe that one-man rule, state development, the ability to control every facet of life is the way to rule Africa. I don't agree with that at all. I think that it is indicative that Robert Mugabe had to go to a healthcare center in Singapore to treat himself, and he couldn't do it in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe was one of the biggest exporters of food in Africa. It had some of the best infrastructure. It had some of the best farmlands. It had some of the best minerals. It had some of the best climates in Africa. And it turned out to be a basket case. We can blame the British and the Americans for not giving Robert Mugabe the money to buy the farms from white people, and I agree with that. I think that Tony Blair and Ronald Reagan failed to give him the deal that they signed in Lancaster House. That is a sad betrayal of Mr. Mugabe. But at the end of the day, the leader, the person who has been elected, is responsible for making sure that his society and the country and the system is working. Mugabe did not do that. He also killed huge amounts of people in a place called Bulawayo, where his crack North Korean troops went in and massacred a lot of people. It is the commentary on Robert Mugabe. Our government lowered the mast, the flag to half-mast, to give him respect for the liberation movement that he led. And we all commend him, and we all respect that, and he will go into the history books for that. Okay. But any Zimbabwean you ask, Oliver, and I'm going to end with this, if you ask any Zimbabwean, about Robert Mugabe, they'll give you a much, much harsher analysis of his life. We Kenyans are looking from a point of our African connection and our liberation, because there's 3 countries in this region that had colonialism. It was South Africa, Rhodesia, and Kenya. This is where we had white settlers who came in by the hundreds of thousands and caused bedlam in these countries. And we have that affinity with Rhodesia because we went through this colonial nonsense here. And I want to send my condolences to the people of Mugabe, people of Zimbabwe, and we let Mugabe rest in peace.
All right, we take a break, but when we come back, we hear from the rest of our panelists this morning what they thought of Robert Mugabe, how they remember him, or are we looking at his legacy through rose-colored glasses?
Jinunulie nakala yako ya gazeti la Taifa Leo kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. Kwa kufanya hivyo, utanufaika pakubwa kwa maswali ya mitihani ya marudio kwa masomo yote yanayotahiniwa shuleni. Soma gazeti lako la Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo, gazeti langu, lugha yangu.
Delicious International Food and Music Festival, brought to you by Delicious East Africa and Nation Media Group. To sponsor this event, please call us today. The second phase of the InterSwitch Spark competition has just been completed. The qualifying test determined the best 54 students who will proceed to the next round of the InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition to be aired on NTV. Overall, 1,498 students from across the country registered for the competition, with secondary schools in the Rift Valley registering the highest number of students at 372. The competition has reignited the interest in STEM subjects across the country. InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition will award the winner a scholarship worth 1.5 million shillings, a laptop, signage for their school, while the first and second runners-up will get cash and laptops. Who will be crowned winner at the end of it all? Come with us on this exciting ride. Powered by InterSwitch, transaction solutions you can depend on.
Mom, what if something bad happens to him? Miranda lied to me. She told me that they're not pushing through with that. Oh my gosh!
Senator Del Mundo tried to have you killed, right? That means you know something. And you have evidence against that man.
That's right. I do have evidence. Please save my daughter, Rowena. I want to talk to Gael.
That guy's working with the man who had you killed.
You don't know anything. Gael's a good guy. He didn't know what his godfather did. Besides, he loves me.
Now you can get your Uber ride with a phone call. Call 0800 722 000 to ride.
Good morning, you're watching AM Live. We're standing on guard, discussing matters, international relations, international affairs, as well as we'll be bringing it closer home when it comes to security. Dr. Mumonzao, I'll start with a question that Ahmed asked you. Are you from Makweni?
No.
Okay. So we're discussing Robert Mugabe.
That's right.
We had from our resident analyst. Now I'd like to hear from Dr. Nzao. How do you remember Robert Mugabe? Was he a libertarian or a tyrant?
Well, he's a liberation icon. You know, from the training grounds of Munduli to the fields of where liberation fighters were trained in Ethiopia, to down to Quinto Canavale, where the liberation fighters were fighting the regime in South Africa and all this. His footprint is all over, and they respect him for that. They won't look him in the eye for that. They respect him, and it's a big sacrifice. He was jailed for 10 years for it, and he is a scholar and an intellectual in many ways. But sometimes when we react to wrongs that have been done to us in history, sometimes they say two wrongs don't make a right and so on. So the genius of Mandela, for instance, was that people wanted, some people wanted him to revenge against all the bad things were done to the black people. Historically, there is no race that has suffered mistreatment than the black race. It cannot be written. Slavery and all those things that were done by the Caucasian race and the Arab race to the African. But you cannot correct that by doing the wrong things. And so there may have been some transgressions on his part, some misgivings. But if some people had promised him that they would give him money so that people who needed some land, he can purchase it, willing buyer, willing seller. That is what President Kenyatta did here with the white settlers. And he had some funding for it, and he did it well. And we have so many, remember there are Europeans, white people who were born there, and they're Zimbabweans, just like we have our own Mzungu who are Kenyan. So people have to respect that, and probably the best thing for African leaders or our African countries is to learn from the Zimbabwean experience. South Africa is facing problems, and if it doesn't handle it well, some people might mistreat others there, and so on. So it is important that, for example, the genius of Mandela, people take it up that way, and so on. Because there are some things that he may have overreacted or done them unprocedurally, but that is a product of history. But how well you handle it is important, so that you build a better world.
Well, you call it the genius of Mandela. I'm going to be a bit controversial here. Is it xeno or xenophobia? Xenophobia.
No, xenophobia is xenophobia is about reaction to it's sort of okay.
Malema called it criminality.
Yeah.
But in terms of you say it was genius of Mandela.
Is because Mandela.
But this is it a manifestation of an equality that was never addressed?
Yes, and that's why I'm saying President Mandela went to the Springboks and to watch white people play and all this. And some people were not happy. They thought you should come back and punish people who have mistreated us for so long.
But didn't Mugabe try and solve that problem by evening out the playing field?
For it, yes, good. But how he went about it, that's what I'm talking about. How he went about it did not leave a very good picture. So how we handle problems, some of them are purely a product of history. Let me tell you, there is no colonialist who came asking for land by just or bought land. They just killed people to get this land. They did bad things. But President Kenyatta, for example, came back and said, I have this amount of money, willing buyer, willing seller. You can do this. President Mandela said, let's live together. If you need something from someone, buy it from them. Don't be racist.
Okay.
So that is the way we should go.
Dr. Kanenje, I mean, is it a Western narrative? Was he demonized by the West because he refused to play ball?
Very good question.
Yeah, actually, that is a very good question. The interesting thing in life is, how the story ends sometimes determines the perception people are going to have. But I think when all is said and done, I think Mugabe is going to be remembered a lot more favorably than he actually is remembered today. And the challenge, he's a product of African history and African struggle for freedom. And it's true that he dared mess up with people who were not supposed to be touched. In early 2000s, just before the beginning of the invasion of white-owned farms, about 5,000 farmers, white farmers in Zimbabwe, controlled about 85% of the arable land. Those are facts, they're not opinions. You cannot sustain something like that. And of course, we know the process was different. Kenyatta was not just so generous and that he went and Kiambu dug out some money. Yet we advanced some money to be able to do that. This is not something that was extended, or at least the promise that was not fulfilled with regard to Zimbabwe. And I think increasingly, when Mugabe started facing opposition, we just happened that it was a time when most of Africa actually was allowing multipartyism, and the rest of the world demanded more accountability and more political pluralism. I think Mugabe saw it as a Western plot and as a way to hit back, because you're having, at the time, around 12 million Zimbabweans, who most of them were dispossessed. They didn't really have much. They were mostly squatters. That perhaps as a way to survive, I'm going to have to turn this against them. So you create the otherness, us versus them. And the trouble is, the way he went about it was absolutely disastrous. Zimbabwe used to be the breadbasket of Africa. It was one of the countries that people were proud of.
Yes.
Mazrui, in his 1986 BBC series, The Africans, actually talks fondly about Zimbabwe. But then you have the internal dynamics that moving away land, it's not bad to expropriate land of people who perhaps you feel that fairly got it, to give it to the majority. The trouble is, when you did in a wrong way, for instance, agriculture collapsed. Inflation went through the roof. They had $1 trillion note. It was crazy.
It was a disaster.
It's a disaster. But the land problem is not just something exclusive to Zimbabwe. Even in this country, we actually have challenges of land.
Yes.
South Africa, the legacy of apartheid, part of this challenge that we are facing today in South Africa is traced back, to that dispossession and just lack of economic empowerment, or at least of lots of black South Africans. And we're not making excuses for such xenophobic, behaviors that are going on and attacking fellow Africans who worked so hard to see that South Africans become, free. But if we look at Mugabe's era exclusively, and as if it's mutually exclusive to the rest of other problems, is going to be a challenge. We also need to look inward ourselves. What exactly are we doing? Are we empowering our people? Now, having said that, he was a human who turned out also to be flawed. But the other things, I don't know if any of us here watched Mugabe's last speech at the United Nations. It was one of the most statesman-like speech I've heard before the General Assembly in a very long time. It was bold, it was on point, and I think majority of countries in the United Nations General Assembly applauded that speech. I watched every single word of that speech. And so, to a large extent, he was also a very fierce Pan-Africanist, and who believed in not just economic independence, but also the mental and intellectual independence. He was an extremely good speaker. He was extremely a good orator and very eloquent for many years, of course, before he got old. But sometimes when you stay in power, you outlive your usefulness. And so he outstayed his invitation, and he did not know when to go. And I think that is where the challenge is. Though for a long time, he was also a hostage of certain powers, for instance, who never wanted to cede power. So it's a little bit complex. We just can't call him a villain or a hero. We have to put every stage.
Doesn't that Hassan leave someone to be in a gray area, and we need to make a determination as to where
we would say the term he used.
You cannot judge a man.
We would say what lessons do you think you can take away from Mugabe's life and times and his legacy?
Thank you very much. Let me first of all declare my interest that I knew him very well. And in that, I begin by, first of all, conveying my condolences to the family and also to the country. And proceed on to say that I want to agree with my neighbor here. Almost 99.9% of what he has said eloquently about Mugabe. I lived in the neighborhood of Zimbabwe for 25 years. I was in Zambia, and I saw Zimbabwe start right from the day of independence growing. And so I was in that country at the inception of independence to see a very strong economy that was actually resting on 4 pillars. On agriculture, very strong. On mining, very strong. On industry, Zimbabwe is one country. When I was a director of industry at some stage, Zimbabwe was actually supplying this country with iron and steel. Because they had very strong industrial base, including iron and steel, and also tourism.
Yes.
Victoria Falls and the rest. Now, how do I remember him? I remember him as a man, I mean, even as he was dying at this age of 95, he was still coherent, articulate. He was a man that had very strict discipline in life, always did exercises, read very well. Few people will remember that he had 4 PhDs, but he never went around telling people of his studies. He was a solid man in his own way. And in law, some of them, he knew his law very well. How did I know him? First of all, he having been Secretary General of Commerce and at the AU, I worked with him very closely. He was my chairman at COMESA for some time and also at the AU. I sat next to him. I know him. And so I speak from the point of somebody I know. I have even challenged him. I remember, prompted by his Minister of Trade and Industry, who told me, can you ask him how he's implementing this land policy, whether he's doing the right thing? Naive as I was, in State House, I took him on. We were young and vibrant also. I asked him, Mr. President, many people are just wondering the way you are managing this land crisis. But he saw the naivety in me and the youthfulness. He told me, my son, sit. He lectured me. We were 3 of us in State House for 1 hour plus. And he went through the process. What went wrong? Obviously, and as it has been properly put, at independence, the ratio of ownership of land, 4% owning 90%, was not sustainable. Was not sustainable at all. And so, and it was obvious that this land had to be transferred at some stage. But how was it to be done? The British, because Margaret Thatcher, who negotiated this transition, had promised that the UK would give them resources to be able to transfer land. But when, don't forget John Major and the rest, when they took over, Blair came on, they negated on that, particularly John Major and the rest.
That's true.
And because of that, he felt cheated by the press. Yes. And the politics was also hurting him. When he saw at the end of the day that he was going to face an electorate, the people of Zimbabwe are still poor, he hasn't done anything about land, he then said, okay, if the British are not giving me money, then I am going to repossess land, hoping that they would just move. They didn't. And they went ahead. Of course, he made a slip there by just going ahead to compulsorily take the land, and the way he gave it to the black people was also wrong. In fact, he killed agriculture thereafter.
And he destroyed it.
Exactly. But having done all that, I mean, the Bible said we are all sinners. And so Mugabe made many mistakes in life. And if you look at his profile in life, there was Matebele land, there were all these.
Very bad.
Which he never brought to a close.
Yeah.
But he remained a Pan-Africanist with a strong vision, a man of courage. He's one person who, when disagreed with Mandela on some policies on security. I saw a period when Zimbabwe was under pressure, for instance, from the SADC countries, that you must leave COMESA. He says, no, I'm not going to leave because I know the benefits in Zimbabwe. And so he was not a man that you could swing around. And so from that point of view, I can tell you, I find it difficult to talk about him because I saw him as my father, I saw him as my leader, but obviously he made mistakes. But I continue to admire the goodness in him. And of course, the lessons, the question you asked, we must all remember when it is time to move out of power.
Yeah.
Okay, Professor Midamba, I've seen your loose leaf pad is filled with notes.
Oh, no.
How do you remember him?
No, it is important to give all due critics and also positive in terms of his role and what he played. I remember very well the most important, probably famous statement, Ian Smith, that black people will never rule in this land during my time,
Yes.
during my children's time, and during my great-grandchildren's time. And that has now passed. Robert Mugabe educated his people and instilled the value of education. He took land away from the white Zimbabwean, as you have heard. Is the brain behind formation of SADC. He, like Fidel Castro, he stood against the white racism. He put an end to white racism. Mugabe is the world's most educated person, educated leader. Now I can go on and go on that way, but now I think Kanenje made a very important statement that he stayed one day longer than his time and ruined everything that he stood for and that he fight for. He died a very bitter man from all the information that I get, unleashed incredible violence against his people, and then he attempted to promote his wife, literally to take over from him, that a lot of people rejected. And so now, remember, George Washington was considered a terrorist by standard. Nelson Mandela was a terrorist. Jomo Kenyatta was a terrorist. So we have to put African leaders on perspective. You know, they're not all angels and they're not all devils. And so that is the story of Robert Mugabe.
Olive, if I can contribute
Yes.
a little bit more. I tend to agree to a certain extent with my colleagues. I'm a bit critical because I think that if you look at our region, for example, today, we've had in Sudan, in the two Sudans, we've had a movement towards throwing out a military dictator in Sudan. We have had a movement in South Sudan to end tribal war and to bring in multi-party politics. In the whole region, the people, the common man in this region and across the continent, want to have an open society based on the rule of law and open politics. They don't want strong man rule, and they don't want one man overarching on an entire nation. Eritrea, Olive, is a case in which you have another person who has throughout the Ethiopian Derg that was oppressing, killing and destroying the rights of self-determination of the Eritrean people. And they overthrew him and they replaced that Derg with another strong man, another dictator, another person who does not believe in constitutional government. We have to ask ourselves a fundamental question in this continent. Do we want to be ruled by one man who tells us what to do, and he's the law, and that is what we're supposed to do? Or are we going to say it is the common man who has the right to elect the person who wants to rule over him? This is one of the basic questions we have to ask. I am for the latter. I have no question in my mind that Rob Mugabe is a towering Goliath in African political economy. There's no question in my mind about that. Great respect for the kind of stuff that he did in Zimbabwe, but he didn't do it alone. It's the people who are there with him.
Okay, my question then would be, what measuring stick are we using?
That's the question that we need to answer. The question that we need to answer is that it's complex. The human personality in history is complex. But at the end of the day, we want to put, Daniel Arap Moi used to say, meongeza ugali kwa sahani yako. Is the ugali there on your plate? Did healthcare work? Did education work? Did people get jobs? Or is it what's happening in Zimbabwe today? I understand that the British and the Americans betrayed that man. There's no question in my mind about that. But I'm an Afro-optimist, not these Afro-pessimists who believe that just because he didn't get money from the British and the Americans, the country had to go to the dogs.
Okay,
Not
Dr. Nzao, you know, this, are we using, or are we modeling our democracy after the West? And is that wise? And is that perhaps why we are referring to Robert Mugabe as a strong man?
Yeah, there are three approaches you can take to understand the context of governance or African politics. Professor Naomi Chazen and Rothschild said that first you would have the idea that you can look up to countries that have done it right, where institutions have worked and so on, and ape that. But the neo-Marxist scholars said that how would you learn about democracy from people who enslaved you, colonized you, and continue to run an international economic system that is skewed to their advantage? And part of the problem is that Zimbabwe was mismanaged by people, not only Mugabe, because you may say Mugabe and so on, and you may want to heap all the blame on him, but some of the ills that were committed in these parts were not well weaned out and addressed. For example, if you have a country where 5% own all the land, and it's a purely from a historical racist, invariably exploitative arrangement, and you don't handle it well through the instruments of statecraft, then you're also not handling the country well. I mean, for example, if you let other people, like today, people are being told, if you don't deal with the wars and the insecurity and human insecurity in Africa, you will still continue to get immigrants swimming across the ocean. So if they would have been a little bit fair on Mugabe for that, perhaps they would have handled the problem better, because it's affecting everyone. And the people of Zimbabwe have been quite resilient as a people. They love their country and so on. So the other approach is what you call the statist approach. You can then turn back and say the same way. I think that's what they're telling us here about Mugabe, is that you've been in power forget about the colonialists. You've been here for 60 years, for 50 years. What have you done for your country? You can't just keep looking at the history and saying this is what they did to us. So those three approaches are important. But in the mainstream, what we need to do, we have to build our institutions and build our countries and our economies according to the African condition and according to African needs. If you bring other variables into play, then we will not meet where we want to go.
Okay.
So that's the point.
I will allow you to have the last word on that. I want to bring us home.
Okay.
Yes, Ambassador.
Yes. Just one last comment on Mugabe. What this reminds me is what Mark Anthony said when he went to bury Caesar. He said, I have come to bury Caesar and not to praise him. The good things that men and women do in their life are buried with him, but the evil things live after them. Now, obviously, the tension between the good and the evil that people like Mugabe did will continue to play out for a long time to come. And history, I don't know what history will judge him. Some will write it from a point of view of a tyrant, some will as a liberator. But let us look at the good things he did. The liberation of Zimbabwe was not that easy.
No.
It was not easy. And if you look at our leaders, especially those who fought for independence and who won independence through bloodbath, they became tyrants, they became dictators, because that is how they had been cultured. In the war itself, never taught them about democracy. Yes. They were fighting an evil system, and they had to use evil means, and so that's how they were. In a way, I'm not excusing that evilness in us, but the environment does contaminate us and make us what we are in life. Okay. In fact, if you look at the systems of governance we had soon after independence, it was one-party dictatorships throughout Africa, most of it, because they felt entitled and all this. It is only now that we are talking about democracy. But as we talk about democracy, we must learn from history. And I think the point that has been stressed time and again, you should never, in fact, it is always said, the best time to leave a stage is when the audience is on its feet. But we wait until you are knocked out.
Okay, so we've raised the question of strong men. We've seen what happened in Algeria. We've seen what happened in Sudan, where these military leaders were deposed after decades in power and not willing to let go of power. Professor, do you think the leaders on the continent have taken the lesson well, or are we still slow in learning?
Olive, there are two things I don't accept about us. One is to reach back and say we are behaving the way we are because of colonialism. Secondly, we have not had enough time, to develop. So compare with the West, compare with other places. Now, the point is, if you take Burundi and Rwanda, Kagame in Rwanda, they install a museum, and you will go inside and take a look at how people were murdered, and then you come out not laughing, for a whole day. But he has distilled discipline, and he has focused on making that country much better, governed by black people, by his own people, and forget the French and everything that happened. Burundi is retreating back. It's worse than when colonial people were there. And you look at South Sudan. What do these people want? They're cunning each other, and they've been fighting for independence. Is this the way to go about it? So we, Kenya sometimes describe ourselves as wathogs. Wathogs forget in 1 minute. Anything happen. And so we're continuously repeating this vicious circle and electing the wrong people, then we blame ourselves. It is time that we shift our mindset, like South Koreans say, shift our mindset into being able to manage ourselves sustainability and change the course of Africa, instead of stopping and the open hand for Americans to come and help us, the British come and help, everybody come and help.
Okay.
Got to stop.
Okay. Ahmed, if I come to you, Dr. Kanenje, there are those who take the view that to propel our development, what we need as a continent is a benevolent dictator. Do you share that view?
Nonsense.
I've heard that narrative go around. I think it's because I don't think we've tested real dictatorship sufficiently. There's some of those people who are saying,
with that. I agree with that.
Who are saying that they actually don't know how it is.
That's true.
It's not something you actually want to wish for when it actually comes home. Now, the thing is, I think it's the disillusionment with the project democracy that we've been experimenting with since 1991, 92. That it's leading some Kenyans, that actually Africans at large, to say, I think there is really no hope. Look, we are a democracy. We're experimenting. We're actually trying to have that. But that disillusionment, people see massive corruption. People see complete impunity. And so they start thinking, perhaps if we had a strong man or a strong woman, perhaps it's likely to streamline things. Now, that is not exactly the solution. We have to move towards perfecting our own democracy, make it actually better, make it work for the citizens, for the people. Right now, it's not been working for the people, and I think that is where you hear that. Yeah. But trust me, if you want to go the other direction, I don't know how many Kenyans are going to survive that. And in fact, if you think lots of Eritreans have been leaving the country, there will be millions of Kenyans who are going to move out of this place. It is not something pleasant. So I certainly do not. I don't subscribe to that view. However, we need to strengthen our own institutions, build a culture of accountability and democracy, and just get rid of bad manners and bad politicians, like we've been watching in this country for the last several days.
Okay. Last word on that, and then we'll bring it home.
The famous Englishman Shakespeare in his in the 12th night said that some people are born great, some people become great, and some people have greatness thrust upon them. We in this continent have to stand up and be counted in the 21st century that there's some common basic things that we ought to share. And number one is citizenship. And that means that we have to be governed by a government that we choose. The next thing that we do is that we need to trade among each other and stop depending on the European and American systems for our help. That's another thing. And the last thing that I'd like to say is about Rwanda. I mean, I'm a great admirer of Paul Kagame. And there's no question about what he has done in Rwanda. It's a complete miracle. And every person who stands up and says, oh, we want this authoritarianism, centralism system, and this is, Rwanda is the case for it. But at the end of the day, Kagame is going to die. He's not going to live forever. What happens after Kagame goes? Is there going to be another Kagame that he's going to clone? This is why we need institutions that are going to continue that work. And those institutions have to be based on consensus, on openness and elections. It might take a while to teach them, because at the end of the day, you cannot have elections when half the population wants to murder the other half. It's a luxury. But the education of the people has to go hand in hand with development, so that eventually, like in Tanzania where we had a one-party dictatorship, the leader left, he left a successor, and he said, now move on to the next stage. I think something like that will work in Rwanda. But we cannot keep saying we want to have a one paramount chief over there who tells my mom what to cook for lunch. It's just terrible.
Okay. So, institutions. We must build our institutions. We have to believe in them, to make them to be living documents, living, so that it's in us.
All right.
Yeah. Just in concurrence to what you said, I want to talk from a research point of view. Part of a team that has conducted research and written even a book on Africa on how democracy and the economy works. In fact, in Africa now you can categorize countries into more or less like 4 categories. There are those that really enjoy the basic freedoms. There are those that are in transition. And there are those that are in the other extreme left, under dictatorship and all these benevolent dictatorships. At the end of the day, how do you measure the quality of life? Because if you look at some of the countries, like the case that has been mentioned, you look at Ethiopia here, neighborhood. It was, in the recent past, was achieving the highest growth rates in the world, actually, 13%, the rest. But people were still not happy. And you saw what happened. They went to the streets and changes occurred. So you cannot split a human being and say, oh yeah, accept the dictatorship here, but so long as you have bread on the table.
Yes.
That you are, you cannot even, you speak in hushed voice because you fear that somebody is listening to you. There is that strong state presence haunting you. The human beings really need that basic freedom to breathe the air, speak their mind, and participate in choosing the government. And I think if you look at the countries that are performing well in the extremes, if you go to countries like Denmark, people are even happy to pay tax because they feel they are part of the state and they're happy. And so the question of saying benevolent dictatorship, it is not something that we should yearn for. It's not something we should dream for.
Of course.
We must continue to pursue, but perfect our own model.
Our own model.
Okay. So I want to talk about the Kenya-Somali boundary dispute. Over the weekend, the Star carried a story talking about is President Uhuru Kenyatta preparing to sack the foreign CS Monica Juma. But what I want to look at is how we've handled it, the dispute. So I'm just going to read an excerpt from that article, and it's a quote. They say, apart from the legal team, our behind-the-scenes diplomacy has not worked. The team that has been handling the issue has been underrating Somalia. As a result, even our traditional friends have not been lobbied properly, and others have no idea of what support we would like. Kenya has sought, or did seek successfully, a postponement of the maritime, the hearing of the dispute. at the International Court of Justice. Okay, you're pointing at the professor, so I'll start there. Ahmed is pointing at you.
And I was going to point
I can start.
Normally, we want to go down the line.
Professor, I'll start with you. Have we bungled it? Have
Everybody gets a chance.
Our handling of it?
Only we have not we have not bungled it. Okay, I think the most important thing that Kenya need to have is to be very clear and consistent about what do we want out of this. Making sure that we understand the bigger picture is to have an effective relationship with Somalia. That any step toward confrontation will set in the entire East Africa and affect our development and relationship with the rest of the world. There are a lot of interference in Somalia. There is always, whenever there's a weak vacuum, there are all kinds of characters there. There are people seeking economic gains, there's people seeking political gain, and they're very active. These folks are not interested in the well-being of the continent of Africa, on coexistence by countries. And so we have to be very careful on how we go about it, and we have to put forward the best minds that we have in the country. We have quite a number of trained people who understand the history of Somali Kenya, the history of Somalia. And what we need to be also clear about is having a very clear demarcation. What is the bottom line for Kenya? You know, what do we want out of this? There are Kenyans who have died recently in Somalia for the purpose of making Somalia better, so that we can have a very good coexistence. The Somalia people benefit out of the relationship we have, obviously. But this dispute about this boundary, about this water, when you open it up, then you open a can of worms throughout Africa. And that should not happen at all. And so President Kenyatta has been very good lately with personal diplomacy. You know, if it is necessary, go and have a meeting in Somalia if it's necessary, and continue toward that so that we can have eliminate all this foreign interference and be talking to each other.
Okay, the African Union is actually pushing for this to be resolved out of court.
Of course.
Ahmed, should we leave it to the International Court of Justice?
No, we should not. No. All of us agreed that the most important thing is to get an auspices under the good offices of the African Union to sit with Kenya and Somalia and, you know, really find a just solution to this problem and to trace back where the problem came from and how we can solve it. That's one. But on the fundamental policy issue of Somalia, I've always said on this show, are we there because we're peacekeeping? Are we trying to maintain peace? Are we doing peacekeeping? Are we state making? What is the policy there? Because, you know, there's a danger of mission creep. Mission creep is when in the middle of the muddled waters of Somalia, the principles of the policy change. So the first law that we should have as a foreign policy, and I don't think that these newspapers that talk about differences that Monica Juma is not doing her job or is not doing this, I think that's just politics, right? And you know, we've had two women in the Foreign Office. We've had the brilliant Amina Mohammed, who was there, who did a tremendous job there, and the Monica Juma, who's just gotten in. So I think that we ought to respect that, you know, when we get women in positions of power, that we ought to give them a chance and not to be too overtly opposed to them. But also, we have the state interest. And the state interest was that we had a policy before in Somalia that was working. Right now, something is not working. And what's not working is we are not together with the Ethiopians. The Kenyans and the Ethiopians are not together on the issue of Somalia. And the national security interest of Ethiopia and Somalia, and I challenge anybody else to come and debate this with me, is to have a strong state that takes care of its security in Somalia, so that we don't take that responsibility. And then the next thing we need to do is to trade and do business with Somalia and Ethiopia and Kenya, and they grow, and the regional domestic product will grow by hundreds of percent. That is in our national security interest. Nothing else is. Balkanizing Somalia is not in our national interest. It will mean that we don't have good intentions there, and the neighbor in Somalia is going to continue having terrorism and all these other issues. Last thing, from a multilateral point of view, I believe that it is very important that the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kenya, the office, and the person in it is very close to the president. And that's the person who makes the foreign policy, implements the foreign policy. But the foreign policy of Kenya is President Kenyatta's foreign policy. It's not Monica's Juma foreign policy. She helps in analyzing it and implementing it, but it's President Kenyatta who wants to implement a certain foreign policy. So President Kenyatta must reach out to the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, and they need to probably have a new summit and to sit down and say, what is it that we're not doing correctly in Somalia? And how do we get over this hump?
Yes.
And you know that in Ethiopia that we have a new system. Before we had the TPLF and a very authoritarian, strict government. We now have probably the best leader we have today in Africa, in Ahmed Abiy. And we ought to engage Ethiopia in that, and we ought to engage the Somalis themselves. The reason why these things are going to court is because the engagement between Ethiopia, Somalia, and Kenya is not working. And we ought to really do that, and we ought to really bring a summit together. We really need to look at that policy and say, what is it that's not working, so that we can try and fix what's going on in Somalia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Nzau, he's raised an interesting point. There seems to be, I don't know, some disconnect of late.
Yes. You see, it is not good to say that, maybe Kenya has failed, or Ethiopia and Kenya not agreeing and so on. These are all states. They are independent entities. They are all looking for, to meet their national interests. And the international system out there is like a playing field. Everyone is trying to get their interests at place. There are so many countries that have interests in other places. Now, one thing we have to be careful is that this context, or this theater where we have a disagreement with Somalia over the boundary, is not benign. There are so many other over 500 in the world that are unresolved. Now, when Hugo Grotius was writing in the 16th and 17th century about amity and international law from the seas and the high seas, and how do you manage the navigation of this common resource, this global common, and the idea here is I would agree with everyone else that the best is to negotiate. And you cannot wish away your neighbors and so on. Now, then you cannot tell another country to its face that what it's doing is not right and so on. Somalia belongs to the people of Somalia, the Somali themselves. They have a federal system. And a federal system, in its strict sense, is that you have a sort of almost autonomous entities that run their affairs. And it's because of their own cultural, historical, territorial, political issues. And therefore, that we have to respect. Now, when you say Kenya and Ethiopia are not agreeing, no, Kenya and Ethiopia are part of AMISOM. They are part of the entire program to help Somalia to get on its feet. They may disagree, countries may disagree about how to get there, but I think it is in everyone's interest to support the system to work. Nobody said that we should balkanize Somalia, but it's up to the Somali people to decide, to agree, and all that. So we cannot come here and say that countries are deciding about other countries. Let's let the people of Somalia to do that. The United Nations Security Council has continued to extend AMISOM's mandate. AMISOM has a program for Somalia. The African Union has that program. All the countries have to support that. That's the ideal. But I wouldn't like the political undertones and push and pull between countries to be seen to be the norm.
Okay.
And so on.
All right. Dr.
Yes.
There are many on the panel, so Dr. Kanenje, is the media playing up this dispute? You know, when we talk about that, or, you know, government representatives from Somalia were not allowed entry into Kenya, when we say their plane was forced to first land in the north before it came to Nairobi. Is the media playing up the dispute?
I would say yes and no. But you know what is sensational is what is media worthy. What is newsworthy is what is sensational. So I'm not surprised. You know, the media would look for, you know, those juicy parts of the whole story. Now, you know, the truth is we are in interesting times in the region, and we're not having perfect relationships with some of our neighbors, and that is true. And a lot of it has also to do with what foreign interests are actually playing into this. The dispute itself that we have with Somalia, we don't really have any beef. It's in our national interest not to balkanize Somalia, but to have a united Somalia. It is our national interest to assist Somalia to the extent that they can be able to help themselves. You know, I'm looking to a day when the Republic of Somalia is going to be part of the East African community. They also use the shilling, by the way. It's just a little bit inflated. So, you know, so we should not look at it as if, you know, it is something that's just a media thing. Now, going back to, because you started by saying whether the Foreign Affairs Ministry or CS is not doing a good job. Now, you can have lots of disagreements with Dr. Monica Juma, but one thing you can never accuse her is actually that she's lazy. She's not. She's a workhorse. And she's been a tough lady, you know, in trying to advance Kenya's diplomacy. Now, perhaps some people may not agree with her in what they perceive its style, but to be honest, lots of pundits don't really know what goes on in the inside, you know, a lot of times. And so people are going to have all types of opinion. But personally, I would not be the first one to campaign that she's replaced or anything like that. Just the other day, we got an endorsement by the AU for the non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. You know, can you just think it just happened on its own? This was actually a lot of hard work, and you have to give it to her. This is something that many countries would not have been able to do, given where we were, especially in relation to our main competitor, which was Djibouti, you know, at the time. Now, it is true that some of our partners in Somalia are actually working at cross purposes, and a lot of them are also being influenced, you know, by the outside. They have their own national interests, and sometimes the national interest goes counter to our national interests. We know that certain parties, both from Europe and the Middle East, they're supporting different camps and competing, you know, camps in Somalia. That actually goes against our own national interest to stabilize Somalia, because then you cannot be able to have a united front. Now, we are in Somalia, not exactly just in peacemaking, we're under AMISOM. It's not Kenya Defense Forces, and that's something that needs to be understood. Okay, and so the Kenyan contingent of the AMISOM cannot just unilaterally, for instance, withdraw. You know, it has to be an AMISOM mandate. So I think the media should start phrasing this as AMISOM, not just as Kenya, you know, because I think there's sometimes confusion to that. However, the media should also be careful sometimes when it comes to some of this, you know, sensational or sensitive of matters. Now, with regard to the ICJ, just to conclude on that, it is not in the interest of either Kenya or Somalia or the Horn of Africa to pursue the ICJ way, because let's assume ICJ rules either on the side of Kenya or on the side of Somalia. If they rule against Kenya, Kenya's not going to accept it. If they rule against Somalia, Somalia's not going to accept it, you know, and that's only going to escalate the tension. So what is supposed to be done? And the AU has a forum to be able to do that. How about as Africans and the region, we actually just sit down and talk until the cows come home. That's what diplomacy is about. You know, the court has never been able to resolve a lot of similar cases, especially if one party, for instance, vehemently or disagrees with it. And so we have to go back to the negotiating table. I think that is the only practical and best and peaceful alternative that exists between us and Somalia.
Okay. Now, a lot of, I'm getting to you, Ambassador, I just want to put the conversation in context. I'm looking at several headlines from May with regard to this perceived spat between Kenya and Somalia. And on May the 11th, I see a headline on the East African. It says, Somalia concerned by Kenya's decision to divert Mogadishu flights. Can we put that on the screen? Oh, there it is.
Newspapers get
My
it
director,
wrong.
please put that on the screen. The headline, the East African.
Okay.
Okay. Somalia concerned by Kenya's decision to divert Mogadishu flights. All right. So part of that is cut off. Okay. Defiant Somalia puts contested oil block territory up for auction. That was June the 9th. The Standard, 3 Somali officials denied entry into Kenya at JKIA, and tit for tat as Somalia bans Nairobi meetings. Is there, I mean, what do you think there's some
tough question?
Do you think there's is the media reading too much into these things, Ambassador, or is it a sign of things not okay in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Because they allege in that particular article that the PS and the CS are working at cross purposes.
Thank you, Olive. My colleagues are sighing because they say it's a tough question, but I think let's talk, because if we talk, then
find solution. Yes.
We don't find solutions. Let me take 1 or 2 minutes just to give you the background that the border issue in Africa is not unique like this case we are listening to. In fact, there is a very nice article written in this book here. I mean, this pamphlet.
Yeah.
He's the author, by the way, and others. And, you know, they even organized a meeting on the maritime crisis in Africa. I was privileged to be part of that. And it's very authoritative. You notice in this that it tells you, as if he knew we were going to talk about it this morning, that there are no less than 20 border disputes in Africa. And these border disputes all relate to, majority of them are quite a bit of them on land also, on land, but there is also maritime. Maritime is gaining ground because of the fact that now the blue economy is also ascending very high. Now, I am giving you that background to say that AU in 1963, actually there is a decision that was taken in 1964 in Cairo, which urged member states that we must continue to use the boundaries we inherited from the Berlin Conference, and that would also safeguard our... And so where most disputes have arisen, even when you went to court, unless it was a new state like Eritrea, it was easier for the case to be determined because it's a question of where are the beacons. Unfortunately, for the case of like what you are looking at, it's not easy to find the beacons. And so it is a gray area. But even if it is, I would have wanted to deal it within the AU remits and handle it. But then we made a mistake. When Somalia went to ICJ, we appeared before the court and started to defend the case. It's only when we realized that this defense mechanism they have analyzed, then we started to fall back and start condemning the court, saying the court has. But that is not even a good thing for Kenya to have done.
Yes.
Because your constitution here, chapter 1, says that the international laws that have been, you know, endorsed by the country are a part and parcel of the law. So you cannot say you are going to disobey your own law because it becomes part of our law. And then instead of then having that diplomatic approach initially, we took a tough stance. I'm sorry to disagree with you that we shouldn't talk.
It's good.
Because it's so good, always good to say the things as they are, and then we can correct. But I think Monica has now realized, and many others, they are doing the right thing at the moment. But we made a mistake by starting to close the border, cancelling flights, refusing, and in fact, the meeting is also moving out of Nairobi. That's a fact. Now, we have corrected that position, and as it has been said, President Uhuru has the capacity. You have seen how he's a charming person. He should be able to go on a diplomatic offensive
and talk to his
fellow leaders and change this situation because it's not good.
Correct.
And as we change it, we must learn lessons from it. There is no small nation. There is no big nation. We are all equal. And therefore, we must handle each other carefully.
Okay, but what do you say to those people in closing, because my director wants to kick me out of studio.
Last comments.
Kick all of us out of studio. What do you say to those who say Kenya is too soft? You know, after all we've done for Somalia, did you see those sentiments on Twitter?
That's what I'm saying.
And they're saying, look at Migingo, look at, Kenya is too soft.
There is, under international law, we all stand equal. And I don't know what you call soft. Soft to who?
We have troops there. We can't be soft.
Only
Are these our last comments?
Okay, yes.
Diplomacy is supreme. And people understand the tough guy, you go there and get brute force and all that kind of thing. But the implication for a long time to come is very serious. We must maintain our right foot forward, which is diplomacy.
Okay.
I agree with the professor, Mr. Nyencha over there, and Hassan. I respectfully disagree with my really good friend, the doctor to the left of me. I'm not sure. I think that the president needs to and the foreign minister need to take the bull by the horn and make this issue go away. Because, you know, we're a very important player in the region, and we were missing in Sudan during the problems with the military dictatorship. Ethiopia was taking the lead. We have a super diplomatic relationship with Ethiopia, and we ought to maintain that. We got to make sure that our troops in Somalia don't shoot at each other. We've got to make sure that our policy there is the same, and it has to be positive in trying to create a proper country and a proper republic. My last comments, since we're on last comments, I would like to bring to the attention of this nation a simple policeman in northern Kenya, the boundary of Kenya and Ethiopia, with Constable Jairus Mia, who traded his gun and for a chalk. And put down his guns and went to a class full of girls. You know how in northern Kenya girls don't have a lot of education because of a lot of culture and tradition. And I would like to tell the police commissioner that this is Mutiamana Sana. And he needs to make sure that this man is given a leadership position somewhere in the police force, because he has shown leadership by doing this. And this is the kind of police we want in this country. One who has something to do with the community, one who cares about the community and who's involved, and especially with the women. So that's my last 2 cents, Olive, right. And I want to congratulate you for just a superb job you've done.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And I beg of you that we let that be the last word.
Yes.
Yes. We make way for This Is the S coming up next.
Sorry, I took up a little bit of the time.
Okay, unataka kumaanisha tutashinda hapa the whole day?
Hii gate imeongeza weight.
Hapa ndio ulikuja kutafuta mtoto?
Hapana.
Ndugu yangu hapa Alwale, watu walisema kwamba yeye ni kipofu, ati haoni akitoka NASA. Tangu tumpeza macho, si mumeona?
Mimi nachukua na kwa typing kwa computer. Unajua computer?
Mimi najua tu charanga.
Unajua wakale kwa runway wakasema ladies and gentlemen introducing Jepto.
How well does the business world know about your business? You take care of that when you participate in the Kenya Top 100 Mid-Sized Companies Survey and stand to benefit from an industry benchmarking report with peers and recognition for innovation, corporate, social responsibility and sustainable environment practices. The Business Daily and KPMG recognizes the top 100 mid-sized companies every year for their achievements in business, allowing many to take their seat among the great. Participate today.
The best part of an adventure was sharing it with people you love. We are going to have the best time. I made a summer fun list.
Whoa, that's a lot of fun.
The greatest day ever done. Make it last forever. Put it on repeat. The greatest day. That's something everyone should
snorkeling. I just invented a new sport. Hashtag Sisters Rock.
Nitabidi weke gengeton ndani. Itakuwa Angeus, Nguna na Morio wasishikwe na manjege wakivuta ndukulu tena.
Kitambulisho na huduma namba.
Sivira nijibebe hobera nyere nikakununulie hata imi ya 10.
Nitoe ID namba ya msasi, nitoe huduma namba, alafu na Pride Group. Uone kama ataharibu hii plot.
Hapana, nataka sahi. Nakuona sahi umeshakuwa madhakaro ina small sachet.
Sahi hainihusu. Ndio nang'ang'ana kukutetea kwa watu kama mimi ni bibi yako.
Shivira hii nyota kama ni utia juuni mmekuja sana.
The Federation of Kenya Employers (FKE) invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Air and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
For children, all leukemia is highly curable because children are still growing, so their cells regenerate faster. So Zuri is very light skinned, but then she grew really pale. But then she began exhibiting very specific symptoms that are now linked to early onset of cancer. You know, as a dad, you grow up knowing you can do anything for your child, but a cancer diagnosis takes that away from you in a second. It's difficult to really explain it. Like, all you can do is just cry.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Are you looking for property solutions? Would you like to sell, buy, or build? Please join us on 13th and 14th September 2019 at KICC for the 3rd edition of the 254 Realty and Homes Expo. You will be able to directly interact with property developers, realtors, contractors, roofing solution providers, ceramics and furniture dealers, landscapers, interior designers, insurers, financiers, and other stakeholders in the property industry. For more information, call 0707-871-198 or send an email to projects@ke.nationmedia.com. Entry is free. See you there. NTV, turning on your world.
Good morning, ladies and gents. Welcome to Living with Us. I'm Sharon Mundia, and we are at the 11th floor of Park Inn by Radisson. Today's show is all about tattoos. We're getting to explore them as a form of art, but also try and understand some of the common misconceptions around tattoos, and maybe even get into some of the dangers associated with tattoos. Are there any tattoos and piercings? And my 3 guests today are definitely the most tatted up guests I've ever had on the show. I have got Bernard Komen, who's the founder of Quem's Tattoos and also a tattooist. And then I've also got 2 of the people who work at Quem's Tattoos, 2 tattooists. That is Modhoni and Mo. Where are your tattoos?
They're all hidden.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah.
It was interesting.
I have like 3, 4, yeah.
4. Yeah. Interesting. I'm just checking people out to see.
Same case.
I see piercings though. Yeah. I see piercings, and then of course you for sure.
For sure.
You're like, I'm not hiding. I'm here to check me out.
It's who I am.
Yeah. So I of course I want to know when you got your first tattoo. That has to be the first question. Bernard, how old were you when you got your first tat?
I can't remember, but that was back in 2006. 2006.
Okay, so many. Well,
I am 34 right now, so yeah, that's really back in the day. Yeah.
Okay, 2006.
2006.
So I want to do that math because I want to understand the age. So, excuse me, 2006. You're 34 now. That's about 13 years ago. You were about 20. 2006 is 14 years ago. Yeah. Right?
I guess.
Yeah, so you're about like 19, 20, whatever. So that's the age, okay. And what about you, Modani?
Mine I got when I was around 21.
21?
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, it started a little bit earlier. Got mine at 18.
18.
Directly after high school.
Okay.
That's very true.
Okay. Oh, so even
He did my first tattoo.
Oh, so you did his first
His
tattoo.
first tattoo, yeah.
Interesting. So did you have to seek out your parents' approval at that point? Was that something you
really.
showed off, or were you like, ooh, I'm gonna hide it?
I think once you're over 18, you can make that decision. But nowadays in Kenya, you know, if you're living with your parent, it's always good to seek for approval. So I asked my mom. My mom was, but my dad wasn't.
Okay.
But I did it anyway.
Yeah. Did you guys ask for permission?
No, really.
Personally, had informed my mom a bit earlier. Yeah. Told her as long as I have my ID, it's legal. So
Just know I'm gonna get a
just know I'm gonna
tattoo.
get a tattoo.
Interesting. So I have 2 tattoos. I don't talk about them, but I've got 2, and you only ever really see them if I'm in my swimsuit or bikini or something. I didn't tell my parents
Clearly
no, they've seen me. My dad saw me in a bikini and was like, "What? You got what is that?" And I was like, "I'm old enough now." So on average, how old are the people who walk into your parlor to get a tattoo? I'm just curious to know what age for most people they start to get curious about this.
Yeah, probably from around 16 years to 38. But we do ID, so we only tattoo people over 18.
Oh, so you have to ask. So even if 16-year-olds
you have proof of age, your ID.
Yeah.
We do not take parental consent.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to be 18 plus.
Interesting. So what inspired you all to get a tattoo, but even more so get into the world of becoming a tattoo artist? Maybe let's start with you, Bernard.
The first factor is being broke, you know.
What?
Yeah, I was broke then. No.
Oh.
Getting into the business. There is money in the business, so I was broke, so I ventured into it.
Okay.
I got my first tattoo from a guy called Kaz. That was purely peer pressure.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. So all your friends were getting tattoos and you were like, wow.
The same age.
Yeah.
So why not try?
Yeah. So did you give it much thought before getting it, or was it, come on, you guys were going, so let's just go and you'll pick a tattoo, you'll pick something?
Yeah, not really, but I got a cool design because it's religious. I'm Christian, so I got something with my religion.
Okay.
So I don't regret it that much.
Yeah. And what got you to get your first tattoo?
Mine was a dare.
A dare?
Yeah. So he told me he'll pay me, but he didn't.
You're a kid. How much was he going to pay you?
5,000. Yeah.
And he didn't pay you?
Nope.
No, you need to follow up with that.
After I became an addict.
Oh gosh. So so you got it because of a dare, and what about you got it because of a dare, and what about you, Mongi?
For me personally, it was mainly just popular social media influence. I've always been a fan of art, so I thought, why not?
Interesting that there was some element of peers and a kind of peer pressure, whether good or bad, whether it's a dare or not, but there was that influence that got you to get your first. But it's clear that after the first, you got a second, third, fourth, and
I have more than one.
Okay. So what does it take to be a tattoo artist? What are some of the skill sets needed for that?
Basic art skills, just basic. You don't need to be educated to that college level. Anybody can be a tattoo artist.
Anybody? I don't want anybody to be a tattoo artist.
Once you get the proper training. So we offer that training because we've also been trained. So if you are to get trained for around 2 months, you'd probably be a good tattoo artist.
You'd be good enough to do basic tattoo design.
But I'm still not getting a 2 months like trainee to tattoo.
But nowadays you can know who's a trainee.
I'd be asking. I would like, show me your certificate, please. I don't know. I mean, I didn't even ask. I didn't ask for any of that. When I was getting my tattoo, I don't think I just was more excited about it. But now I'd be like, excuse me, sir, ma'am, show me your certification. Interesting. So is there anything about steady hands or maybe being able to not be queasy? Do you get queasy when you're doing it? Do you need to have a stable hand? What other aspects are in the industry, in the business?
on the stability part, that's the most important. Yeah, so that you don't make simple mistakes. Yeah, you need to have a very steady hand, proper concentration, proper preparation time. Yeah.
Basics, just understanding what you're
Understanding
doing,
what
the
you're
art.
doing.
Right. So in the 14, well, you got your first tattoo about 13 years ago.
Yeah, 13 years ago.
But you started the business when?
2008.
So about 10 years, a little over 10 years ago. So in the 10 years that you've been in this industry, what are some of the changes that you've witnessed when it comes to tattoo and piercing culture in the country?
I think now people are a bit more open to it. I get older people coming for tattoos, parents bringing their kids for tattoos, and the clientele base has also changed. We get more clients nowadays.
Okay.
Yeah. Back in the days, we used to tattoo just a few clients, and it was too expensive.
So by too expensive, you're talking?
Probably a minimum of 5,000 for a small piece.
Okay.
But nowadays, tattoos are a bit cheaper.
Okay.
Yeah, people are more open to the idea of tattooing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we're getting so many clients nowadays. Things have changed.
Right.
Even exposure.
Sorry?
Even exposure. Not only in Kenya, even outside Kenya.
Yeah. So is that why? So what are some of the reasons you think people are more open to the idea of tattoos now?
Social media.
Yeah.
You think social media?
TV.
Social media has the highest impact.
Yeah.
Social media has the highest impact
Yeah.
in that.
Through Instagram, Twitter, YouTube,
music videos.
Yeah, music videos, podcasts.
So it's pop culture.
Yeah,
You see a
becoming
rapper
culture,
with tattoos and you think,
younger kids are more influenced towards that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And what are your
Origin-
thoughts? What are your thoughts on that?
I personally really do not like tattooing someone that's not yet sure about what they want.
Okay.
Because if you're 18, you're just getting it for the aesthetic of it.
Yeah.
So the more mature you are, the more sure you are about what you're getting.
Yeah.
Which that's a more prominent clientele than someone that gets 18 years old. You get a star tattooed. 2-3 months later, you want to either cover it up or get it removed.
Yeah. Have you ever had to say no to someone who's come and thought?
Personally, yes.
You've said no. Have you said no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you felt what?
I felt that tattoo wouldn't be appropriate probably in the next 7 months. Just in a few weeks. If somebody comes to you and he wants teardrop tattoos, what is the meaning of that? Probably the person doesn't even understand what he's getting. You see, so name tattoos, you want your boyfriend's name. Are you going to get married to this person?
So do you say no if someone says, I want my boyfriend's name here?
We try our best
Yeah.
to advise our clients. But you know, we're also in business.
So you say, don't do it.
Don't do it, but if you really want to do it.
Pay bill is there, like that's how it says. Yeah.
Sure, like sure.
That's a pay bill then.
Do you get a lot of people chickening out as well? People coming in thinking they're ready,
Yeah.
but they think, I'm not.
Yeah, they usually tap out.
That happens so many times. But
Yeah.
we're used to it.
Okay.
You can start a tattoo, do it for an hour, then somebody taps out, so that's okay.
Halfway into it,
Halfway
they
into it,
think,
yeah.
I'm not into it anymore?
Yeah.
So they have half a tattoo. So what happens there?
You come back.
Yeah, they eventually have to come back
You have to come
get
back.
it finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so they do come back.
Yeah.
Are tattoos painful?
Yeah.
Yes.
On a basics, yes, it is
Okay.
painful.
Yeah.
But
But it's a
on a
it's a
scale
bearable
level, it's a
pain.
very bearable pain level,
Okay.
depending on the position of the tattoo. As
Meaning,
Some spots are a bit
some spots are a bit
than
more
others.
painful.
like which
Some
spots?
people have
Ribs.
Lower back.
Her knee.
Right, closer to the
Relax,
bone, it seems. It gets more painful. Interesting. So it's obvious that after the first you got several others. I don't know how many you have on you, Mwangi, but I'm curious. How many?
probability of about 30 or so.
30.
Yeah.
Are tattoos addictive?
Yes.
I don't see it that way.
Okay, let's go back. I want to know why you think yes,
For me, I
Mudangi?
think it's addictive, but later on you'll have to like step aside because it's a sweet pain.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it the pain that, or the covering of it?
Personally, the pain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me,
Yeah.
it's the pain. Others is just for fun. Others is personal. Yeah, it depends.
Okay. And you say no. Why?
I think you get more tattoos as your passion for art grows. So you start small. You know, people wear tattoos as a form of art, piercings. So the older you get and the more your passion grows, you get more tattoos. So I don't think it's addictive. It's how you relate to what you wear as a form of art.
Right.
So that's the way I see it.
So on average, clients who come back, because now I imagine that there is an element of, I've got the first one, I want a second one. What's the time frame? How long does it usually take, in your experience, before a client says, ooh, I have another design?
I don't think you can quantify that time.
Oh, so it's different. It's not like within a 2-month or 2-year.
We do have clients that you do the first tattoo, and within the process of doing the first tattoo, they're already asking about the second one.
Yeah.
So you're done with one, you immediately put the second one. There are clients you tattoo today, come back 2, 3, 4 years later.
Interesting.
So it depends.
And majority of your clients, do they come having an idea of exactly what they want, or do they come and they're like, let's flip through that book, I want this one?
I'd say for bookings, most of the clients that book an appointment for that tattoo, 90% of the time have ideas or concepts in mind. Walk-in clients are, not to criticize anyone, but are mostly the worst. They have no idea. They just walk into the shop and I want a tattoo.
You decide.
Yeah, you as an artist pick for me.
Yeah. And so why, when you ask them like, oh, why do you want a tattoo? What's the answer that they give?
Depends.
Probably it's because of peer pressure. They want to look cool.
Yeah.
There's that factor. You saw Lil Wayne with a tattoo. So now you want to get one.
So let's go back to that. How do you respond to someone who is clearly there because of peer pressure?
It's basic. You just ask them, are you going to be comfortable with this tattoo forever? This is
just
a permanent
affirmation.
mark. Just affirmation. Are you sure this is what you want? Do you know what this means? Are your parents comfortable with this? Are you going to work in a corporate office? Are you going to employ yourself? There's so many factors to consider. So yeah. But if they insist on it and they have their ID, we also pay rent. So yeah.
So interesting. And do you ever feel uncomfortable or uncertain about that? Do you ever struggle with that at all, or are you, once someone says yes and they're an adult, you're like, okay?
I used to, but you talk to the client first.
Yeah.
You try and advise them.
Yeah.
But if they are stubborn and you're there for business,
right.
It doesn't affect me in any way.
Yeah. Your conscience is clear.
I personally at times feel a little bit guilty because you'd see a couple and it's clear between the two of them when one of them is not into it and they're just feeling forced into it.
Gosh.
So you try talking them out of it, but hey, love is love.
It. Yeah. And anyway, if someone's an adult and they're like, no, I want this, if you don't give it to me, I'll go somewhere else.
You do not get to force someone out of something they've decided on.
For themselves. Yeah. That's true. All right, we've got to take a break. Coming up, though, we're going to talk about the dangers of tattoo and also religion and where does that fall. We'll be back in a moment.
To answer, Mary.
Mary has a toothache.
Oh, I see. And who knows why?
Because her tooth is too big.
No, it might be a hole in her tooth called a cavity. That's why I brush twice a day using Colgate.
Imagine this is your tooth and these are food acids cause cavities. Colgate with calcium and fluoride cavities for maximum cavity protection. And now available in a 12-gram sachet fresh breath. Only 15 shillings.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Snakebite injuries are very common in Africa, and despite this, access to antivenom is still very low.
When it comes to directing, I never really decided like, hey, I want to be a director one day. What actually happened was I was getting a bit tired with the work that I was doing because it all looked quite repetitive.
Palm oil is the lifeblood of cooking in Nigeria. The country is a leading same, but imports a huge amount of the product every year. Let's find out why.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation and technological development. Apply now for our January, May and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Sasa mwanaume akipigionga na mpango wa kando, sijui utoto inatokanga wapi. Alikuwa ametulia vizuri, simu inapigwa naitoa. Unasikia? Recho. Halo Recho. Kata nikupigie.
Umeweka alarm ya saa 11 5 in the morning, unatoka job 5, unalala saa 5 usiku. Are we 5 in this relationship?
There is Sir Alex Ferguson, Sir Charles Njonjo. Name any other sir that you know.
Hiyo hukusoma. Samosa.
Mom, what if something bad happens to him? Miranda lied to me. She told me that they're not pushing through with that. Oh my gosh!
Senator Del Mundo tried to have you killed, right? That means you know something. And you that man.
That's right. I do have evidence. Please save my daughter, Rowena. I want to talk to Gael.
That guy's working with the man who had you killed.
You don't know anything. Gael's a good guy. He didn't know what his godfather did. Besides, he loves me.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on StarTimes, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at Park Inn by Radisson, and we're about to get into the good, the bad, and the downright ugly when it comes to tattoos and piercings. So tell me, let's talk about religion first and what it says about piercings or tattoos specifically. I think it's in Leviticus that they talk about ye shall not pierce, what was it? You shall not make any cuttings on your body. So when someone comes to you with that quote, and you refer to yourself as a Christian earlier, what's your response to that?
I'm not an expert in the Bible, but why would you only pick one verse in the entire Bible? And there are so many other things you're not supposed to do. You know, people who talk about tattoos negatively base it on the Bible and probably other religions, but I think they're just ugly on the inside.
Who, the people?
Too judgmental, yeah.
Okay.
So you always have to find an excuse. The Bible says this, Leviticus 19:8 says this. So what does it say about you living with your neighbor? So people don't focus on their own issues.
But it doesn't take away from that scripture, but the fact that it does say thou shalt not make any cuttings. I think it's like dedicated to
the way I see it,
yeah.
That time, I said I'm not an expert in the Bible.
Yeah.
But God used to warn Israelites against cutting their skins and putting ash on their wounds while mourning the dead. I'm still not an expert in the Bible. When Jesus died, they cut and tore, right? And then I think everything was changed. There was a new covenant, I think. So I don't think we should be basing our arguments on that. Probably the Jewish people should follow it more. I don't know.
Yeah. Why
I don't
Jewish
understand
people
it.
more?
I think it was written for them that time, right?
I am not too religious, so
I really don't get it about the Bible, so yeah.
Yeah, but what's your response to that? If people then start, I don't know if you are religious or Christian or whatever, but if people, has anyone ever questioned your faith based off of your tattoos?
Yeah.
And
for me, basically, yes.
And are you spiritual? Are you religious?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you respond?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay. You're not Christian, but you are religious.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because of the tattoos, I guess. I have like a darker side and there's the light side of my tattoos because I have Frankenstein. For me, that's my tattoo. So you can come and judge it and say, oh, you have a zombie on your back, so you know you're like not Christian enough because you have to put like Jesus across. But for me personally, I chose to go on the darker side because you can be religious but you sin. Like you
having a tattoo is not sinning.
It's not sinning, you can say that, yeah.
Okay. Mwangi, anything to add?
For me, I'm personally not too religious. I do believe in a higher being, higher power, and I get most of the criticism because as well I used to be a little bit gothic, but again I have Virgin Mary. There are symbolisms to it for me.
Yeah.
So I do get annoyed when people tend to criticize my beliefs, but I am who I am and I accept myself for who I am. So
yeah, I mean, I think sometimes it's hard to, like you were saying, to pick up one scripture and then use that, and often the people who do aren't exactly living by the exact word, and so that could be a little confusing. But there are, people who argue that it really isn't a Christian, or it's a sin. It's not a religious. But there's also arguments that scripture was taken out of context.
Probably.
Yeah, and I think essentially, if you're able to sleep at night and you're comfortable with your decisions and you're an adult,
I agree.
Yeah. Plus, you can get a tattoo, then later on you get saved.
And
so does that mean you'll not go to heaven?
Excuse me.
You can't go to church now because
you have a tattoo.
I mean, the church I used to go to, people would come up with like piercings, tattoos, and it was a judgment-free space, and that's what I loved dearly about that space. Okay, so let's talk about some of the health risks to tattoos. Some studies have shown that there some metal nanoparticles that get into your bloodstream, and it might affect you later down the line, especially if you have many tattoos on you. What are your thoughts on that, Bernard?
But we use inks nowadays made from tropical plants. Back in the days, they used more like organic ink. Back in the day, they used to guess ink. So nowadays you have to get the best ink properly made for tattooing. I agree, some ink particles go into the blood plasma as you get the tattoo, but it also gets sieved through your immune system. The immune system.
Okay, but that's for the ink. Yeah. What about the metal from the I imagine when they say metal particles, they're talking about like
the actual needle?
Yeah, the needle.
No, that doesn't go really into your
So it's the metal
system.
Within the ink? Or is that
within the ink. Back in the day, they had this ink with zinc particles.
Yeah. Okay.
So nowadays, we don't use that anymore.
Interesting.
It's really mostly plant-based, organic ink.
Do all parlors do that, or do you think it's only the ones who've done their research and?
In Nairobi, in Kenya, there's some, not to downgrade anyone's art, there's some little bit shady tattoo parlors, so I wouldn't go saying all the tattoo parlors follow specific rules.
So what kind of question, how does one know then, as a client who isn't privy to this kind of information or studies, which, although I think you should do your research first, but what are some of the questions that one should ask? Should I be asking?
The best thing to check is the hygiene of the shop.
And how do you do that? You just look around or do you swab something to put in a test?
Not really. You check for an autoclave machine that sterilizes everything in a shop.
Okay.
So if a shop has that, check if the equipment is always new, if the needles are new, check the expiry date. All that. I think that is all you need. Tips, needles, and an autoclave machine.
Right. All right. Strange side effects of tattoos. What are some of the ones that you've come across from your clients? Maybe allergic reactions or something. Have you encountered anything?
Yeah, along the years, yes.
Okay, can you give me an example?
So now if you're super allergic to metal sometimes, and you form keloids, there's a high chance if you're a tattoo or piercing, your skin is going to swell permanently.
So it completely disfigures the tattoo because your skin, like keloids, it really
keloids, So we always ask our clients if they are hemophilic, they have hepatitis, diabetes. If you have diabetes, you won't take longer to heal. And then it's also related to high and low blood pressure, So we don't work on clients who have severe diabetes, if you know what I mean.
Even HIV.
Sorry?
No, we don't discriminate HIV, we just ask.
We just ask.
Just
so that we can be cautious.
Okay. In your years of working as a tattoo artist, have you ever made a mistake and thought, whew? Did you say John or Jack? Which name did you have? Is there any room for making mistakes in your line of work? Whether it's like in the art form or even in the piercing of the skin?
As a beginner, I've been tattooing for close to 8 or 9 years.
Okay.
As a beginner, you do make a little bit of mistake here and there, but as an artist, it's up to you to fix it without the actual client
noticing.
What does that mean?
We've had so many shaky lines, and the client will
you have
fix it.
That's where being an artist.
And does it still look like the tattoo that they went in to get, or are you trying to convince them it's a dove? You can't see it's a dove, and they're like, this is
as an
not.
artist,
This is like
you should be able to fix
That's
the little mistakes you are able to make.
The shaky lines.
We do not make major mistakes.
I
wouldn't respell your name or any of that.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
But as a beginner, you do once in a while you do make a little bit mistakes here and there.
Okay. So we went and asked some of you guys what you think about tattoos. Would you get one? And if you do have a tattoo, is there any significance to it? So take a look at what some of you had to say.
No, I don't have a tattoo.
No, I don't have a tattoo.
No, I don't have tattoo. But actually with me I have tattoo and ear piercing. I think those are just, I think they are devil things.
Tattoos generally, they have different meaning. So many people today in the society, they draw tattoo, but without knowing any meaningful of it.
Even in the Bible has been narrated that usichore mwili ama usitoboe mali yote ya mwili.
So to me, tattoo, I drew it to remember how I lost my dad, only for that.
My mom will just literally kill me, so I just can't do that.
I feel like sometimes I get haunted because when mama sees it when I'm always from taking showers, it's like, do you want to delete that from your body because it makes her perceives me in a negative way.
I don't have a tattoo because I literally don't love tattoos, and I can't put on a tattoo. Yeah, I just can't.
So many youths today, we tend to do so many things because someone has it. Actually, to me, like a student in the campus, so many students usually go for tattoos because another individual has it, but they don't know the meanings.
All right, interesting responses. Now, before we go on break, I want to know conditions that would bar someone from getting a tattoo, where you would say, no, 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 you can't get a tattoo.
Age.
Age is the most important.
Okay.
For me, I wouldn't do anything satanically based art, just on my own personal
beliefs.
Whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
But mostly age.
Yeah, age. Yeah. And are there any conditions in which you are like, it's not safe for you to get a tattoo?
Yeah, probably if you're anemic, hemophilic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So they
if
would.
There's no point of getting a piercing or a tattoo.
All right. Okay. Well, we've got to take a break. We'll be back in a moment.
Ngeni, pole, imejaa.
Nini? Tunakujua kwa nini wazee wetu wanapotelea kwako.
Ndio tulikuwa tunataka kujua siri yako.
Siri ndio hiyo. Introducing the new salad oil with a spark for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
Salad. Siri ndio hiyo.
For children, all leukemia is highly curable because children are still growing, so the cells regenerate faster. So Zuri is very light skinned, but then she grew really, really pale. But then she began exhibiting very specific symptoms that are now linked to early onset of cancer. You know, as a dad, you grow up knowing you can do anything for your child, but after diagnosis takes that away from you in a second. It's difficult to really explain it. Like, all you can do is just cry.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Litabidi weke gengeton ndani. Litakuwa Mangeus, Manguna na Morio wasishikwe na manjegeo tandukulu tena.
Nipatie kitambulisho na huduma namba.
Sivira nijebe hobera nyere nikakununulie hata 10.
Nitoe ID namba ya msasi, nitoe huduma namba, alafu na pride group. Uone kama ataharibu hii project.
Hapana, nataka sahi. Nakuona sahi umeshakuwa madhakaro ina small sachet.
Sahi hainihusu na mimi huko nje ndio nang'ang'ana kukutetea kwa watu kama mimi ni bibi yako.
Aishi vile hii nyota kama ni utiaji, uone mmekuja sana.
The Federation of Kenya Employers (FKE) invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Air and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
I am Joseph Mungai Gikonyo, the proprietor of Garam Investments Auctioneers. I came to the Daily Nation because it was then, as it is still now, the newspaper with largest readership in the country. I didn't have to think twice about it. The Daily Nation is the cream of the crop. And I have seen tremendous growth in my business via the use of the Daily Nation.
Our leadership isn't challenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
Welcome back, everybody. Wow, we've talked a lot about tattoos, but now I want us to jump into piercings. I can see on you, Mudhani, you've got like some interesting piercings. It's not just studs. It's,
no.
Yeah. What would you call that?
This is a gauge.
A gauge.
Industrial.
Industrial
piercing.
Industrial piercing and a gauge. So can you, what's your experience with that, is that also growing in popularity?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, I can say peer pressure.
Is that again why you got peer pressure?
Yeah. I saw my fave artist. He's called Mitch Luca, R.I.P. He looked dope, so yeah. Plus my grandma had those.
Do you have them on both sides? Can I see the? Oh yeah, you do have them on both sides, except for the industrial rod, which is on just one. So, actually, going back to the conversation of peer pressure, have you ever regretted then because of it? And no.
I don't think so. I think piercings look cool, depending on the size of the gauge you want to use.
Okay, yeah,
and the desired effect. I think she looks cooler in them. So
interesting. Yeah. You did say your grandma had it.
Yeah.
My grandmother had it too. Her earlobe was like down here. Yeah.
I kind of expanded it a bit. Then my mom was like, "No, you look dope with the small ones."
Oh,
so
really?
Like,
interesting that she's supportive.
Yeah.
So and also interesting that when someone sees you like that, they're like, look at that rowdy lady. No thank. And yet like she's crazy. But yet our grandmothers, it was absolutely normal to get piercings. Yeah. So where are some of the places that someone can get these piercings that you've seen or you've had done on people? You've done on people.
There's tongue piercing.
Okay.
There's labrets.
Labrets.
Labrets. Yeah.
Okay, we have so many forms of piercing.
Yeah.
We do all of them.
Yeah.
What is? I don't know what labrets is though.
Yeah, this one's.
Oh, here.
We do.
Some people call them Madonna.
Madonna.
Okay.
And those other.
And what about the cheek? Yeah, and those other. What are those others? And the cheek one. Is there a place, the dimples, where someone puts a piercing and you see through into their mouths?
That's like an extra.
That's body modification.
Yes. Is that healthy?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Once it heals.
There are different types of body modifications. For this one, yes, it is healthy, but it needs time to breathe, to heal.
What does that even mean? I almost feel like I can't talk. I just want to like protect my mouth in case someone pierces me. But like, I mean,
it's just an extra hole in your
mouth. What does that even mean? It's just in your mouth. No, and sometimes too, but aren't there germs and things that fly into your, because you can't fully close your mouth?
For the dimples, we usually have different earrings. So for that one, with the hole, it was just for fun.
Okay.
But there's a closed one.
Oh, there's a closed one so that there's nothing just going in.
Once you get that piercing, it takes time to heal.
Yeah.
So there's a way you close it until it heals.
Yeah,
so once it's completely healed, you can always change the size. And you will not get a wound.
Your skin is elastic, it stretches. So you have to stretch it as much as you want.
I feel like I've just become a prude now. Like, let's not talk about piercings. Why are we piercing our bodies? What are we even thinking?
Body modification is a little bit extreme because there are people who even split their tongue.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I have like these things put on there.
Yeah, the silicone implants. So that's a body implant.
Yeah, so body modification, is that something that you do as well, or?
For us, not.
There's a simple form, but not the extreme ones like horns.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can get you gauges, but we can't give you horns, split your tongues, color your eyes red. No, we don't do all that.
People do that.
Yes.
Let's stop. I'm actually sweating. I'm panicking. Someone's gonna come at me with like a needle. That's so interesting. And in your experience, when people do that, what motivates that? Because it clearly sets someone apart from the rest, which I think society teaches us you don't want to be different, which I don't agree with. But
Same.
So why? Yeah. So why do you think someone would be compelled to do that, or why did you even you said peer pressure, but like in your experience, why is that?
Then later on, business.
Okay.
You say business, because once somebody sees me with gauges, they'll be like, "Oh, that's dope. Let me get this." Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a makeup artist putting on makeup. You're displaying your own art. Okay.
Plus, it's a self-expression, I'd say. Yeah.
So I'm thinking, so many people in this world don't live their lives based on how other people think about them. You see, if you wake up in the morning, put on your makeup, change your heels, do all that. Nobody will talk about that. But now once you just have a small piercing, everybody will be talking about it. So if you like dreadlocks, you will have dreadlocks, right? This guy wants this small piercing. So what's the fuss about it?
Right.
Yeah.
So you think it's people who've broken out of that pressure
society,
to conform,
conformity.
to fit,
exactly.
to fit the mold, and they're like, forget the mold. This is me.
This is who I am.
Yeah. So let's talk about some of the misconceptions or stereotypes around people with body piercings or tattoos. What are some of the things that you've heard that you'd like to just be like, this is so false and this is a myth?
Criminals, social misfits, what else? Psychopaths.
Satanic. It depends. With us, we are not too westernized, so they just see it as you trying to be cool. I did not get my tattoos to be cool. I'll put that out there. It's just self-expression. So it's just different forms of judgment. Religious people tend to criticize it, calling it satanic, Illuminati, whatever. Friends say you're just trying to be cool. Parents think you drug addict, criminal.
Trying to rebel.
So, though my mom is supportive, I'll just put it
But he said it. It's always a form of art. You know, if you had like burn marks or somebody stabbed you and you wanted to cover that scar using a tattoo, are you really trying to be a social misfit? Are you a psychopath, or just trying to forget that? If you were to get a butterfly, are you a criminal? You know, some people just get tattoos to enhance their look. People would think that girls get tattoos probably to get better suitors. No, it is not that. People relate it to the traditional way of evolution, I think. If you're super pretty, you'll get a better suitor. So if girls get tattoos, people think they are trying to I don't know how to put it. Probably to attract males, or
But inversely, I've also heard that there's a lot of men who are like put off by that. So I would hope that young girls or guys listening right now would think twice about getting a tattoo to impress a man or to seem more sexy, or I don't know.
I think it depends on where you have the tattoo.
I'd say I'd say be free, be you. Do not get something to impress
somebody.
Yes.
I agree. You can't be because you're trying to impress someone else, because it's permanent.
It's permanent.
But also it's not
permanent, but it's not permanent.
Because there's now ways, technology has evolved to create ways to remove tattoos. Do you offer those services?
Yes.
So tell me about that actually. Okay? Because maybe the people who are like, me, I got a tattoo when I was 19. I put a boy's name or like a dragon, and now they're like, I can't stand it, and I can't wear certain things because I'm always trying to hide it. So what's it like? What's the process of getting a tattoo?
So we use laser to remove tattoo. This is the safest method, but it needs a lot of patience.
And by patient, how long?
Tattoo, you might visit us for more than 9 sessions.
9 sessions over how long?
Sessions are 6 weeks apart.
Whoa, so that's like a year.
That's like a year.
9 sessions, 6 weeks apart.
Our clients a minimum of 4 sessions, just to check on how fast the tattoo can go out. If your tattoo is colored, it takes longer, but if it's only black and grey now, that comes out easily.
How much would that take you back?
Our minimum charge is 3,000 per session for a really small tattoo.
Okay.
So the bigger the design,
the more
we smile.
The more smile.
Per session.
You pay per session.
And is it painful? Because I've heard it's excruciating.
It's actually, I think, 3 or 4 times more painful than getting one done. That's the truth.
That depends on someone's
pain threshold.
Yes.
3 or 4 times more. Yes. You better be sure you want that tattoo.
You want that tattoo,
Because that is So is there something similar for piercings? If I wanted to reverse a piercing, is there something like that?
No. For house the gauges, that's purely a medical procedure. You have to get it stitched.
So if you took those out, the only way to close your earlobe is to get it stitched. Yeah.
For the rest, you just remove it.
Just remove the studs.
Yeah. Are there health to getting piercings? We've talked about tattoos, but
the keloids too. Yeah, keloids.
Okay.
And hygiene, aftercare hygiene.
Aftercare hygiene.
Because similar with tattoos, you just have to be really consistent and hygienic with your aftercare.
For piercings, do you have an age cutoff as well?
Not really.
Not really, but I always recommend 18.
18.
Okay.
Yeah.
18 even if it's a
just normal.
No.
It's okay.
We can't go to jail for that.
Because even
you can't go to jail for that. So normal is anywhere here on your ear.
Minus like the industrial one.
Industrial one.
Yeah.
Okay, but if I just wanted that, you don't even a 16-year-old
can get that.
Okay.
But we
and
can
hope to.
Yeah, you can get a tongue piercing if you're under 18.
Okay.
Belly. And the rest.
I'm curious if you've ever had a parent show up at your tattoo parlor asking
why.
Yes.
Oh, really?
So many times, but luckily
it
was not us.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's never you?
You just question the kid, and then he tells you
there's a tattoo shop in Nairobi, this guy, then they just walk into a random tattoo shop.
So it's not your tattoo.
But
why is that kid sending them to you guys's?
You know, we have consent forms at our place. You have to be 18, sign, read, or go through all that. So if a kid comes to our place and claim that probably one of us did that, I think we just laugh it off. So we take them to a separate room, ask, probably interrogate them a bit. We find out who really did this. It's always someone just around us.
So in your tattoo parlor or somewhere near. So it's not.
Us.
Sure, it's not.
We do ID.
ID card, and plus like with every tattoo we do, we post on social media. So even if I did your tattoo, there would be proof of the actual tattoo.
So it's the kids just trying to be like
probably a photocopy of your ID.
It's just a kid trying to not be in trouble with a parent.
Probably not be a snitch.
Yeah, it's because right now you can't know who's under 18, so you have to ask for the ID.
Because kids these days are looking so mature so quickly. All right, so my last question would be around whether tattoos can have a negative or positive impact on your career. That's a big part of why certain people either don't get tattoos or have them concealed because they're aware of that. Do you think that they could negatively or maybe even positively impact your career trajectory?
I'd say depending on the employment industry you're in, a very high percentage of the time it's more or less slightly negative, hence people tend to put them in a little bit hidden spots. But entertainment industry, catering, food, the more open environment kind of employment opportunity, it's a positive thing because it's a self-expression.
So in the arts,
in the arts side, that's you can't be a lawyer and have a face tattoo. You cannot be a politician. Politicians do have them. They just have them in concealed
Have you had a
places.
politician come in and get a tattoo?
Personally, no, but I do know of someone.
I mean, not to say the names, of course, but I was just curious to know if you've had politicians.
I personally, all my tattoos, as long as I'm dressed, whatever this is, casually, they are visible. If I do, wouldn't tell I have any tattoos as well. So you just focus on your employment category and work with that.
Okay. And any additions to that thought about whether it affects your career?
Most airlines do not check, what do you call them? Hostess.
Pilots.
With tattoos. So probably if you're into the hospitality industry and that's your path, don't do that. If at all utafanya kazi kwa front office, don't do it.
Do not.
inachoma picha, si ndio?
Yeah.
The image front office.
Front
When
office.
you're receiving clients,
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't make.
Yeah. Do you think there'll ever be a time where it doesn't matter that you could be a politician and if you roll up your sleeve, there's a tattoo?
Like Sonko,
I'd say,
he can get a
Trudeau.
tattoo if he wants to.
The Canadian, is it Canadian? The Canadian Prime Minister has tattoos. They don't there are very prominent people with tattoos.
Yeah, but do you think the world will ever get to a point where it
is
does?
getting to a
long
point.
time.
Yeah,
But we will get there.
Yeah.
It is getting there.
I mean, if I think about even dreadlocks, I know someone very close to me who said that they felt they had to work twice as hard because they had dreadlocks and they didn't ever want for it to be a question because it's automatic to be like, this guy doesn't really take himself seriously. And that, I think there's still major misconceptions around and stigma around people with dreadlocks.
I don't think so.
I think in
as
some
long
spaces,
as you make them neat.
I think in some spaces, especially and especially with
Corporate
men,
world.
it's like
But of the piercing, you can do it.
The older generation will not be here forever.
Yeah.
Once they are gone.
You're dying. What are we talking about? They're gonna die soon.
Either way, I'm proud to wear my hat.
Older generation. No, but there's young people also who still feel very strongly about it. During one of the breaks, if we're being honest, we did ask like the crew, does anyone have tattoos? And they were like, no, we don't.
No, we don't.
And no, we don't believe in tattoos. And we're age mates. So I think there's still going to be people who, yeah, it's like us versus them. But there's going to be people who feel very strongly about it. So any last words when it comes to tattoos? Any advice you'd give to people thinking of getting a tattoo? And not, I mean, really, serious, thoughtful words.
I don't have any deep insights to it.
Yeah.
I just say be positive about what you want. Be sure about what you want. Make sure it's something you're comfortable with. Parents would be somewhat comfortable with, because not every parent would be. And it's something that will not impact your life in any negative light. Other than that, be you, be free. I'm proud of the art I have. I'm proud of wearing my art. So be you, be free.
Think it through. It's not a must. It does not feed you. But if you really feel like you should get one, do it. Your life never stops if you don't have a piercing or a tattoo. So it's something you need to think through. It's also a permanent mark, and it may affect your future, your career one day.
Yeah, that's a good way to end it. Think it through. It's not a must. And I think, you all said it earlier and you all agreed that social media and the media itself has really glorified
it.
The idea of tattoos as something that is sexy and about power and some kind of dominance, and all that can seem very attractive, but take your time. Like there's no rush, there's no dare, there's no peers that should make you.
Peer pressure is a very negative impact.
Yeah. So just take your time. I love that. That's a great way to end it. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your experiences and expertise. And thanks so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow 8 a.m. sharp. But for now, have a great rest of the day. Bye from us and from Parkin by Radisson. Beautiful 11th floor. By the way, if you have nothing this evening to do, this is a great place for a 5 o'clock chill out session. Beautiful view of the city too. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Top Sport ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football. It's crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy, but I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo, karibu. Sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
Mom, what if something bad happens to him? Miranda lied to me. She told me that they're not pushing through with that. Oh my gosh!
Senator Del Mundo tried to have you killed, right? That means you know something. And you have evidence against that man.
That's right. I do have evidence. Please save my daughter, Rowena. I want to talk to Gael.
That guy's working with the man who had you killed.
You don't know anything. Gael's a good guy. He didn't know what his godfather did. Besides, he loves me.
Jinunulie nakala yako ya gazeti la Taifa Leo kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. Kwa kufanya hivyo, utanufaika pakubwa kwa maswali ya mitihani ya marudio kwa masomo yote yanayotahiniwa shuleni. Soma gazeti lako la Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo, gazeti langu, lugha yangu.
Snakebite injuries are very common in Africa, and despite this, access to antivenom is still very low.
When it comes to directing, I never really decided like, hey, I want to be a director one day. What actually happened was I was getting a bit tired with the work that I was doing because it all looks quite repetitive.
Palm oil is the lifeblood of cooking in Nigeria. The country is a leading producer of same, but imports a huge amount of the product every year. Let's find out why.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Here's your story, let's begin. The water's fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. Welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, shine brighter than the stars. You could have all you ever wanted, shoot the moon and reach for Mars. You know you could. Larger, larger than, bigger, bigger than, living hopes and dreams. Every boy and girl, higher, higher than, brighter, brighter than, all you wanted and you know. You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, shine brighter than the stars. You could have all you ever wanted, shoot the moon and Mars. You know you could.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on Star Times, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
This is NTV.
A very good morning to you. It is another Wednesday where we get to talk about everything business. And today specifically we'll be talking about the youth unemployment problem and why we can't seem to get the numbers right. But before we get into that discussion, let's talk about a few of the stories that are making headlines this morning. And from the battle to save a magistrate, from the shackles of graft to another battle of a physical kind, an all-out brawl that played out on the floor of the Kisumu County Assembly after opposing camps clashed during a motion to oust Speaker Onyango Oloo, who's facing graft allegations. Members did not hold back as the hallowed debate chambers quickly became the theater of anarchy as each brought out their worst side in a scuffle that left some of the assembly orderlies injured. Here's Ouko Kusa with a full story on that drama.
Like a scene taken out of an action Hollywood thriller, so was the House of the Honorable Members. The trigger of the fisticuffs, a motion to kick out the embattled Speaker Onyango Oloo and replace him with the North Kisumu Ward Representative Elisha Oraro. Deputy Speaker Roy Samu, an ally of Oloo, sparked off the violent fracas when he attempted to adjourn the House.
The House stands adjourned till Thursday 2015. The House stands adjourned till Thursday on 12/2015. Thank you.
MCS loyal to Oloo, who is facing a 17 million shillings graft case, were clearly outnumbered, forcing assembly orderlies to come to their aid. A big mistake. The clerk of the assembly, Linet Ochieng, was forced to flee as chaos erupted. While the skirmishes were going on inside the house, outside, unruly youth danced and chanted anti-Oloo slogans. The clash came hours after two meetings called by ODM Kisumu County Coordinating Committee resolved that Oloo steps aside immediately as he fights his graft battles in court. The ODM team chaired by Professor Ayecho Olueny met 13 nominated MCAs at a local hotel before holding another meeting with the party's 44 elected MCAs to plan the ouster.
Party ni ODM, lazima wafanye nini? Heshimu na ifuate vile party anataka. Sisi tunataka Oraro ili kazi ziendelee. If you imagine, hakuna kazi inaendelea katika mji wa Kisumu County.
Vacate the office, pave way for investigation to be carried out.
Angry youths later broke the locks to Oloo's official office and installed the new acting speaker. Ouko Kusa, NTV, Kisumu.
More drama is still expected in Kisumu today because the same embattled County Assembly Speaker Onyango Oloo is expected to arrive in Kisumu today, and his supporters are already gathering at the Kisumu airport waiting for him to arrive. And it is said that they are going to hold a procession into the city center and then proceed all the way to the County Assembly and force him to stay in office. We now join Ouko Kusa with an update from that story in Kisumu. Ouko?
Yes, Zainab, as you've mentioned there, those are the rumors that we've heard this morning that the supporters of the embattled Speaker Onyango Oloo are planning actually to receive him here at the airport. We are made to understand that the plane carrying him should be landing at around 10. That is the Kenya Airways plane expected to land here at around 10. So we've seen quite a handful of people gather here so far, but we have witnessed heavy police presence here. Just a while ago, a Land Cruiser carrying quite a number of anti-riot police officers arrived here and drove straight through into the terminals. not really the terminus, but the runway on the other side of the terminus. And of course, earlier on we also witnessed some senior police officers too arriving here. So we really don't. We are yet to confirm if this informations we've gotten are really true. But that is what we have so far. We are not taking chances. Remember, yesterday those fracas at the assembly were not really expected to turn out the way they did. Of course, there were some indications in the morning that the county assembly members had planned to install one of their own as the acting speaker, but the violence that was later witnessed in the house is something that a lot of people didn't actually envisage. But then that is it. So we are actually not really taking chances with the information we have today that the supporters of the embattled speaker are planning to actually stage some procession from here all the way to the CBD. It's more of like a showdown, just trying to the speaker just trying to send a message out there that is still in form, that is still he has that grip still of the assembly, as much as the county assembly yesterday decided to elect a new acting speaker to act on his behalf. Remember, there's a lot of accusations that have been leveled against Olo as far as the operations at the assembly are concerned. They are talking of, they are accusing him of working in cahoot with a section of the county assembly members to frustrate Governor Anyang' Nyong'o's government by shutting down some of the bills or frustrating some of the bills that are sort of in line with the Governor Anyang' Nyong'o's manifesto. They're talking about a roads and maintenance bill, a health bill, some crops bill, and of course we all know that the budget estimates for Kisumu County are yet to fully be passed, because earlier on, after the executive had presented the budget estimates to the county assembly sort of shut it down. They trimmed it, and of course made some adjustments there that the executive was not very comfortable with, and therefore occasioning a stalemate as far as that budget of 2019-2020 is concerned. And therefore, yesterday when the newly elected acting speaker made his remarks to members of the media, he actually said that his first priority will be to ensure that those budget estimates are actually worked on and then passed on so that they can be implemented. So those are some of the issues that are stemming up from what has happened so far. Remember, Olo is out on a bond after he was arraigned the other day on Monday following the graft at Lake Basin Development Authority. Is being accused of embezzling some 17 million shillings. So that case is already on, and the people who want him or who planned this ouster are saying that he should actually step aside now that he's a public office holder and is being mentioned in graft, that he should step aside until his name is cleared. So we expect more drama today, as you mentioned there, and we'll be here just to bring our viewers to see exactly what's going to happen as the day unfolds. Zainab.
Thank you very much, Oko Kusta there in Kisumu. Yes, we will be following that story all through the day to see how it unfolds, and if the drama witnessed in the county assembly yesterday will be repeated today. But moving on, in the constituency of Kibra, the deck is seemingly stacked against the ruling Jubilee party in the Kibra by-election after its bet on its candidate, footballer McDonald Mariga, fell through. Mariga was disqualified from the race as his name did not appear in the voters' register. All bets are, however, not off for Jubilee, that now says it will seek legal redress. Brenda Wanga with that report.
Is a registered voter because it is one of the requirements, which according to me and according to the records in our register, he is not in that list.
And they correct you.
McDonald Mariga's dreams of making a grand entry into competitive politics crashing before takeoff. He failed to clear the last hurdle that would have seen his name on the ballot paper for the Kibera November 7th by-election. A search in the IEBC's voter register failed to turn up Mariga's voters' details. He insists that he is a registered voter and produced an acknowledgement slip from the IEBC to prove his point. This, however, did not cut it with the requirements that a candidate must be in the voter's roll.
I will still make it clear that Mariga is over 18 years. He has a national ID, and he has made application to the IEBC as to be a registered voter. And because of the administrative issues with the IEBC, Mariga is almost being denied his constitutional rights.
No individual, group of individual, or body has the power to take away a single right owned by Kenyans. And the right we are speaking to is the right to vote and the right to be voted for.
The invalidation of his bid for now at least leaves the Jubilee Party in limbo. Today was the deadline for political parties to have their candidates cleared by the elections body. His party, however, insists that it will appeal the decision.
It's sad because I'm a registered voter and they can't find me in the register. So I think, as Mheshimiwa said, we wait for the verdict.
Questions about Mariga's eligibility to vie in the Kibera by-election had emerged even before he made his way to the Kibera IEBC's offices for clearance. But the Jubilee Party had expressed confidence that he would over the registration pitfalls.
There are rules governing those who contest. You don't have to be registered as a voter in the specific constituency where you're going to vie.
While it is back to the drawing board for Jubilee, other parties who presented their candidates, including ODM, NCDP, Ford Kenya, amongst others, got the green light to participate in the polls. A total of 30 interested candidates had shown up for clearance from yesterday. 23 were cleared to contest, 16 of them from registered parties and 7 as independent candidates. 7 of the 30 were turned away. Jubilee maintains that it will carry on with its campaigns for Mariga as it seeks legal redress to try and get his name on the ballot paper. Brenda Wanga, NTV.
Moving on to the county of Mombasa, and residents of Chuda Mwisho have been asked to stay indoors as police conduct a security operation in that area. And we understand that already one person has been arrested while another was shot and injured. And now Kevin Mutai is on standby in Mombasa and gives us an update. Kevin, what happened this morning?
Well, at around 6 a.m. this morning, residents of Chuda Mwisho area in Mombasa County are giving us information that police officers they believe to be from a special unit that is an elite squad, Reke, and dispatched from Nairobi arrived at that particular area and ordered all the residents to remain indoor as they conducted their operation. We still do not know who these criminal elements are, but according to sources that we were talking to in the police department here in Mombasa, they are telling us that they are still following up on the list and they will be confirming to us who these people were. But according to them, they're saying that they were on the police radar for a while, and I understand actually they were 2 in number, and one of them actually managed to escape, and the other one was shot and injured in the leg, and as well as the police officers had to conduct first aid on him before taking away with him. They were told that he is currently being detained at a location that it has not been disclosed, but of course interrogations are going on. But according to some sources that we spoke to, again, they are also giving us fears that indications that this could be a terror suspect and has been on a police radar for a while. But of course, there's still that shock and this belief in that particular area of Mombasa, Chuda, that is Chuda Mwisho in Mombasa, because residents are still in shock. Some of them were waking up this morning to start running their errands, to go to their hustles of the day, but only they wondered when they woke up, they just found heavily armed police officers in that matter outside their doors, ordering them to stay indoors as they conducted the operation that lasted for almost 1 hour. We spoke to some of the residents within the area and just listening to what one of them had to say concerning the matter.
Mimi baada ya maskari kuondoka, nimeenda moja kwa moja mpaka kwa ile nyumba ambayo incident imetokezea, na nilipojaribu kuuliza wamama wawili, wale wamenambia kwamba hawezi kuongea chochote na hawajui chochote. Kama mtu ameuawa hajui, kama mtu amepigwa risasi lakini yuko hai hajui. Kwa hivyo hakuna chochote ambacho wale wahusika mama ambao nimeona pale ndani wamenielezea. Wamenambia kwamba hao hawajui kama ameuawa ama amepigwa risasi ama yuko hai. Kwa hivyo hapo siwezi kuelezea kama huyo mtu yuko hai ama yuko sawa.
What we can confirm, Zainab, is that the suspect did not die. He only sustained a gunshot wound, but was administered. The first aid was administered on the ground before the officers from the special elite squad unit sped off with him in their Land Cruiser vehicle. The officers were told that they had at least 3 vehicles at the scene, and it's an operation that I said took almost 1 hour before they completed the entire operation. But as we are speaking right now, the entire top security officials in Mombasa County are currently in a meeting, and most of them are telling, the sources that we're speaking to are telling us they're discussing this issue because there are so many things that have been happening here in the Mombasa County. Remember, there's also the issue of drugs, and of course, recently the attack that occurred in, another incident that occurred in Kwale, that officers raised an alarm that there was a terrorist suspect who was neutralized in that region. This could also be an indication that the police are still continuing with the manhunt in order to do away, or rather to deal with the criminal elements living in within the society. But we will still be gathering more information concerning this morning's incident. Of course, the residents are not talking about this because they are still in fear. Nobody is willing to give us more information, but of course we still have sources within the police unit whom we believe will be able to shed more light on what transpired this morning. Back to you, Zainab.
Thank you very much, Kevin Mutai. We do hope that you'll still be following into that story to find out what exactly the police officers were looking for. But moving on, one person was killed in yet another flare-up of violence in Turbi area of Marsabit County. The latest incident happened near the Turbi Nomadic Girls School, and just a day after police and local leaders visited the area and assured residents of their security. Tension now simmers in an area still reeling from last week's attack. Police reinforcement had been sent to the area to prevent further loss of life. Employees of the National Authority for Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, NACADA, are being investigated for forging academic papers in order to secure promotions at the agency. NACADA is yet to respond to inquiries by NTV, but confirmed it is looking into allegations that some of the senior officials holders had questionable academic credentials.
The government agency charged with fighting alcohol and drug abuse now finds itself caught up in a fight against another bad habit. The Human Resource Department of NACADA is now investigating claims that some of its staff cheated on their academic credentials. According to an internal memo seen by NTV, 15 NACADA staff were asked to appear before the Chief Executive Officer on the 26th of August to discuss the recommendations by statutory bodies charged with verifying academic or professional qualifications that called into question their academic credentials and certificates. Sources tell NTV that some individuals had presented certificates from various universities within and outside the country, while others had postgraduate certificates but had not attained undergraduate degrees. These staff, now under scrutiny, had earned promotions in various departments, having presented degree certificates from foreign universities that have now denied they studied there. In 2015, Fazul Mohammed, the executive director of the NGO's Coordination Board, lost his bid to block the implementation of the Ombudsman report regarding his academic qualifications. In 2017, a former candidate for the Suna East parliamentary seat, Patrick Ochieng Odipo, was charged with forging his academic papers and impersonation. If found guilty of falsifying documents, the employees could lose their jobs. Leila Mohammed, NTV.
Well, when we started this conversation, I said today we are talking about the whole conversation of youth unemployment, why the youth can't seem to get jobs, and why the numbers of the young people who are unemployed don't seem to add up. The government has one figure, the private sector has another figure, the World Bank has another figure. We don't really know exactly how many people are unemployed in this country. And now to put this conversation into perspective, I've got a panel here to help us put this conversation into perspective. On my immediate left, we have Naftal Mosioma, who is an engineering graduate. Next to him, we have Ramakrishnan Hariharan, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Generation Kenya. I got that right. Did I get it right? And then next to him, we have Nelfat Gishuru, who is an economics and sociology graduate. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. Welcome to NTV today. Glad you could have time to join us. Now, Naftal, let's start with you. What is your experience as a young person trying to seek employment in this economy?
Well, in perspective, the current environment for employment...
Please raise your voice a little bit.
Sorry? In perspective, I was saying the current environment to seek a job after graduation is so much challenging, considering the fact that right now the economy is saturated with graduates, so there is a competition for in search for jobs and stuff like that.
Are you employed yourself?
Like an employee? Or no, I'm not employed.
No, you're not employed.
No.
How long has it been since you graduated?
I finished school in 2016, but I graduated in 2017.
2017.
Yeah.
So since then you've been unable to find employment?
Yes, employment. Yeah, I have never been employed anywhere.
So what do you do now?
Right now I have a furniture business.
You have a furniture business?
Yeah, I sell furniture.
You sell furniture? You make them yourself, or you just sell them?
We produce and sell furniture. Yeah.
How about you, Nelfat?
I finished university on June 2017, and I started looking for jobs since as early as January 2017. Graduated on December 2017. Since then, I haven't been able to secure a formal employment. It's a bit tough. There's a lot of competition, yet you still have the credentials. When you apply for a job, there are these websites that tell you how many people have applied for that position. You find one position like an internship having over 500 people that have applied. Now, how do you come and narrow down to the right person to get that one opportunity out of 500 people? So it becomes a bit difficult. And then you're told that, yes, you have your papers. Now you need to go back to school again to get other papers. Then you ask yourself, for the 4 years I was in the university, I went there I trusted in the system, the Kenyan education system, that after university I'll be able to secure a job. Now after the university, the struggles that you get after university, now you get to compete with the people that did not finish school. The opportunity, the business opportunity that you have, you now get to compete with them, of which you've been on a higher hierarchy or been an elite. You're not supposed to go and start as kiosk. You're supposed to go and start
You're supposed to be at a place of advantage.
A place of advantage. Yeah.
So what do you do now?
I do a bit of freelancing.
Freelancing?
Yeah.
In what kind of field?
Academic freelancing, research, just to pay the bills and finance my way through school again.
So you've gone back to school?
Yeah, currently I'm doing CPA at Vision Institute Professional. I hustle during the day, then go to school during the evening. Yeah.
Ram, you've had the two gentlemen. What are your thoughts about what they just said?
It's very, very representative of many cases that we hear, of many youths who come to us and who are in clearly similar situations. And this is a very wide problem in Kenya and also mostly in Africa and also in various parts of the world. So, and the problem is also further compounded by the lack of real formal jobs in the Kenyan economy. The formal jobs in the Kenyan economy account for only 20% of the overall jobs, and hence you see that a lot of our youth and also the population in the employable age bracket are doing a lot of freelancing work or in the informal employment space.
How do you think we got here? Did the economy overpromise, or is the problem the education system? How did we get here to the point that we have educated young people but they can't get a job?
Yeah, I think there are many reasons here. also, primarily what needs to happen is that we need to understand whether our education system is giving the employable skills to our youth. Yes, our youth have strong foundations on theory, but then again, how much of this theory are they really putting use in the practical sense in the jobs? And so that's where generation comes in. What we try and do is, on the one hand, we understand that employers are lacking entry-level trained talent. But also on the other hand, we understand that our youth are lacking the necessary job skills that's needed in the employment space. And so we act as that bridge.
You're saying job skills. Usually when they advertise for a job, for instance, they will tell you they are looking for somebody aged between 25 and 30 to apply for this particular job, and they want someone who has 10-year experience.
Correct.
But these are young people who are unable even 1 year experience or 2 months experience because they can't get a job. So where are they supposed to get this 10-year experience that this employers are seeking?
Correct. So I think what we try and do is we actually focus on entry-level roles or occupations where there is zero emphasis on experience. What I mean by skills is not necessarily work experience, but necessarily the skills that are relevant to that particular role in that particular job. So for example,
communication.
For example, one of the spaces that we work is retail and restaurant, where we provide for bartending and waitresses roles. So we fully understand what it takes for somebody to be excelling in that role. Right? What are they supposed to do? What is the cashier expected to do? How is the cashier expected to handle money? How is somebody waiting upon a customer? How do they need to speak? So we go very granular into what are the specific skills that are required. And then what we also do is we skill our youth with the behavioral skills, because today you might have youth who are very good on the technical skills, but then unless you intersperse that with the behavioral skills, the attitude, the communication, the personality that you need to carry into the role, that's what employers are looking for, and that's what Generation tries and does. Yeah.
Naftal, what are some of the things you've had? Have you ever gotten feedback for any of the applications you've made?
Yeah.
What are some of the things they told you?
Yeah, you know, in Nairobi, life is so challenging. Like, you have bills to food, so maybe the amount of money they promise to give you every month, you weigh your bills and maybe your needs, you find it doesn't make sense. So maybe you're in a dilemma: should I or should I not? So you decide, I'd rather stay here, find my way out, than going to work knowing that I'm paid but I cannot foot my bills at all. So for example, I had gone to a certain farm along Mombasa Road for interview, and then, in fact, I had reached a stage of being given a contract to sign. But then they told me I have to go under probation first. Then the probation will be in a duration of 3 months. So in those 3 months, you'll only be getting around 10K a month. Then I went back and I sat with my own self and thought, 10K in 3 months. It needed me to move. Like, I had to relocate from where I stayed back then to somewhere close to that farm. But when I was thinking and weighing my options, I found out that I can just let it go. And one advantage I had is after school I had gotten myself into some hustle. We call it hustle mtaani. So in those 10K a month, sometimes I could brush my shoulders with that money in 1 week. So
your concern with that particular opportunity was the quality of the job they were offering you, the amount of money they were offering you.
Yes.
And how about you, Nell?
Just like Naftali have said, when you graduate at the university, one of us has a dream, and that's a dream to prosper, to live a good life. That was the purpose of going to school. But now with the Kenyan education system, when you get out of the university, you're told not to dream now. Stop dreaming. Keep your paper certificates away. Now you have to hustle like a hustler. That's the term that they use. Now you're told now, accept every opportunity that comes your way. And when you do that, then you later you come to find out it is not every opportunity that is an opportunity. Now you have to scale down, because I once did insurance, and the premium that I used to get, the commission that I was paid on a commission basis, and the commission that I used to get was 4,000 a month. When you compare 4,000 a month, and you have to foot your bills, you have how the Kenyan fares are, and then still you're going back to school. 4,000 per month the amount cannot balance with your needs. And the opportunities, there are some of the opportunities that you get, and there are no difference. There's no difference between calling it out on opportunities, because it is more of modern slavery.
Modern slavery.
Yeah, that's the term that I use. Because at the end of the day, if you can pay me 10K, but the job that you are going to give me much with my skills, or there's an opportunity to grow, I'll stay there and I'll work hard at that position. But now, when there's those opportunities that we don't call them opportunities, now they are modern slavery. There's no opportunity to grow. There's no way that, and the job that you are getting, it doesn't have to necessarily match with your skill, but there's easy that opportunity to grow. There's easy that opportunity to elevate yourself.
You don't feel like you've done something meaningful with yourself.
It is not meaningful. But at the end of the day, there are those opportunities that, yes, everyone, there are good opportunities and there are bad opportunities. That you cannot accept every opportunity that comes your way. But that doesn't mean that you reject every opportunity that comes your way.
Yes.
And somehow it's like the Kenyan system is on a fight against us youths, because when you try to do something, there's a law blocking you. You need to meet these standards. When you go out there, there's another law that's blocking you to meet that standard. So it's becoming, it is like our leaders tell us, you need to be entrepreneur. Then they expect us to be entrepreneur ourselves out of poverty. That doesn't make sense, because we need to be exposed in an environment where we can be able to think and be more creative and see these gaps that are available now. And with the education that you have gotten from the university, we can be able to come up with bigger ideas that can employ more youths. Yeah.
Ram, one of the criticism that has been leveled against the young people as they seek employment is that, one, they're choosy. They would rather chase after a white-collar job as opposed to seeking a job maybe in the informal sector, or trying to seek a job that can add value to the economy, and that they are not as innovative as the economy would want, and that they also seem to have this greed. I want to get to that point right now. I don't want to go through the process that will get me to that point. Do you think that's a valid criticism?
It's a very mixed bag reaction. See, finally, I think we want to be in a world where we have the right to choose what we want. I personally believe in that. And so if our youths are saying that this is what I want to do because this is what I think I'm good at, then clearly there must be a place and a situation which provides for them to expose themselves in the area that they want to. Yes. It takes time. It takes time to build a career. It takes time to build a skill. And skill doesn't mean university degree here. Skill essentially means what it needs for the employer to for the employer to look at you as a person who is willing to be in that job and is a long-term player. Because one of the from an employer point of view, and I'm not taking sides with the employer. Be very clear here. From an employer point of view, what they are looking for in the team that they recruit is, yes, the willingness to do the immediate job or the immediate role, also the willingness to take more responsibilities and hence being flexible. But again, flexibility can be two things, right? On the one hand, I can be flexible to take proactively more responsibilities. But then on the other hand, I also do not want the employer to give me much more than I can realistically handle. So there is a very fine balance here. And so how do we manage these balances? This is where we need to have the employees and the employer and the youth in this case who are getting into jobs to be able to have a conversation, a dialogue.
You heard what Naftali here said. He said one of the greatest challenges is that you are offering them the job, yes, but you're not paying them right.
Correct.
As an employer.
Correct.
He said somebody offered him 10,000 shillings. Nell there said somebody offered him 4,000 shillings per month.
Yeah.
Why do you think the youth feel that you're not paying them enough for the job you want them to do?
Correct, and that's definitely not enough. When you have the minimum wage, which is 14,000, you cannot realistically pay somebody 4,000 in this case, or 10,000. End of the day, you have to take care of yourselves. You have mouths to feed, right? So it's again pushing the employers coming from a place where they need to understand what decent wages mean, what decent living means. Clearly, you and I know that 10,000 is not enough to run a family and a household, especially when I have taken a university degree, especially when I have loans to pay. And so clearly we are, and hence I think the formalization of the employment sector is very, very critical. The more formal the employers are, the more they are willing to engage formally their employees. They want to adhere to the rules, the laws and the regulations that the country has laid for a decent living.
Naftal, the questions asked about the youth is, what is this obsession with white collar jobs? You said you sell furniture now.
Yeah.
Is that something you set out to do, or it's because you failed to secure employment in the formal sector?
Okay. One reason is a function of the other. First, when you join university, you are so ambitious. Like after school, you go out there and change the world. Then in university, in fact, after university, you find that out here, the environment is very different from the perspective you have while in school. So in one hand, it's because of failing to secure a job. And on the other hand, it has turned out to be something I will have to do. So, and then in the long run, you have your freedom of time and maybe freedom of money. I might put it that way. Yeah.
Would you have considered, if you were to go back all over again, would you have considered the informal sector?
Sorry?
Right from the start. A job in the informal sector, something like plumbing, welding, or being a carpenter. Is that something you would have considered right from the start?
There is a way people view these things. They make it to be so casual. But in the real sense, looking at it from a business perspective, you can hold a certain niche and make your killing there. So you can turn out to be a business person, not just a welding person. Like you don't have to do it, but you have to be innovative. Maybe create.
You have the design, but you get someone else to do the welding.
Yeah, you have the designs. Be more innovative and be incorporate the things you said, like integrity, like how you handle your customers, and in the end, you might find out that you will need some people to help you. Like you can't do it on your own if it grows and like that. So really, it's
Are you happy being selling furniture now?
Yeah.
You meet all your needs, okay?
I cannot say I meet them okay, but I think I'm on the right track. And,
you're on the right track.
And you cannot be doing something you hate. That way you are not going anywhere. So there is some pride of, yes, we have this, we are running this, you have some few guys here who help you do it. So like, it's something, it's something. Yeah, you get it.
How many people do you have working for you now? Have you been able to create job opportunities for other young people?
I cannot say working for me, working together.
Working with you?
Yeah. Like right now we are about 4 guys. We were 5, but recently one of them just left. So I have like 4 guys where we work together. One is so good in advertising. Another one is so good in making the stuff. I also do it. I have hands-on. Yeah.
That's good. Nell, how about you? Would you consider a job in the informal sector?
The informal sector, yes, I would. The informal sector is one of the biggest sectors in Kenya right now. There's a lot of opportunities in the informal sector, but now you need to have that knowledge or have that niche on how to tap them. So if would I consider in the informal sector? Yes, I would consider. Yeah.
You said something there, have the knowledge on how to tap into them.
Yeah.
You're saying the youth don't know how to get into the informal sector?
Okay, if you want to get in the informal sector, okay, there's that. Okay, it is easy to enter into the informal sector once you know what you want to do. And now you need to have that knowledge when you get into that informal sector. What you need to have a business plan. Let's say if I want to sell, maybe we call it mtush, second-hand clothes. Maybe I'll start selling them as a hawker. Then after like 2 years, then I find a small store. Then after 3 to 5 years, then I'll be having like 2-3 stores. So will I consider going back to an opportunity in the informal sector? Yes. In fact, I have been analyzing the opportunities in the informal sector because, like, okay, you cannot always rely on the formal sector, and the informal sector, there's a lot of opportunities that you can tap. So it is when I was by the end of the year, I had planned to set up a clothes store. My mom has that knowledge of where to get what. So that was then the end of year plan. If I haven't got a job, yeah.
So your degree is in economics and sociology.
Yeah.
What kind of job would you be looking for with that degree?
Administration, finance, policy making, NGO work, governmental work. Because economics and sociology is a bit wide. It captures or encompasses a lot of jobs. It creates adaptability. For example, with the courses that we did in sociology, I can even work in we did criminology, we did law. There's a lot of things that economics and sociology holds.
Besides that, have you learned any other skill that would be useful for you if you were to be unable to get a job within that industry? For instance, learned how to make something with your hands that you could monetize?
Not yet, but in the university I was very entrepreneurial. I used to go to class and I was running like 3 businesses on the side. So, but after school now you have to leave those businesses because of the distance, you cannot manage them. Now you have to come back in Nairobi and start afresh. Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to school in Nairobi?
I went to school in Laikipia. Now I came back to Nairobi in 2017. Then went back to school at the evening for my CPA. Yeah.
Ram, if you look at how the young people seeking for jobs are structured, they are living where they are and coming to Nairobi.
Yeah.
You had he left Laikipia and came to Nairobi. Yeah. Many other young people are living where they are and coming to Nairobi because of this perception that Nairobi is where the jobs are.
Correct.
But then you see they come to Nairobi and they are unable to get any employment.
Yeah.
What are the opportunities that they are leaving behind that they have perhaps not considered?
Correct. So we face this quite a lot, and also, for example, when you really go down the deep and the interior rural areas, there are not many opportunities beyond agriculture-related occupations because we are an agrarian economy, and so we face that. But however, when you look at the FMCG companies, the solar companies, there are which operate on a distributed sales model, then you really find that you can actually be where you are and you can cover a wider geographical area where you're selling these products. That requires a very high degree of being entrepreneurial, having a knowledge of the market, dirtying your shoes and making your collars brown, coming back to the brown collar perception. So there are jobs out there, but yes, we have to admit that a higher percentage of the jobs exist in Nairobi, both from a service and a manufacturing point of view.
Is there maybe something that the education system could do to give these graduates a higher competitive advantage, since as the years go by, a degree alone is not enough to get your job?
Absolutely. So I think we have to take two or three steps back. So today, for example, when I have a university degree, rightfully so, my expectation, rightfully so, is that I will land up with a job that I want. But that's clearly not the case, as Nell pointed out. It also comes back to what is the university actually doing from preparing me from a job readiness point of view. Yes, they are giving me a degree. I understand economics, I understand sociology, but how does that translate into the skills that I need so that I can actually get the job that I want the day I complete university? And this is where I think the education system has not got it right. They need to get into a mode where they are engaging with employers, where they are engaging with organizations, where they are engaging with the formal and the informal sectors and saying, okay, we are graduating X number of students every year. Tell us what you are looking at. Tell us where the demand is. Tell us how we can engage with our students better so that on day one, they're actually ready for you. And of course, likewise for the employers too. Employers also need to go and say, hey, you know what? You are giving me the student, this youth, but I would like to see these 10 things on day one when they sign off on the offer letter. Is that conversation happening? I don't think so.
I'd like you to hold that thought just a little bit. We need to cross over back to County of Kisumu. We understand that Speaker Onyango Olo has landed and he has made his way to the county assembly, and there's heavy police presence in that city. Oko Kusa is still on standby to give us more, the latest, the pictures there. Oko Kusa, what is happening now?
Well, Zainab, just a clarification, he has actually not landed. The information we have right now is that he has been forced to postpone that trip down here, and to a later date, we are yet to confirm when exactly he'll be coming to Kisumu. So that's the latest we have here, that he has postponed his coming to Kisumu today, as earlier on indicated there, and therefore we are yet to establish when exactly he'll be coming to Kisumu. But what is happening right now is that the members of the county assembly are already in session right here at the county assembly. That session started around 9 a.m. and it's still going on, but of course under tight security. As you can see in the background, police have even erected a roadblock just to sieve the vehicles and people who are actually using this particular road in front of the county assembly of Kisumu. So those are the latest developments that are happening right now as we speak. Remember, yesterday the newly elected acting speaker had promised to fast track some of the bills that have been pending since August of 2018, one of them being the roads and maintenance bill, and the health bill, and of course the crops bill. And again, remember, he had also committed that he'll ensure that the budget estimates for Kisumu County, the 2019-2020 budget estimates, are also passed as required. So those are the latest developments that we have here at the county assembly. As I've mentioned, there are heavy police presence, tight security here. Remember, earlier on we had gotten information that the embattled Speaker Onyango Olo's supporters had intended to bring him here at the county assembly, actually to storm. Those are the words that we got from that information that was passed down to us, that they had intended to storm the county assembly today and maybe just try and re-establish him there as the speaker. So there's a lot of police presence here, as I've mentioned, and of course we'll be here to just find out what happens if in case there are other developments that are going to come up as the days unfold. Back to you, Zainab.
Thank you there for that clarification, Oko, that the county speaker has been forced to move his trip to a later date. But just a quick question there. Do you expect that there'll be drama again in the county assembly today like we saw yesterday?
Well, with the postponement of that trip by the embattled speaker, of course, we don't really expect to see drama today. Remember, yesterday the newly elected acting speaker was voted in by majority of the elected county assembly members, we are talking of 30 members in the House at that time, and we have a total of about 45. So we really don't expect a lot of showdown here today, because that initial intention by the Speaker's supporters to reinstall him, if it has been postponed, then it means that we may not really have a lot of drama happening here today. But because so far what we have witnessed is that there's a lot of calm going on here. And as I've mentioned there, the MCAs are determined to pass some of those bills that have been pending since last year, Zainab.
Thank you, Kusa. We'll catch up with you again later in this broadcast for more updates. Thank you very much. Now, continuing with our discussion here on how the education system may have played a role in the youth unemployment. Nafta, do you think the education you got has failed you?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, like relatively. In the past, in engineering, there was a ratio of 1 lecturer to around 5 students. Right now, it's 1 lecturer to around 40 students. Especially during lab sessions, there was, how do I call it, overcrowding the session, let me put it that way. Like, lab sessions were meant to have you get skills, like hands-on instruments and stuff, and you have limited time. So, like, if you, let's say you have a session tomorrow, and you have to, at the end of the lesson, you have to have had enough information to write a report. Then you have like 2 hours for a class of 40 students. You see there, it will be like an interaction of, let's say, an average of 1 to 2 minutes on every instrument. And then you go write a report just in theory, and that's it. So
you don't think the school gave you enough practical skill to be able to be productive in the job market?
You see, he said when you want to look for an employment, you have to get what the employer seeks for. Like, can you do something? And maybe you only have the theory part, so you don't look like you're very competitive. When it comes to marks, you're very good at it. You can, let's say a system, like a control system, you can analyze it physically. But given an item to operate, maybe it's a frequency drive, you want to get a certain outcome. It gives you a challenge, sort of. So you will need some more time to get exposure, then you can get, you can give the results expected.
What kind of engineer are you?
Electrical.
Electrical engineer?
Yeah.
You're an electrical engineer?
Yeah.
You can therefore fix the electrical...
It's very wide. So we have telecom, we have control, we have instrumentation, but I've done power. So at some point we had to take options. Yeah, I chose power.
How do you think those skills, how are you applying those skills to your current job right now?
You know, in engineering, it's more of technical. And whatever I do, it involves so much technical work. Like, you have to design something, look at it, how proportional it is, then you have to fix it.
Okay. You can't use any of that in the furniture business?
Well, generally, I'm a hands-on person. Yeah, I like fixing anything. Yeah. So I don't think I lack that knowledge in this business right now. Yeah.
Great. I will hold that thought to be. We need to take a short break, but don't go away. NTV Today will be right back with a lot more.
Itabidi weke gengeton ndani. Litakuwa Mangeus, Manguna na Morio wasishikwe na Manjege wakivuta ndukulu tena.
Nipatie kitambulisho na huduma namba.
Sivira nijibebe hobera nyere nikakununulie hata 10.
Nitoe ID namba ya msasi, nitoe huduma namba, alafu na pride group. Uone kama ataharibu hii project.
Hapana, nataka sahi. Na kuona sahi umeshakuwa madhakaro ina small sachet.
Sahi hainihusu na mimi huko nje ndio nangangana kukutetea kwa watu kama mimi ni bibi yako.
Shifira hii yenyewe hata kama ni utiaji, huoni mmekuja sana.
The Federation of Kenya Employers FKE invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Air and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
Here at Toyota Kenya, we believe the best service topped with a high level of professionalism is key to earning our customers' trust. To deliver this experience countrywide to our customers, we need a partner that shows the same level of excellence.
Total Quartz Engine Oil is our chosen partner.
Total Quartz gives us that assurance, and we in turn provide quality service to our customers, giving them value for their money. This is our tradition. This service is available at over 25 service centers across the country.
Delicious International Food and Music Festival, brought to you by Delicious East Africa and Nation Media Group. To sponsor this event, please call us today. The second phase of the InterSwitch Spark competition has just been completed. The qualifying test determined the best 54 students who will proceed to the next round of the InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition to be aired on NTV. Overall, 1,498 students from across the country registered for the competition, with secondary schools in the Rift Valley registering the highest number of students at 372. The competition has reignited the interest in STEM subjects across the country. InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition will award the winner a scholarship worth 1.5 million shillings, a laptop, signage for their school, while the first and second runners-up will get cash and laptops. Who will be crowned winner at the end of it all? Come with us on this exciting ride. Powered by InterSwitch, transaction solutions you can depend on.
For children, all leukemia is highly curable because children are still growing, so their cells regenerate faster. So Zuri is very light skinned, but then she grew really pale. But then she began exhibiting very specific symptoms that are now linked to early onset of cancer. You know, as a dad, you grow up knowing you can do anything for your child, but a cancer diagnosis takes that away from you in a second. It's difficult to really explain it. Like, all you can do is just cry.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Okay, unataka kumaanisha tutashinda hapa the whole day?
Hii gate imeongeza weight.
Hapo ndio ulikuja kutafuta mtoto?
Hapana.
Ndugu yangu hapa Alwale, watu walisema kwamba yeye ni kipofu, ati haoni akitoka NASA. Tangu tumpeza macho, si mumeona?
Mimi nachukua napeleka yote kwa typing kwa kompyuta. Unajua kompyuta?
Mimi najua tu charanga.
Unajua wakale kwa runway wakasema ladies and gentlemen introducing Jepto.
Zainab Wandati, and we are talking about youth and employment. And as we were just having this conversation, a few things have come up about the role that education plays in preparing the young people for education. And Naftal here, who's an engineering graduate, says his education did not help much. How about you, Nell? Did your education help? Do you think your education did you justice?
55% yes, 45% no. Why I say 55% yes, because I'm usually able to think out of the box.
You're usually able to
think out of the box because of the knowledge that I got. I can be able to adapt in any environment, from the sociology that I learned, from the rural sociology that I learned. But now the problems comes when with my, I can say, economics. We did a lot of theory. And at one time in second year, I asked my classmate, we do a lot of theory, but there's no practical about it. You can tell us when you do this and this and this, you'll be able to do this, and then the application, usually at the end of each course, and it was usually like a half a page. You apply this, you apply this. But now I used to question, like, we're going to a lecture room. You're supposed to get that knowledge. But yet we are supposed to, the school was supposed to have a system where whatever you're learning in the economics, we can be able to go to maybe to a bank or a financial institution and apply this theory that you have just learned. We can see how it is used. So that's when I say 55%, my sociology has helped me a lot. Economics a little bit, because you can be able to analyze models. I can be able to do some research based on the knowledge that I got. And most of my lectures did well. Yeah.
How would you have wanted to see the education system changed in order to prepare young people better for the job market? Hands-on
skills. Reduce on the theory and focus more on the technical skills or the hands-on skills. Because I usually ask myself, back in university I was an entrepreneur, but now I'm back home, I'm not able to see the opportunities, because there's some opportunities, but I only learned the theory. So going at it at a practical approach, it is a bit difficult. So now that's why you need to be exposed in a job environment where you can get to see how things work, how things relate, create meaningful connection, network. But now without access to those opportunities, it's somehow you become more of dormant, or I can describe it as that way. Yeah.
Ram, the government keeps talking about the economy growing and how many jobs have been created. And as you look at the numbers, the private sector usually creates more. Actually, the informal sector creates more jobs than the public sector. But then the same economy that the government says is growing is retrenching. Do you think then the young people are actually inspired to seek these jobs if the people they're seeking the jobs from are retrenching?
I think from a very high level, economy will go through its phases of being on an upswing or a downswing. And so we will have to, we are in a generation and at a time where we will have to embrace both employment and retrenchment probably in the same breath. Our fathers worked in their jobs for the last 25, 30 years of their life, and they probably stuck to one job all their life. So that I don't think is a reality anymore, right? So secondly, and again, this again comes back to the perception that we are building amongst our youths as they are going through universities. As Nell pointed out, as he said, that yes, he has done economics and sociology, but then how does that translate into very specific job skills so that he can go and pitch to the employer saying that I have done this, but then these are the 10 things I know I can use to better your bottom line, for example. Now, that is the bridge that we are looking at. Secondly, also, I think the perception that I will land up in a white-collar job just because I have a university degree is also not true. Because we all need to start at the lowest level, whatever degree we might have. And so, again, we need to be very clear. We need to build it in our youths that, hey, you have to be standing long hours waiting on a table before you make it to becoming the cashier or before you make it to becoming the supervisor, where your number of hours are lower, right? Yes. So that's what we try and do. We want to clearly create perceptions which is very, very realistic. So if I'm training somebody to be tending in a restaurant, we actually run a program where they are actually standing in class for 8 hours, because that is exactly what they will be doing at the workplace, right? So the earlier you build what is required in the marketplace, the easier it is for our youth also to embrace what is out there, and also for our employers to see that, hey, he already comes with 20 days of actually standing and getting trained. So hence, he's not going to complain and take sick leave 2 days after joining the job.
Now, one thing that the young people are always told is that if you can't find a job, go and become an entrepreneur. But then the Cabinet Secretary of Youth, Margaret Kobia, does not think that actually everyone can be an entrepreneur. And just these are some of her thoughts.
It is true that the numbers of those youths who are benefiting from affirmative action from government, just as one intervention to provide jobs for the youth. But Amina is not as simple as that. There is that category that can go into business and you can give them loans, but there's a whole huge category that also might not be wired for business. So as a government, actually what we do is like sit and look at the entire spectrum of what is the youth struggling with. Why can't the youth find jobs? And that's why you find the technical vocational education is one intervention. You find others who are going to other different type of skill training so that they can be able to get a job. But let me also say, out of 100% of the youth, we have about 20% who are very clear what they want, and we don't have to struggle with them. The normal curve still plays itself. You find 60 who require a lot of leadership to move forward. And another 20% that there's nothing that can happen to them because they are completely on us.
Professor Margaret Kobia there, speaking from an old edition of the National Leadership Forum, which was just recently held at the Nairobi University. Now, Naftal, what are your thoughts on Waziri's comments?
She's right.
She's right.
Not everyone can incorporate the skills they learned in school, turn them to be entrepreneurial skills. Some are just wired to be working under people. So you cannot just feed them to or force them to do business while they are not business minded. And then there's another lot which has that perspective of I have to be employed, like I have to be working in an office. Yeah, she's right. And as a government, they have to consider every category. Yeah.
How about you, Nell? What do you think of Waziri's comments?
I think she's right. When you expect youths to employ ourselves, not everyone can be an entrepreneur. At the same time, there are those that can be entrepreneurial. There are those that can be innovators. It's just finding the right niche on how to relate to the different groups. Yeah.
Which side do you think you fall yourself?
I think I'll be in between because I know what I want, but now I need to get into the informal sector to see how things are done before coming back to what I want. Yeah.
Okay. And yourself, Naftali, which side do you think you fall?
Life has taught me to be an entrepreneur.
Life has forced you to be an entrepreneur.
Yes, and,
okay.
And I'm liking it.
You're liking it?
Yeah.
So if you were to be offered a job in the formal sector, you'd say no? Absolutely,
I could. I want to develop my career. There is no problem with that, yeah.
Ram, technology. What is the role of technology in this whole youth and unemployment conversation?
Before that, can I just add to
Yes.
Waziri's comments and to my friends here? Yeah, I think I fully agree because in terms of that, not everybody is made to be an entrepreneur or born to be an entrepreneur. It's a very loosely held term, I feel, because we automatically assume that everybody can be an entrepreneur, and as my young friends here very rightly said, that's not the case. Because also to be an entrepreneur, you need to have certain skills. You need to have you need to know what I need to do if I need to raise money. You need to know what I need to do if I need to procure the land records for the factory I am willing to put up, right? So where do you get those skills from? One, you get those skills, a lot of those skills actually come from being employed and then saying, okay, now I have a fair sense of knowing what I want to be and knowing the fact that I can now be on my own. Because then when you're talking to potential funders, when you're talking to potential customers, they already know that you come with the relevant experience for you to run your own business. And hence, I really empathize with a lot of our youth who are forced into entrepreneurship because they don't have jobs.
Yes.
Right? And that should never be the case. So I fully agree with Waziri's comments that we have to provide for jobs for our youth. And there are, and for example, the vulnerable youth that we work with, the 16,000 graduates that we have, the 16,000 youth that we have graduated, they came to us with the clear knowledge that they want a job. And more or less, a lot of time they are vulnerable. They need to provide for families. They need to start earning from day one. So because they have multiple mouths to feed, you can't expect them to go and start a business.
But picking your mind on just the same thought there, government saying we need to create these jobs for the young people. But look at the structure of employment within government itself. How many of those jobs are actually held by young people? Very few.
Yeah.
Most of the government employees are close to retirement age, or their contracts have been extended and extended and extended. Government itself right now, it's now hiring on contract. So do you think really government should be talking about creating job opportunities for the youth when itself it isn't creating job opportunities for the youth?
Yeah, so I think there are multiple drivers to this. The reasons for an entity or an employer not wanting to recruit employees could be manifold. It could be a question of the economy. It could be a question of how well they are doing as an organization. So there are multiple reasons, and hence that possibly determines how they want to engage with their employees, or do they want to engage with others as contractors. So that's one one aspect. But you're right. For example, specific to the Kenya economy, as we said, the informal sector is much larger than the formal sector. One of the programs that we operate is the sewing machine operators program, where we actually directly feed into one of the big four agenda of creating jobs in the apparel industry, where we train our graduates, and by graduates I mean high school and many times primary school graduates, so that they can still be trained and they get a job where they can provide for their family.
Natalie has something to say.
Yeah, contrary to his view about the employment for you to get the entrepreneurial skills, I
disagree with him.
Yeah, I disagree. Because, you know, these things are better said than done. Yes, the government will have a strategy, they will plan. But on the ground, you have bills to foot. You will not wait for the vision of the government to be done or to be implemented. Then, if you really want to do some business, how you interact with the business itself will force you to learn how to interact with the business customers. So you don't really have to go into a certain firm to learn how business is run. And then
you've lost your train of thought there. Okay, we'll come back to you. Hopefully you'll have found your train of thought. But right now we need to go to the county of Murang'a, where our reporter Martin Maura is on standby with some young people there to chip in on this comment. Maura, what are the young people there saying about unemployment?
Thank you so much, Zainab. Yes, as you have rightly said, I'm on the streets of 021, County 021 here in Murang'a. And I just want to engage the youth of Murang'a County just to tell me maybe what do they think is the cause of unemployment. Every year you see thousands of youths being churned from the universities with various degrees. but a majority of them end up tarmacking on these roads for so long before they get what they are supposed to do and what maybe they had undertaken at various colleges and other learning institutions. Just to talk to a few gentlemen here, welcome to NTV, young man, and I want you to tell me, why do you think nowadays the universities are not chucking thousands of students, but many are not getting employed?
Yes, my name is Jackson Mweti. I do study at Muranga, and on the employment issues, many people, like the students, have finished their courses, but when you come on searching the jobs, it is very hard for someone to get a job. You can apply, then the application of you is it stays for a long time without being answered, or even when you finish your course, you find that there are schools, you finish a course, then you find it is not so much marketable. Then on the other side is that you can see employment is leading the youth. They are not getting any the funds. Some may be not getting the transport to get to the places where they are intended to get a job. So you find that the government is supposed to provide finances and provide something so that the youth nowadays can get employment and get a better future. Because the youth are the ones who are tomorrow's generation. So if the youth are not, they don't get some job, then Kenya will be at a very bad place. So we as graduates, we urge the government of Kenya to find solutions for unemployment so that we can have a better tomorrow in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me talk to another gentleman over here. Welcome to NTV. I want you to give me your views. Why do you think, even after the universities are checking out students, graduates, why are people not getting employment? Is it that we are our form of education, what we are taught, is the problem?
Yes, I will begin with the form of education. My name is Stephen Gidaiga. I will start with the form of education that we are having currently. We get to learn, but there are no jobs. Again, there are so many institutions that are coming up. The quality of our education seems to be quite low. And this institution, many as they are, come up with bogus courses. Most students, most young men invest a lot, their money and their time. Then when I go to the market, these courses, we are told they are not marketable enough. So we have to come up with other ideas to at least cope up with this bad able to do anything with these courses that we have spent a lot time and effort and money. Then we are told there is nothing to do. Again, there is this matter of we are so many. There is so many youths who have gone to the universities, but the chances are so little. Again, when you go to those industries to look for work, they are looking for too much. They tell us to have a lot of experience, and yet that is our first time to get into the industry. Yes.
Do you think also, when it comes to matters to do with employment, do you think who you know matters the most than the qualification?
Yes, we have grown up with the notion that if you want to be employed somewhere, you have to know someone who knows someone who will connect you to at least who is the employer. Yes, and that is a very bad thing. Again, we have also come up with this notion that we must be employed by someone to work, forgetting that we as youths, we can also employ ourselves, create our own jobs and cope with the hard times. Yes. Thank you so much.
I'll talk to a lady who will just represent gender equality. Karibu NTV. I want you to tell me, why do you think we are churning graduates, and why do you think we have such high rate of unemployment among the students?
Thank you very much. My name is Evelyn. I think the reason why we have a large number of unemployed people is because of our institution. We are taught to learn and do white-collar jobs rather than work to employ ourselves. So the moment I'm out of school and I don't get a white-collar job or I don't get employed, it demeans my it means me that I don't have a job yet. So if I find myself that I can't even sweep around and get paid for it because I've learned nimesoma to get a job in an office. So I won't do manual job. That's where most students are not employed yet.
Do you also think this has to do? We have seen so many factories retrenching people. Do you think corruption has something to do with this? And you think even at the workplace, they are picking people depending on who you know than rather what you have?
Yes, because some institutions want people they know of, people from their tribe. So you go to a certain place and you're told you have to pay a certain amount of money so that they can employ you. If you don't have, you won't get the job. So corruption have played a very big part in people being unemployed. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time. Zainab, those are just some of the few views that I've managed to get from here in Murang'a. Some are saying that the future looks very bleak because of excuse me, because of the unemployment. Others are saying corruption. Others are saying nepotism is what is making so many youths who are graduates who have the right qualification to stay at home or even tarmac for long, simply because they don't know somebody who knows somebody in those offices. Back to you, Zainab.
Thank you very much, Martin Mwaura, for the thoughts and the people there in Murang'a. And some of those comments are actually disagreeing with what Professor Kobia said. I'd like to just pick out two things from the views of the people in Murang'a. You had one of the comments there saying you have to know someone who knows someone who knows someone in order for you to get a job. Have you experienced something like that?
Yes.
You experienced it?
Yeah. I've seen it actually. It's just a matter of who do you know in the industry, who is your family connection. It goes hand in hand. It is it is the state of the country. You cannot do anything about it. Yeah.
You had to go through so many people to even get an opportunity, a foot in the door.
A foot in the door. Okay, for example, from the interviews that I've gotten, about 80 to 90% are through referral. And the 10% were through online application, dropping my CVs, you see. So at the end of the day, it matters who do you know, who are you connected to. And that is the state. There's no denying that. Even you can see in our political scene. It's just, it is, you can, like the way we say when having one bad potato in a sack of potato, now the disease is more widespread. And the only way we can curb that disease is to do away with the sack and plant a new harvest of new potatoes. Yeah.
Naftal, did you know someone who knows someone who knows someone?
No, unfortunately no. But I have a different version that I've experienced, like internal advertisements for a certain job. So there is a vacancy, then internally they advertise, then people get people to apply, those they know. Then just for the reason of formalities, the vacancy is now put out there, but they have just picked the candidates and that's it.
The second thing I'd like to pick out of the comments from Murang'a was the perception young people have towards the informal sector, jobs in the informal sector, jobs that we consider menial. And that is often characterized by even how we interact with people who work in those sectors. For instance, a cleaner, the youth are often accused of looking down on people who do such kind of jobs. Ram, in your experience with working with young people, have you felt any perceptions they have towards the informal sector?
Yes, and this is something that we are trying to deal with actively. I think the first thing also is, on the one hand, we find people talking about these casual jobs in a very demeaning manner. I think what we need to do is, as a society, we need to build this dignity of labor. Today, on the one hand, if you're talking about these demeaning jobs, but on the other hand, we are also equally complaining about a lack of a quality plumber or lack of a quality electrician. So how do we build these things, right? So the first thing is, I think, for example, the TVET system, the vocational technical colleges. We need them to be very proactive in approaching our youth and saying, hey, you know what, we are going to skill you on this because there is a demand in the market. You be the best at what you do, and come what may, you will always be in demand and there will be an opportunity for you. So there's a whole thing around messaging and perception of jobs that we think are demeaning or degrading, and hence we do not want to do it. But today, finally, at the end of the day, a job is a job is an opportunity, and more than the youth, it is the academic institutions who have to build the positive perception about one perceives this job, and that is possible only when you have quality within the system. Because today, if I want to be the best plumber in Kenya, I want to go to a university where I know by getting training under this university, I know I can be the best plumber. Right? The fact that I am talking about it openly means that I know I can be good at it, and I know there will be a demand for it. But then, is there an institution that will make me the best plumber in the whole of Kenya? I do not know if that's the case now.
Naftal, what is your perception of those jobs that are considered casual and menial? What do you think of them?
It's just a perception. In fact, tunasema pale mtaani, those people who are good at what they do, they are so marketable. I've seen guys who their way through life by just being a plumber. Passion, drive, they want to be the best. Like, we are doing furniture. We are not just doing ordinary furniture. It's a certain niche we picked. People like fancy stuff. So we saw it's an opportunity. Like, we are not making ordinary TV stands, coffee tables. Yeah, it comes with a design, like it's captivating to look at. So someone will want to prefer that design over the ordinary ones. So you want to be the best. You want to do it with what you give it your all. Yeah.
Have you had instances where someone has looked down upon you because of what you do? No. You've never. Have you looked down on anyone yourself? I have had people who even offering pro bono advertisements. Someone is offering to give a website, to design a website for that matter. People like encouraging, especially when they see you are a young man trying to find their way out. Then if they know your background, then like, this is good. This is what should be done. So nobody looks down upon. Yeah, yourself, you've never looked down on anyone?
Myself? No. No.
Now, Ram, there's this other conversation about jobs that is beginning to gather momentum, the quality of jobs. You've got the job, yes, but would you really say it's a quality job? For instance, if you have to do a job that requires you to work so many long hours with very few breaks or barely any breaks, to the point that you are forced to have to wear a diaper in order to get the job done, would you say that's a quality job?
No, I don't think so. Personally, if you ask me, yes, there are jobs that necessitate longer hours. If you're working in a job which demands shifts, then clearly that's a choice. That's a choice that comes with the job. Now, that could still be of quality if, for example, I have the right breaks. Now, for example, you see our security guards, they put in a long hours, right? But then again, you are giving them the spread where you're saying, okay, we will give you the desired breaks that it needs, but then it's a requirement for 12 hours. So again, taking a step back on that is also for our youth to look at to be very open about doing jobs and not necessarily go with a perceived notion that this job is good or this job is bad, right? That's because one really does not know what's happening inside. So when we train our youth, we say, this job you have to be standing for so long, but we will ensure that you are provided with an opportunity where an employer treats you decently, where you are getting the desired breaks, where you are having the desired conversations, where you can be proactive about what quality means for you. So it's a two-way conversation. And so coming back to the white-collar job requirement from a university, it's not going to be the case. All of us, when we started our jobs, there is a very high degree of doing a brown collar job. And by brown collar doesn't mean that's demeaning or that's not interesting. It's just that that's the way it is. You will have to put the long hours. You will have to put in the effort so that then you are seen as somebody who is there for the long haul.
How do you define a quality job? How would you define it?
I think for me, quality is various things. In terms of do I have the space to voice my opinion, right? Do I have the ability? Can I make mistakes? Is that affording me to make mistakes and then hence willing to teach me? Is my supervisor willing to engage with me? Is my supervisor invested and interested in my career progression? Is my supervisor giving me the flexibility to take up additional roles within the job? So some of these things are not prevalent out there. So it's about it's a combination of all these things, right? And then that decides. For example, today I would definitely stay in a job where I can make mistakes and I can improve upon my mistakes. I can engage with my peers. I can talk to my supervisors in a non-threatening environment. Right?
Yes.
So those are some of the aspects.
One of the employers have often been, you remember these two gentlemen started by saying he was offered 10,000, he was offered 4,000. Yeah. And one of the challenges that the youth say they face whenever they're seeking employment is that the employment world, the employers seem to be stuck in the past. They still want to do things the way they were done in the past, pay the same amount, the same salaries they paid in the past, failing to take into account that times are changing, the needs are changing, the requirements are changing, and therefore they should change the same way. So as you work with the young people that you work with and the employers that you're connecting them to, are these some of the things you're discussing with them?
Absolutely. For example, today we seek employers who provide decent wage, decent work conditions. Right? And that's a prerequisite. We do not want to train our youth and then leave them in the lurch. We actively engage with our employers. We actively engage with our youth after they have gone through the training. We try and understand what's happening. Are they still employed? Are they being taken care of? In fact, we have actually rejected a few employers because we realized that they were not offering the work conditions that they promised they would. So that's very, very important for us because we are not just a training organization. We train, but we also ensure that our youths are employed in quality jobs.
Yes. Now, still on that topic of quality jobs, I'd just like to play a soundbite here of the former Oxfam Executive Director, Winnie Byanyima, on what she thinks a quality job is.
Poultry workers. These are women who are cutting the chickens and packing them, and we buy them in the supermarkets. Dolores, one woman we work with there, told us that she and her co-workers have to wear diapers to work because they are not allowed toilet breaks. This is in the richest country in the world. That's the job. Those are the jobs we are being told about, that globalization is bringing jobs. The quality of the jobs matter. It matters. These are not jobs of...
The quality of the job matters. Nell,
yeah.
What does a quality job mean to you?
A quality job, good working hours, the opportunity to grow, decent wages, being treated as a human, mutual respect, the room to make mistakes and develop on those mistakes. That's what I'll consider as a quality job.
When you say good working hours, what do you mean? Hours do you have in mind?
For example, in Kenya, we have 8 hours. Like you can work from 8 to 5 p.m. But now, if you expect me to work from 8 to maybe 7, and I have to wake up at as 5 to come to the job, that's not quality. Yeah.
How about you, Nathan? What does a quality job mean to you?
That's relative.
That's the gist of it.
No. Like, it depends on who wants to look at it, the kind of job you are doing. Like, from my end, a good quality job is one that allows me to make mistakes and maybe have a lot of time to hang around and I can run other stuff, errands, then come back, work. You see, someone will view as that is being freedom. There is some sort of freedom. Another one will look at it like a good quality job is one gives you a lot of money. Decent job, like you can afford the luxuries, live in a very good apartment near Mountain View or Westlands. So it all depends on who is in that. Who is the
job seeker?
Yeah.
If you were to stick to your industry specifically, like in the furniture business, what does a good quality job mean within the furniture business?
My clients being very happy.
Your clients being happy?
Making friends and having a network of friends. They appreciate your job, encouraging you. It gives you some kind of to work more and maybe go out there and aim higher. Yeah.
Ram, the role of technology in this whole youth unemployment agenda, where do you think it fits in?
I think it's definitely it's definitely in the mind of every youth, right? We see so many things around us, starting with WhatsApps and mobile phones, right, at the very bottom, to working on computers, laptops, and of course the jobs that we hear increasingly in the world are taken over by technology. So that's something that we know, we understand, and we also think that that's what our youths are also looking at. And also, it's not only at the job level, it is also how you engage with our youth. So one of the things that we are thinking of from a technology point of view is, today if we are training them inside a classroom, can we use technology where they can be trained inside the classroom and they can also be trained through technology aids, right? Can we do something like blended learning? So that's one thing that we are thinking. The second thing that we are thinking is then can we ensure that there is enough internet inside the classroom so that they can use smartphones for some of the lectures instead of really hearing out from the instructor what is happening. So as much as there is a demand and a push towards technology, at the very basic level, at least for our youth and the youths we train, we need to ensure that there is enough internet in the communities that we train, right? So clearly there is a thrust towards that. The second thrust also is that if you look at a lot of jobs versus technology jobs, technological jobs require a higher degree and a higher level of qualification. So hence, again, we need to be also very cautious about saying, okay, yes, there are technology jobs, but then again, do we have enough supply side that can actually go into these technology jobs?
Do you think you're technologically prepared for the job market?
Sorry?
Daftar? You are technologically prepared?
Yeah.
You have taken advantage of, how do you incorporate social media in your, for instance, social media in your job now?
In fact, most of our jobs come from social media. Yeah, we have adverts using Twitter. Then we have online shops like Sky Garden and Facebook page. We have our website now. So I can say it's a lot of online work rather than there before, where you used to make some stuff, have some space to display, then passers-by will come, look at it, then decide whether to buy. So here you have online platforms. Someone gives an order, you deliver. So
you're prepared. So you're using social media efficiently.
Yeah.
How about you, Nell? Do you think social media is playing a role as you?
Social media, yes, it plays a good role because it gets to expose you to the opportunities that are available through technology, through online platforms. But now, you see, the problem with technology is automation.
Is?
Automation.
Automation.
When you have technology, when technology automates some of the jobs that you're supposed to get, it's more of like we are a third world country trying to achieve our first world country by adapting their first world technology. Not all technology is bad, but there is the bad aspect of it.
Yes.
For example, there was this educational institution, I won't mention the name. They were talking about by 2030 Africa will be having the highest, and their solution to it was to get more youths into educational system. But now I went and did some research on Europe and Asia, and they were saying, because they said that most of these jobs will be imported to these countries. When I went ahead and did my research on Europe and Asia, and what I found out was most of the jobs, some of the jobs, or the majority of the jobs that you are having are being automated. For example, in cruise ships, we are having virtual waiters. You don't have to find a person, you just find a machine, you order what you want.
Yes.
So I think technology is good on the marketing aspect of it, but when it comes to on the job creation, we should be selective.
Let me ask you, do you regret studying economics and sociology?
Do I regret it? I'm a bit unsure because when I go to my evening classes, I usually meet a lot of working people.
What are you studying in your evening classes?
CPA.
CPA. Naftal, do you regret studying engineering? No, you don't. Whose idea was it, yourself or your parents?
Myself.
Yourself.
Yeah.
Now, we've got some thoughts here from President Uhuru Kenyatta on what he thinks the role of education is in this whole youth unemployment conversation.
Look at the amount of pressure that we put on our children. You must pass your exams. You must. Jameni, saa ingine mtoto hata akiwa kwa likizo hapumziki. Tuition, sijui nini. Fanya hii, fanya hii. The child does not even have an opportunity to grow as a child. Are we then surprised when we put all this pressure that we start to see depression on the rise, that we start to see all these abuses also on the rise? Na mtu akimaliza unaambiwa lazima upate degree, lazima utaenda university. Hata kama ni kulipa nitalipa, nihonge nani mtoto wangu aingie university. Akiingia university hata qualifications hana, kazi hana. Jameni, let us work together and arm our children with the skills and nurture the talents that God has given them, as opposed to imposing on them.
Nurture the talents that God has imposed in the children. Don't force them. Those are the key words from President Uhuru Kenyatta. Naftal, do you think, you said you were not forced to pick engineering, you picked it yourself. What are the talents? The President Uhuru Kenyatta talked about talent that God has put in you. What are the talents God put in you?
Hands-on skills.
Hands-on skills.
Yeah, like I don't like having a problem fixing anything that's around me. Anything, just about anything. Yeah.
How about you, Nell? What are the talents God put in you?
I'm very creative. I like solving problems that are around me, that are within the country. And you know, you just need to have that platform to be able to solve some of these issues. Because from high school, I used to love these science congresses. And since I was very creative about it, and you could only present a maximum of 2 projects, I used to create projects, then I give to a student to go and present for me.
You didn't want to present yourself?
No, like there was a policy, you could only present a maximum of 2. But now, since I had so many ideas, I could give to my friends, you know, go try this out, and they used to do very So my talent was just being creative and thinking out of the box, problem solving. Yeah.
Great. Ram, your thoughts on President Uhuru Kenyatta's words?
I think he's hit the nail on the head. What he is actually saying here is that today we all come with our very unique and special talents, but do we have a system around us where we are able to nurture, or do we have a system which is only pushing us into being a doctor, being an engineer, being an accountant? Meaning, I look at you in a lot of respect, because you've done something which is economics and sociology. There is so much to learn and so much knowledge that you have gained, and today you might probably think that's not the right choice. But then again, you need a system that encourages the choices that you are making. And you need a system that does not put pressure on you that you have to be employed and be in a job as soon as you complete something on your own, because it takes time. Some people realize realize what they are good at a younger age. Some people realize that at a much later age. It took me 35 years to realize what I would really like to do, which is where I am today. But until then, I knew, yes, I was doing something that provides bread for my family. But then, was that really what I wanted to do? Probably not. I mean, there are people out there who are mostly late bloomers. So what he's actually saying is, we need a system where, whether it is a formal education system, whether the TVET system, where you need a place to nurture your talents, and then the system provides you with the skills, provides you with the training, and from where you take off.
The young people you work with, have you come across those who were forced into a particular line, like President Uhuru Kenyatta says, you're forced to study something that maybe is not in line with your talents?
Yeah, we come across youth all the time, especially the youth in the communities that we work with, because there's a lot more desperation and the need to be a breadwinner at the very earliest. So we very much come across all these things, and we can't avoid it. They have been pushed into a system. What we try and do is see if we can, based on what they bring, can we help them to do better?
Yes.
Right? That's what we try.
Now, as we come to a conclusion of this show, Naftal, what are your final thoughts? What would you like the young people out there who are watching you to take away from you?
Well, they should not have that mind captivity, like I must have to be employed to make it. Yeah, like the president have remarked there, you can use your talents to make it in life, or maybe keep you paying your bills and run a few projects in life. So you don't really have to be employed. And on the other side, we cannot discourage employment and employment totally. Like there are people who are so passionate about developing their career, and it's very okay for them. You can go ahead, you can be very successful in your career, but for that group that has entrepreneurial skills, you can go out there and venture. You just keep trying. You never know where it will take you. You never know. So you have that drive, you have that passion. You just do it, and do it the best. Give it your all. Yeah. So maybe one day you will be an employer, because if everything goes well, you might be having a clientele, and you can't keep up. You can't keep up the number of maybe orders, or you are in a certain. You will be needing people to help you. So just by default, you will want people to work with you. You will have people who will give you a hand in marketing. So it will be like you have a small group, which and it's from that business that you get your money and do your stuff. So creating employment for some other people.
My first thoughts are, man must live. As long as it pays the bills and put food on the table, you just have to go with it. And don't be afraid to go back to school to self-develop your skills. Don't be afraid to learn new skills, and always be on the lookout to create meaningful connection. Yeah.
How about you, Rami? Final thoughts?
A lot of them, but then I'll try and be concise. Yes. So I think the first thing is, clearly, please do not lose hope. There is a lot that our youth can do, and so I want to really encourage our youth, saying please do not lose hope at any given point in time. Secondly, be prepared to get hands dirty. A white collar job is not that is waiting for you more often than not. You need to be willing to get your hands dirty. Go with a very open-minded perception of the jobs that you're getting into. Yes. Number 3 is that keep trying things. You will find your mojo one day. Don't feel frustrated that you have not found something to do now that you will really like, but it takes time. The journey is as important as much as what you end up achieving. Go through the journey. It has blocks and it has phrases, but go through it and you will find your mojo one day. Yeah.
And Nafta, if you were to do it all over again, would you still make the same choices you've made?
As this goes by, I'm embracing this.
You're embracing it more and more.
Yeah.
So you're comfortable with the choices you've made so far?
Yeah, I don't regret. Though I have one nightmare. Maybe one day if things go south. So that's my feeling to make it. So I have to make sure I make it or make it.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't think there is any going back anytime soon. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for having time to join us today on NTV. Today we've been talking about unemployment and the role of education, and if the youth are prepared for the job market. And we've had the thoughts from CS Margaret Kobia and President Uhuru Kenyatta on this whole conversation. But remember, this conversation still continues on Twitter, #NTV Today. And as we conclude this show, actually there was a comment that came online, but this was about one of the stories that we ran, the story on the anarchy in the Kisumu County Assembly. And someone says, if you looked at the video, there was somebody who was slapped. And so at Koech on Twitter says, that chap received one hell of a hot slap. Well, thank you very much for watching NTV Today. Right after the break, NTV Sasa will be right here with Dan Mule, and he'll be talking about suicide. World Suicide Day was marked yesterday, and today the conversation on NTV Sasa will be about suicide and why the number of people committing suicide is increasing. So you can join the conversation on #NTV Sasa, at NTV Kenya, at NTV Sasa to join in the discussion. But for now, I bid you farewell. Please don't go away. My name is Zena Bondati.
This is NTV. How well does the business world know about your business? Care of that when you participate in the Kenya Top 100 Mid-Sized Companies Survey and stand to benefit from an industry benchmarking report, opportunities to network with peers and recognition for innovation, corporate, social responsibility and sustainable environment practices. The Business Daily and KPMG recognizes the top 100 mid-sized companies every year for their achievements in business, allowing many to take their seat among the great. Participate today.
Snakebite injuries are very common in Africa, and despite this, access to antivenom is still very low.
When it comes to directing, I never really decided like, hey, I want to be a director one day. What actually happened was I was getting a bit tired with the work that I was doing because it all looked quite repetitive.
Palm oil, lifeblood of cooking in Nigeria. The country is a leading producer of same, but imports a huge amount of the product every year. Let's find out why.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation and technological development. Apply now for our January, May and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Introducing the new salad oil with a spout for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D, and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
Salad, siri ndio hiyo.
Mom, what if something bad happens to him? Miranda lied to me. She told me that they're not pushing through with that. Oh my gosh!
Senator Del Mundo tried to have you killed, right? That means you know something. And you have evidence against that man.
That's right. I do have evidence. Please save my daughter, Rowena. I want to talk to Gael.
That guy's working with the man who had you killed.
You don't know anything. Gael's a good guy. He didn't know what his godfather did. Besides, he loves me.
The best part of an adventure was sharing it with people you love. We are going to have the best time. I made a summer fun list. Whoa, that's a lot of fun. The greatest day ever done. it last forever, put it on repeat. Greatest day, that's something to say. Everyone, I'm gonna go snorkeling. I just invented a new sport. Hashtag Sisters Rock.
Are you looking for property solutions? Would you like to sell, buy or build? Please join us on 13th and 14th September 2019 at KICC for the 3rd edition of the 254 Realty and Homes Expo. You will be able to directly interact with property developers, realtors, contractors, roofing solution providers, ceramics and furniture dealers, landscapers, interior designers, insurers, financiers and other stakeholders in the property industry. For more information, call 0707-871-198 or send an email to projects@ke.nationmedia.com. Entry is free. See you there.
Sasa mwanaume akipigionga na mpango wa kando, sijui utoto inatokanga wapi. Alikuwa ametulia vizuri, simu inapigwa naitoa. Unasikia? Recho. Halo Recho. Kata nikupigie.
Umeweka alarm ya saa 11 5 in the morning, unatoka job 5, unalala saa 5 usiku. Are we 5 in this relationship?
There is Sir Alex Ferguson, Sir Charles Njonjo, name any other sir that you know.
Hiyo kusoma. Samosa.
Nitabidi weke genge tondani. Nitakuwa Mangeus, Manguna na Morio wasishikwe na Manjege wakivuta nduku luteni.
Nipatie kitambulisho na huduma namba.
Sivira nijibebe hobera nyere nikakununulie hata 10.
Nitoe ID namba ya msasi, nitoe huduma namba, alafu na Pride Group. Uone ni kama ataharibu hii plot.
Hapana, nataka sahi. Nakuona sahi umeshakuwa madhakaro ina small sachet.
Sahi hainihusu na mimi huko nje ndio nang'ang'ana kukutetea kwa watu kama mimi ni bibi yako.
Shivira hii nyota kama ni utia juuni mmekuja sana.
The Federation of Kenya Employers (FKE) invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Air and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
Delicious International Food and Music Festival, brought to you by Delicious East Africa and Nation Media Group. To sponsor this event, please call us today.
Here's your story, let's begin. The world is fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. Welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, shine brighter than the stars. You could have all you ever want to, shoot the moon and reach for Mars. You know you could. Larger, larger than, bigger, bigger than, living hopes and dreams. Every boy and girl, higher, higher than, brighter, brighter than, all you wanted and you know. You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, you could.
For children, all leukemia is highly curable because children are still growing, so their cells regenerate faster. So Zuri is very light skinned, but then she grew really pale. But then she began exhibiting very specific symptoms that are now linked to early onset of cancer. You know, as a dad, you grow up knowing you can do anything for your child, but a cancer diagnosis takes that away from you in a second. It's difficult to really explain it. Like, all you can do is just cry.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Yeah, we give thanks like we really supposed. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful.
Every Thursday evening, it's Lit 360.
I don't see you from. Everybody's having the time of their life.
Here at Lit 360, we put the pop in pop culture. And to live up to that hype, take a look at this.
See them, never come back again, no. All the pretty girl, let you wine, no. Sit down, steak, you give you banana. Smile on, I say, oh, nana. With that body, shiny tangana. Leave me alone. If you can keep up with the Jones, I'd rather cry in Bali, don't be coming to my zone.
God's sunshine is shining. Take a step, you're the best, and you know you're gonna prosper.
Is this a Nigerian dish that we're cooking?
No, well, this is not a Nigerian dish. This is an MKO's dish. I taught myself how to cook.
As always, you know we are bringing the heat by bringing you the best in fashion, food, music, and of course some fun. This is Lit 360, and it's about to go down.
The second phase of the InterSwitch Spark competition has just been completed. The qualifying test determined the best 54 students who will proceed to the next round of the InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition to be aired on NTV. Overall, 1,498 students from across the country registered for the competition, with secondary schools in the Rift Valley registering the highest number of 372. The competition has reignited the interest in STEM subjects across the country. InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition will award the winner a scholarship worth 1.5 million shillings, a laptop, signage for their school, while the first and second runners-up will get cash and laptops. Who will be crowned winner at the end of it all? Come with us on this exciting ride. Powered by InterSwitch, transaction solutions you can depend on. NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on StarTimes, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
Okay, unataka kumaanisha tutashinda hapa the whole day?
Hii gate imeongeza weight.
Hapa ndio ulikuja kutafuta mtoto?
Hapana. Ndugu yangu hapa Alwale, watu walisema kwamba yeye ni kipofu, ati haoni akitoka NASA. Tangu tupeza macho, si mumeona?
Mimi nachukua napeleka yote kwa typing kwa kompyuta. Unajua kompyuta?
Mimi najua tu charanga.
Unajua wakale kwa runway wakisema ladies and gentlemen introducing Jepto.
Kipi kikusi chako? Katibu kata hivi. Nasikia kwenu mmesota mpaka mnakula na story ya nyama.
Peace.
This one looks good enough for you. It's so tasty and crunchy. Did you like it? I loved it. Me too. High five, CJ.
It's your boy Mash Mashabu, aka Junior Bandman. Watch Generation 3 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m. only on your number one station, NTV.
This is NTV.
Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi katika NTV. Sasa kumbuka ni siku ya pili baada ya kadi nyekundu kutolewa kwa mgombeaji wa Jubilee katika wadhifa wa ubunge katika eneo bunge la Kibra, McDonald Mariga. Kumbuka kwamba IEBC imesema kwamba jina lake halipo katika sajili. Ni jambo ambalo limeibua hisia tofauti miongoni mwa wanasiasa na vile vile ni swala ambalo limekuwa gumzo mitaani, lakini mbali na hayo kuna mengi ambayo yanaendelea kujiri katika maeneo tofauti humu nchini. Bungeni ni sehemu ambayo bila shaka kauli hazikosekani.
Ifikapo labda wiki ijayo. Ni shughuli ambayo tu imekuwa na wote wanajaribu kuona iwapo ni nini ambacho kitafanyika kwa sasa. Shughuli hii hadi wafike katika wakati huu ambao wamefika ni kuwa kumekuwa na masuala mengi ambayo wamepata kuyajadili na kumekuwa na shughuli ambazo pia zimekwamiza, kwani maseneta walikuwa sisitiza kuwa pesa ambazo zinastahili kwenda katika kaunti ni bilioni 335 na ni swala ambalo ama ni fedha ambazo pia walikuwa wamekubaliana na magavana, na magavana walisisitiza kuwa kamati ama tume ya CRA, Commission for Revenue Allocation, ilikuwa imependekeza pesa hizo ziende katika county, na iwapo hazitaenda basi watapata kukwamiza. Lakini pesa hizi ambazo zinatolewa kwa county shilingi bilioni 316.5 ndizo ambazo zinapatikana kwa sasa. Kitu kingine ambacho pia wamepata kukubaliana ni fedha ambazo zinaenda zinaenda katika medical equipment, ile leasing ambayo ilifanywa na serikali kuu, na fedha hizi ni bilioni 6.5, na zikiongezwa kwa zote kwa jumla, basi fedha hizi ndio zinastahili kwenda katika county. Iwapo maseneta pia watafika katika mkutano huu ni swala lingine la kusubiri, kwani tayari walishafanya mkutano wao na akaambia wenzao ambao wako katika kamati hii wafike na wapate kuafikiana. Huenda wengi wao wasifike katika kamati hii kwani tayari wameshatoa kauli yao, lakini ni shughuli ambayo tu tunaweza kuisubiri. Ningependa nizungumze tu na mmoja wanaozungumza, lakini huenda ningependa tu nikuzungumzia dakika moja. Tuko live na kuna hili swala la maafikiano ambayo huenda mkapata hii leo, na maafikiano haya iwapo mtakubaliana, kwa yani tayari wabunge wa seneti wameshakubaliana kuwa tuendelee, nini ambayo kitaendelea baadaye?
Sisi wote tumekubaliana tutamaliza leo, na leo jioni tutakabidhi hiyo ripoti katika bunge zote mbili, na kesho tuijadiliane, na inshallah kufikia Jumatatu ama Jumanne rais ataweka sahihi ili serikali za county zipate hela zao.
Lakini labda mmepata kuzungumza na wenzenu katika bunge la seneti, nini ambalo liliwafanya kukubaliana na nyinyi, kwani nyinyi tayari mlikuwa mmeshashikilia maswali?
Umuhimu ni watu kukubaliana, si kuuliza walikubaliana vipi, ilikuwaje. Umuhimu ni watu wamekubaliana na zile stalemate imekuwa resolved, na tuko na bahati kusema kwamba serikali za bunge zote mbili zimekubaliana na serikali za ugatuzi zitapata hela zao.
Kwa hivyo huwezi tuambia iwapo walishurutishwa, kwani kuna taarifa kuwa walishurutishwa wakubali fedha hizo?
Hiyo mimi sioni ni muhimu kwa wakati huu. Hiyo pengine wewe utauliza wale wengine, lakini muhimu ni tumekubaliana na county zitapata hela zao.
Naam, kama kiongozi wa wengi katika bunge la kitaifa anavyodokeza ni kuwa tayari wameshakubaliana, na iwapo makubaliano haya yataweza kuidhinishwa na wote, basi hii leo mchana swala hili ama ripoti ambayo wataiandika itaweza kuwasilishwa katika mabunge yote mawili ipate kujadiliwa, na kabla wiki hii iishe ama wiki ijayo, basi Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atapatiwa makubaliano haya ili apate kuiweka sahihi na county ziweze kupata fedha. Nikikurejesha nyuma tu hapo ni kuwa county zilikuwa zimeshasema kuwa iwapo itafika tarehe 16 basi hazitakuwa na budi ila kuwaagiza wafanyikazi wake waende nyumbani na wasubiri pindi ambapo swala hili litapata kukwamuliwa. Lakini iwapo watapata fedha, basi shughuli za county hazitaweza kukatizwa, na ni masuala tu ambayo yamejitokeza kwa sasa hivi. Tunasubiri, kwani tunaona wanaendelea kujimwaya katika chumba hiki ambacho wamekuwa wakiwa na mikutano, na itakuwa ni mara ya 4 tu wanakutana tangu shughuli hii yote ianze. Iwapo maseneta watafika au kauli ambayo walioitoa wiki jana itaweza kushikiliwa, ni swala tu ambalo tunaweza kusubiri, kwani tayari mwenyekiti wao yu katika mkutano huu, mwingine pia amefika katika ukumbi huu. Na je, swala ni lipi ambalo litapata kujadiliwa hapo baadaye? Ni masuala tu ambayo tunaweza kuyaangazia, lakini kwa sasa hivi nitakurejeshia Harith tukingoja mkutano huu uanze rasmi na tuwaze kuwapatia Wakenya maafikiano ambayo yatatolewa katika mkutano huu. Kwako Harith.
Na shukran Kennedy Muridhi, bila shaka tutaka kujua mengi kuhusiana na kikao hicho kitakapokamilika, lakini mbali na hayo yapo mengine mengi ambayo yanaendelea katika maeneo tofauti humu nchini, na tunaelekea katika maeneo ya Pwani, kaunti ya Mombasa. Tunaungana na mwanahabari wetu Kevin Mutai. Kumbuka Mombasa, moja kati ya mambo ambayo yamekuwa changamoto kubwa ni swala la usalama, na bila shaka usalama umekuwa kama donda ndugu katika kaunti ya Mombasa, na vile imekuwa changamoto kubwa kwa vyombo vya usalama kuhakikisha kwamba wakazi wanakuwa na usalama wa kutosha. Kumekuwa na matukio ya hapa na pale kuhusiana na majambazi ama watu ambao wanahangaisha wenzao katika maeneo tofauti. Kwa hiyo Kevin Mutai, hebu tueleze ni kipi ambacho kinajiri kuhusiana na swala hili la usalama au ukosefu wa usalama katika kaunti ya Mombasa.
Mombasa na mwendo wa asubuhi, mwendo wa alfajiri, pengine kuanzia mwendo wa saa 11:30 hadi saa 12, kuna maafisa ambao wakazi wanaamini ni kutoka kitengo maalum cha Reke kutoka Nairobi ambao waliofika mtaa huu wa Chuda na kuanza operesheni ya kuweza kuwatafuta washukiwa ambao wanadaiwa kuwa wanahusika na visa vya ugaidi. Tunaarifiwa kwamba nyumba hiyo ndio mmoja wa washukiwa alikuwa anaishi na mwingine tu alikuwa anaishi eneo karibu na hapa, na tunaarifiwa kwamba mmoja wa washukiwa ambaye alipigwa risasi na maafisa hao polisi alikuwa amevalia buibui na alikuwa tayari kujidunga, ndivyo akaweza kupigwa risasi mkononi ili maafisa wa polisi kuweza kumkamata na kumpa matibabu kabla wakaondoka naye. Lakini ni swala ambalo limeweza kuzua hofu miongoni mwa wakazi wa mtaa huu, kwa sababu wanasema yule jamaa ambaye alikuwa hapa hawamtambui, hawamjui na hawajui vipi ni vipi amekuwa akiishi hapa kwa huo muda wote hadi wa leo maafisa wa polisi walipofika na wakaweza kumtoa mle ndani. Lakini kwa kifupi tu ningependa kusema naye mkazi wa eneo hili atujuze tu jinsi operation hiyo ilivyotekelezwa. Hebu tueleze tu, anaanza kwa majina.
Majina yangu kamili ni David Lohambi. Nakaa nyumba hapa juu. I'll basically on operation. Bila operation ilifanywa kama wakazi wa Chuda Estate, nikiwa mmoja also an officer wa serikali. Personally ilikuwa ingemaliza watu wengi. The operation ilichukua system mbaya, maana kwanza sisi tulikuwa hatujajitayarisha. Nasikia mlango unapomolewa, mlango mwenyewe ni huu. Sasa kila mtu, kwa sababu we are neighbors, kila mtu anataka kuonekana. So tupoangalia tunaona matia gas everywhere, wanatucha kwa manyumba matia gas, and you see hata ukirushiwa tia gas huwezi kutambulika. Kwa hivyo ni operation hii bila ilifanywa, ndio kama ni kaidi ni vizuri wajue particular house na kujua maana kuna vijana hapa hii nyumba, kijana kutoka nje wakamwonyesha bunduki. Ni vizuri alitii, walimwambia alikatia, akamwambia lala chini, akalala chini, wakamtia pingu. Sasa wengine walikuwa huku wanaanza kutoroka. Sasa by that commotion wanaweza kuua watu ambao si wenye hatia. Hata wazee hawakuangalia tuko wazee tuko nini. Hizi nyumba zote walikuwa wanaingia tu, wanaambia kuna mzee hapa na watoto, alitetemeka mpaka akaanguka. Maana walipoingia tu ni marisasi wa polisi.
Halafu walikuwa wanadai kwamba hao washukiwa ni washukiwa wa ugaidi. Je, nyinyi kama wakazi, kuna baadhi yenu ambao tumeweza kuzungumza nao wanasema hawatambui, hawajawahi waona watu hao ambao walikuwa wanasakwa na maafisa wa polisi. Je, kama wewe mkazi ushawahi waona, na pengine wao wanafanya nini katika mtaa huu?
Ni kama wamekuja hao kwa hapa kwa ukweli, kwa sababu huwezi kujua mtu ametembelea jirani yako. Lakini si vijana ambao wanaishi hapa, ni kama wametokezea tu within a few days. Si kwamba wakapa si kwamba ni vijana ambao, kwa sababu vijana hapa tuwajua. That is why nasema wale
lakini walikuwa wamepangisha nyumba hapa.
Si kupangisha, wameishi wamekuja, I think ni my relatives. Si atu wamepangisha nyumba hizi, ni county houses, upawe tu kupangisha hivyo mpaka ujulikane huko.
Alafu tunaarifiwa kwamba kuna mmoja aliweza kutoroka. Je, kuna habari yote kumhusu?
Siwezi kumhusu, maana mimi nakwambia niko juu, naona mtu akitoka mbio huwezi kumtambua, kulikuwa na bado ni usiku. Sasa mtu anapotoka mbio huwezi kujua ni mtoto wako. That's why nakwambia operation, kama wangelikuwa wanajua walikuwa waje kwa nyumba kama ni nyumba yangu, lakini nyumba zote rushwa tear gas, na ukionekana unashikwa na unaonyesha bunduki. So hata in that commotion utatemeka, you will fear, and that fear with young people wengi wanaweza kuwawa kiolela.
Sawa. Harith, ni operation ambayo bado wakazi wa mtaa huu bado wameliana uoga mwingi. Kumbuka hata baadhi ya wazazi wanatueleza kwamba watoto wao hawajaweza kwenda shuleni kwa sababu ni operation iliyoanza mwendo wa saa 12 na ikachukua masaa kadhaa kabla ya kukamilika mwendo wa saa 2 alfajiri, lakini ni operation ambayo bado inaendelea. Maafisa wa polisi tumeweza kuzungumza nao katika eneo hili la Mombasa, bado wako wanafanya mkutano na tunaarifiwa kwamba wataweza kutoa habari kamili kuhusu operation hiyo, lakini bado hatujaweza kuthibitisha malengo kuu ya maafisa hao polisi, na hatujaweza kuthibitisha kina nani hao hasa walioweza kutiwa mbaroni hapa, hasa huyo mshukiwa mmoja ambaye alipigwa risasi na akachukuliwa na maafisa hao wa usalama kwa uchunguzi zaidi. Lakini yote hayo ni kwa katika juhudi za maafisa ama vyombo vya usalama katika eneo la Pwani ili kuweza kudhibiti hali na kuweza kuangazia swala zima la ukosefu ama utovu wa usalama katika eneo hili. Kumbuka kwamba ni mengi yamekuwa yakiendelea. Kuna vile vile swala la mihadarati ambalo ni swala ambalo vile vile imeweza kuunganishwa na ukosefu wa usalama katika eneo hili, na yote hayo ni mambo ambayo maafisa wa usalama wanajaribu kufanya ili kuweza kudhibiti hali na kuweza kurejesha hali ya utulivu katika mitaa tofauti ya Mombasa. Kwa sasa Harith, ningependa tu kurejesha usukani. Tutazidi kuzungumza na maafisa wa usalama na tutawapasha zaidi watazamaji wetu punde kupata habari zaidi.
Naam, shukran Kevin Mutai kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa akizungumzia masuala ya usalama na changamoto ambazo zinakumbana na wakazi ya kaunti hiyo. Sasa mbali na hayo, leo kuna mjadala ambao utakuwa unakugusa kwa njia moja au nyingine. Je, unafahamu kwamba kila baada ya sekunde 40 mtu mmoja anajitoa uhai? Kila baada ya sekunde 40 mtu mmoja anajitoa uhai. Ndizo tarakimu na vile vile utafiti uliofanywa na shirika la afya duniani WHO wanasema kwamba kila baada ya sekunde 40 mtu mmoja anajitoa uhai katika maeneo tofauti humu nchini. Ni jambo ambalo linahofisha. Wewe tafakari, sekunde 40 tangu tuanze kipindi mpaka sasa zimepita ngapi sekunde 40? Kwa hiyo ni watu wangapi tayari wamejitoa uhai? Na utafiti huo unaonyesha kwamba zaidi ya watu wanaojitoa uhai ni wanaume. Kwa hiyo wanaume wanazidi kupungua, na mbali na hayo ni kwamba yote haya yanatokea sana katika nchi ambazo zimeendelea. Kwa hiyo ni mambo ambayo tutakuwa tunayazungumzia hii leo. Nakumbuka kwamba jana kuna mwanafunzi wa darasa la 6 katika kaunti ya Bomet ambaye pia alijitoa uhai kwa sababu tofauti. Kwa hiyo ni mjadala ambao tutakuwa tunauzungumzia hii leo, utakuwa unaendeshwa na mwenzangu Jen Ngoeri kujua ni mambo gani ambayo labda huenda yafanywe ili kupunguza visa hivi vya watu kujitoa uhai. Lakini kabla yote hayo, nataka kumpisha Jen atudokezee tu ni yapi ambayo tunatarajia katika kipindi. Jen Ngoeri.
Naam, shukran sana Harith Salim, na kuongezea tu ni kwamba hiyo jana ulimwengu uliadhimisha siku ya kimataifa ya kuhamasisha jamii dhidi ya kujitoa uhai, na kwa sasa nataka kukaribisha kundi la Mizizi Afrika wafanye mambo yao, alafu tuzungumze kwa nini mmeamua kutunga shairi kuhusu kujitoa uhai. Uwanja ni wenyu sasa.
Minapeana fake smile, I don't know why. Mateso chini maji, moyo wangu ndani cry. Napeana fake smile, mabesto na furahi. Kumbe ndani minatai, ni kama nimefungwa, siwezi bonga. Nabaki ndani naumia, mawazo ni kibao kichwani yananisonga, na siwezi kujiachilia. Najua mwanaume ni kujikaza, nikijaribu bonga nitalegeza, na ni vipi mabesto wangu watanibeba, wataniona kama nimezembe. Inanibidi mimi nyamaze, nikijaribu juu chini bora njikaze. Staki nije niwashangaze, mtaharibu jina langu mulisambaze. Inanibidi mimi nyamaze, nikijaribu juu chini bora njikaze. Staki nije niwashangaze, mtaharibu jina langu mulisambaze. Hivi ni vita vyangu vya kindani, napigana vita mimi na nani. Hivi ni vita vyangu vya kindani. Hivi ni vita vyangu vya kindani, napigana vita mimi na nani. Hivi ni vita vyangu vya kindani.
On the red corner ni thoughts zangu, on the blue corner ni thoughts zangu bado zina exchange blows quick and fast. My mind your ring, inner self the audience, tayari kwa dilemma but fighting and thoughts versus thoughts, punch against punch, soon takuwa knocked out. Lakini strong tu wangu, strong tu wangu, strong tu wangu. Mtu wangu siwezi share na yeye, hizi fight nitafight alone till the end. Strong tu wangu, punching gloves shageuka rifles, ina emotions ina aim against each other, ina self iko right in the middle. Shots fired, shots fired, niko badly wounded ndani, lakini strong tu wangu, strong tu wangu. Hapa kuna ceasefire, na shoot till the last bullet. So natumia smile ka bandage kukavara up zile dents niko nazo moyoni. Kuishia normal life nimekuwa bulletproof, ndio wase wasi notice. Strong tu wangu, but my mind is a crime scene. Do not cross. My soul was murdered in cold blood. I'm a dead man walking. Strong tu wangu, but na give life to others through my deeds. Cause sitaki wafike place nimefika, kushare smile in public but kushare tears in private. Niko at peace with others but inner self iko in conflict. It's a war zone, nuclear weapons about to be launched. I'm an emotions, stress isha take cover, bitterness iko on the front line. Anger may call for backup, loneliness imagery stock, dilemmas iko on their marks, ready to fire. Strong tu wangu, rage no sniper, silence no marksman. Solitude ndo army, one man army. Siwezi share na mtu, lakini hizo ni za kindani. Za nje nimeshikilia kamba mkononi. On the red corner ni thoughts zangu, on the blue corner ni thoughts zangu bado zina exchange blows quick and fast. Strong.
Jaribu juu chini bora njikaze. Hastaki nije niwashangaze, mtaharibu jina langu mulisambaze. Inanibidi mimi nyamaze, nikijaribu juu chini bora njikaze. Staki nije niwashangaze, mtaharibu jina langu mulisambaze. Hivi ni vita vyangu vya kindani, napigana vita mimi na nani. Hivi ni vita vyangu vya kindani. Hivi ni vita vyangu vya kindani, napigana vita mimi na nani. Hivi ni vita vyangu vya kindani. Mimi napeana fake smile
zangu naziona in blurry visions. Destiny iko kwa horizon, niko safarini naelekea lakini gari lisimama. Reason ilemewa kwa hali maututi, niko na determination ya kutrek but obstacles zilinifanya kiwete. Long before nipate nauli ya gari, waliniambia with love and support from family nitafika. But what's a man to do if family is a phrase, just a phrase? Juu love ilipoteza meaning, so nikaamua ku left. Juu I did right but all my rays ilikuwa abused. What's the use? As a lone ranger nimezoea pain. Juu kieleza shida zako na kucheka, so nikalan kujikonsole na lika. Juu profesa za babu zilikampas, aliniambia dunia itaribika, juu roho za watu zitavunjika. Ni juzi tu kafiri aliongezwa cheo, huku mandani wa dini alila kusingizi juu watoto wake walifukuzwa chuoni. Chanzo ni kukosa karo, hata fedha za chakula ni nazi kama kuona ndovu kitaga mayai. anakufa kwa njaa, huku watoto wa kafiri wakilemewa kula juu tumbo ishajaa. Kisha chakula inatupwa kwa jaa la taka. Najua njaa siko written all over my body, so naficha na nguo navaa. Naogopa kuitisha usaidizi kwa mzazi, juu stress ako nazo, sitaki mzigo impunguzie uhai. Nimepitia barabara ya makaa moto na tonza, bila kiatu na terrain carpet nilikotoka. So usiniambie nikuonyeshe scars, juu ni pain nataka kuforget, pain nazidi kuregret, pain nataka kuforget, pain nazidi kuregret. Demons in my head, so nasafa huku mtaani kisaka mali mbali ufa bahari ambako mwisho onekani. Demons in my head, the calm on my face is an ongoing sin. My skin is on fire, I burn from within. I'm in the darkest, deepest place one can travel alone. A soul journey filled with struggles and groans. Thoughts begin to eat away, makes me want to end it today. Cluttered minds, cluttered thinking, it's hard to keep in touch with what's happening around me. People say I have a lot going for me. I'm sorry, but I just can't see. I can't see because the worst enemy is not my life, but inside of me makes me want to end it today. If I turned around and walked away, would you notice I'm gone? Would you even care? When you look at me, do you see the smile on my face? Or do you see the tears I find to hold inside? I try to ease the pain. A fallen effort with no gain. The calm on my face is an ongoing sin. No one will save me. On the red corner, on the blue corner, on the red corner is Zango, the blue corner is Zango's next set. Blood quick and fast, my mind don't need to accept the orders I need to enter the left. Stop! Nani, una go through a lot. Society imekufunza vibaya. Atukuwe strong. Kaka, Lia, dada, Lia, mama, Lia, baba, Lia, uncle, Lia, kijana, Lia. Feel free to shed your tears. Speak to someone. Jiachilie. Mizizi ya Afrika.
Wow, Mizizi Africa. Hey, big up. Jiachilie, feel free to speak. Kuna mstari hapo umeshika, mind yangu imekuwa crime scene. Hey, red corner, blue corner, na mwanaume ni kujikaza. Hebu nizungumze mwanzo na Robert Omondi, wewe ndio ulitunga shairi hii ama nyote? Kwa nini?
Ilitokana na tulipoteza mmoja wetu, alikuwa rafiki wetu sana.
Kwenye Mizizi Afrika?
Ilikuwa kuhusu tu haya mambo ya kujitia kitanzi. Ndio mposa tukaamua pia sisi tutumie talanta yetu kuhamasisha watu kuhusu haya maswala.
Alitoa sababu, unaweza zungumza? Manake nilikuwa na kuona una feel hiyo poem kabisa.
Hakutoa sababu. Ilikuwa jambo la ni ghafla. Sote tuliamkia hizo habari ambazo zikutufurahisha. Kwa sababu alikuwa mmoja wetu. Tulikuwa tunafanya mambo nini?
Mmoja mtaani. Wapi?
Kisana.
Angekuwepo sahihi
angekuwa hapa.
So ilikuwa a very painful experience. So sisi tuliamua kama wasanii tutunge hili shairi kuhamasisha, kama alivyosema, kuhamasisha jamii kuhusu swala hili la suicide.
Na naweza zungumza, maana unasema alikuwa mmoja wenyu, mlikuwa mmeona dalili ama hata mko alikuwa na ile, maana shairi yenu inafahamika kama fake smile. Wengi wetu tukitoka tuko amoke niko tu sawa nini, lakini ukifika nyumbani ama ukifika mahali ambapo uko peke yako unalia. Mko mmeona dalili zozote?
Naweza sema kwa kusema ukweli hatukuona dalili yoyote, manake alikuwa mchangamfu, alikuwa anatupea moyo. Kabla tuanze practice zetu alikuwa anatusomea verse za Biblia. Na pia anatupa mashauri. Ukiwa na shida uende kumuongelesha, anakusaidia kuitatua. Sasa hakuonyesha dalili, hakukuwa na hasira. Sasa
hakujitenga.
Alikuwa mmoja wetu, tulikuwa tunaenda tizi na yeye kila siku. Sasa hatukuona likikuja, we didn't see this kind.
Na ningependa kuzungumza, wakati mlipata habari kwamba amejitoa hai, alikuwa na sababu alizoandika? Mara nyingi kuna wale ambao wanaandika ile suicide note, anasema mimi hii ndio imenifanya nimeshindwa kabisa.
Hamna, hatukupata habari yote. Written letter no, but vitu zake alikuwa anapeana kama hiyo Biblia yenye alikuwa anatusomea, bag na viatu vyake alipeana kwa best friend yake, rafiki wake wa
karibu.
So ilikuwa surprise sana kwetu because tulikuwa tunamexpect akuje training that day, but the news yenye tulipata ilikuwa terrifying kwetu. So that day no news, no nothing.
Na mtaani tu, unaweza pitisha mic kidogo, mtaani tu nini inasababisha watu hasa vijana? Tukiangalia sasa kama mwenzangu Harith Salim alivyosema jana katika kaunti ya Bomet, mtoto wa darasa la 6 anajitoa hai, lakini yeye alisema alifika kwa mamake akaambiwa kwamba mwalimu alimwaibisha mbele ya wenzake, maana yake ilisemekana yeye ni mchafu na ananuka, alikuwa katika kipindi cha hedhi. Akaambiwa na mamake, nenda mtoni ukaoge, kila kitu kitakuwa sawa, usiwe na wasiwasi. Lakini bado baada ya nusu saa mamake akampata ananing'inia kwenye mti. Ukizungumza na vijana, maana yake nyinyi mnazungumza na vijana sasa, mnaenda kuwatembelea katika maeneo mbalimbali, nini inafanyia ama kinachangia vijana kujitoa uhai?
Ya kwanza ni kukosa pesa. Kukosa mtu wa kuongea naye. Kisha mambo ya mapenzi pia huchangia sana. Kukataliwa na mpenzi ama kukuacha, na pia wazazi kukosa kukuaminia. Tuseme kama sanaa ni kazi ngumu sana ni kazi ngumu, na pia ukikosa mtu wa kuaminia inaleta zile frustrations. Mtu
anakuuliza sana itakupeleka wapi wewe? Nyote ndio mnasema mmepitia hayo. Unaambiwa kuwa daktari, kuwa rubani.
Mambo kama haya yanachangia sana mtu kukasirika, kisha akiona hakuna mtu mwenye anaweza mgeukia kumwongelesha, itafika tu wakati na ataona imezidi.
Na mnafanya nini kuzuia visa hivi ili viweze kupungua?
Tunafanya kazi na NGOs. Kuna Mental 360, Headspace, kuna Befrienders Kenya na wengineo ambao tunasaidia. Tunatayarisha vikao, kisha tunaalika watu wakuja tuwaambie jinsi kuangalia signs, na pia vile wanaweza wasaidia watu ambao wana suffer from hizi magonjwa.
Naam, nikimalizia tunataka tu moja azungumzie. Mmesema hapo mkimalizia kusema speak, share,
speak to someone, feel free to share your tears.
Lakini jiachilie. Lakini tukiangalia jamii yetu sasa, kama alivyosema Harith, wanaume ndio wenye kwa hatari zaidi ya kujitoa uhai. Manake mwanzo hata kuanzia utotoni mtu anakuambia you're a boy, you're not supposed to cry. Boys don't cry. Kwa nini unalia? Hasa nyinyi mkine kwa vijana, ndajua vipi nani nimzungumzie mwanzo? Manake wengi wetu tunaogopa kuzungumza na mtu, manake nikimwambia napitia haya, kesho nikipita ukiangalia hivi watu wanakusema.
Ni kweli, kama vijana tunapitia changamoto nyingi sana ambazo wengine wetu tuna find it hard kuongea. Unajua ndo mtu afikie hiyo hatua ya kujitia kitanzi, mambo anayopitia ni mazito.
Manake nikitoa tu mfano, manake mnasema kama rafiki alikuwa mmoja wenyu. Mbona hakuwazungumzia nyinyi? Mlikuwa mko busy, kila mtu na maisha yake, nyinyi mnaona kwa sawa, na baadaye mligundua nini kilikuwa kinamsumbua?
Hatukuwahi jua. Kitu kuna phrase tu alikuwa anasemanga, ana fight demons. You know, like kuna mmoja wetu ambaye hayuko hapa, alijaribu sana kuuliza na kufuatilia nini hicho ambacho anapitia, hakuwahi sema mpaka vile alipoamua kujitoa hai. Hatukuijua sababu kabisa mpaka leo.
Na hivyo basi sasa, kwa ile swali ambalo nilikuuliza, ndazungumzia nani? Wewe utatushauri vipi?
Kupata mtu wa kumwambia unapitia si rahisi. Ndio maana siku hizi kuna hizi organizations zimekuja kama alivyosema Befrienders, Mental 360, na some of these organizations wanapeana services zao free. So if you don't have a friend out there mwenye anaweza muongelesha yale ambayo unapitia, tafuta counselor, mshauri, ena muongeleshe hawa watu wako na ile taaluma, ni professionalism ya ku keep secrets za clients wao. So kama hauna rafiki, na kwa yule ambaye anaye rafiki, tafadhali share. If you have something, share, speak it, kwa sababu usipoitoa ndo baadaye huja, alafu baadaye maji yakazidi unga.
Tukimalizia tu, mmejifunza nini kutokana na haya yote?
Nimejifunza mengi sana. Nimejifunza mental health, watu wengi sana hawajui kuihusu, na inawaumiza sana kwa ajili unapata sana watoto wanaona wazazi wakipigana, hawajui nini inafanyika. Wakishakuwa watu wazima, unapata lile tendo lenye lilifanyika wakiwa bado wachanga bado linawasumbua, linawahound. Kwa hivyo nimejifunza mengi. Sikukuwa ninajua kuhusu mental health. Vitu zingine zilikuwa zinafanyika na shindwa nini hizi, zinanikera akilini, lakini sasa hivi nazielewa.
Na hivyo basi acha niulize tu tukimaliza, nyinyi uko na muda wa kuzungumza, wa kufungua roho? Siku gani? Kuna wakati mmetenga matu Robert?
Kuna wakati tu tumetenga ni wa kuongea, kujuliana hali, haya masuala ni muhimu sana.
Maana ukiangalia siku ya sasa ama wakati wa sasa, kila mtu ako mbioni kuhustle. Hata hujui Robert anafanya vipi maisha yake, hata hujakaa ukamuuliza unaendelea vipi, familia iko vipi, kazi iko vipi, wewe mwenyewe unahisi vipi. Hivyo basi ni vizuri kuwa na muda wa kufungua roho. Haya basi mtazamaji, kundi la Mizizi Afrika, shukran sana na hongera kwa kazi nzuri ambayo mnafanya. Endelea kuzungumza na vijana. Mnasema talk, share, jiachilie. Na pia mtu akija kwako kukuzungumzia, sema na pia usimjudge. Kubali yaishe, na usiende ukamwambia mtu mwingine ati Robert anafanya hivi ama ina hapana. Haya, sasa nataka kurejesha kwa mwenzangu Harith Salim, kisha baadaye kidogo tutakuwa na wageni wengine bado tukizungumzia mada yetu ya leo kuhusu kujitoa uhai. Dalili, utasaidia vipi mtu ambaye ameandika kwenye mtandao wa Facebook ama Twitter kwamba anasumbuka na anataka kujitoa uhai. Lakini hayo yote ni baadaye kidogo.
Na asante sana Jen, na bila shaka kujiachilia sio ujiachilie mzima, unajiachilia wenyewe wanasema ki-step, unajipima, kwa sababu pia wakati mwingine ukijiachilia mzima madhara kama hayo ndio yanakuja kutokea. Na vile vile kama walivyosema washairi hao ni kwamba ni vita vya kindani, vita vya kiakili, lazima ujaribu kupata nguvu ya kupigana navyo angalau uvishinde vita hivi. Manake wakati mwingine ukishindwa wewe basi unakuwa umetamauka, na bila shaka mazonge unakuwa nayo kichwani na hatimaye unafanya jambo ambalo sio la kufikirika. Lakini kuna mengi ambayo yanaendelea kutokea hivi sasa katika maeneo tofauti. Sasa hivi tunaelekea moja kwa moja hadi katika ile shughuli ya kuchangia damu, na waziri wa afya Cecily Kariuki yuko katika eneo hilo. Kwa hiyo tupie jicho tu kinachoendelea katika eneo hilo hapa jijini Nairobi, kisha baadaye tutaendelea na yale ambayo yametutengea na tumetengewa nayo katika siku hii ya leo katika NTV Sasa.
Alive or two. I want to thank you for being available and being present with us here today. I guess that we will go to donate blood, right? Yes, which I may not do myself. Okay, so we won't be turning on treatment, isn't it?
Thank you very much, our beloved CS, Madam CS. Thank you very much for this speech.
Oh, yes. Have you already done?
I think we all agree that was very inspiring for about
now I don't know. I think we are doing it now. Yes.
So the next activity will be a vote of thanks. This vote of thanks, and then after that we go down to the main core process. That is the process of blood donation. Before we go to the vote of thanks, I would like to call Madam CS, sorry, to give a little gift to our guests. Yeah, so that we have a sign of appreciation.
I think the PS should have been here. So it would have been more useful.
Sorry.
Na shughuli ndio hiyo inakamilika tena ya kuchangia damu. Kumbuka kwamba damu ama ukosefu wa damu umekuwa changamoto kubwa humu nchini. Hifadhi za damu pia zimekuwa na uhaba wa damu. Wakenya nao wametakiwa kujitolea angalau kuchangia damu kuhakikisha kwamba hizi hifadhi za damu zinapatikana, hususan katika matukio ya dharura kama vile masuala ya upasuaji au kumetokea ajali hapa na pale. Damu huwa inahitajika kwa wingi kuhakikisha kwamba angalau wagonjwa wale ama wote wanaoshughulikiwa kipindi cha dharura wanapata damu inayofaa. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo limetakiwa kila Mkenya alifanye kwa roho safi kwenda kujaribu kusaidia kwa njia moja au nyingine. Kubwa ni hifadhi ya damu, angalau ipate kuwa na damu ya kutosha katika matukio ya dharura. Mbali na hayo, kumbuka kwamba bunge kuna maeneo tofauti ambayo katika bunge kuna shughuli ambazo zinaendelea, lakini kabla ya kwenda bungeni tumsikize Waziri Cecily Kariuki anazungumza kuhusu nini kuhusiana na shughuli hii ya kuchangia damu. Tunaona tayari walikuwa tayari wameshazungumza, ila kwa sasa wanapekua vilivyomo pale ili wapate kufanya ufunguzi rasmi. Kwa hivyo tumsikize anachokizungumza kwa sasa.
Makofi kwa Madam CS, makofi. And I think the next session we now move forward. We lead Honorable CS to the tent so that we can start the blood donation day. But before we do that, I think we could have a photo session.
Na mbali na hapo tunaelekea bungeni kuangalau kutupia jicho kinachoendelea kwa sasa. Kama alivyotueleza Kennedy Muriithi, kuna shughuli pevu ambayo inaendelea sawa baada ya mwafaka kati ya wabunge wa bunge la kitaifa na maseneta kuhusiana na ule mgao wa fedha za county. Kwa hiyo tusikilize tu kwa sasa na kutizama yale ambayo yanaendelea katika maeneo ya majengo ya bunge.
Of the legislative process on DORB came to the attention of the Mediation Committee, and especially the lacuna in the law that fails to give remedial relief to counties where the DORB is not passed by Parliament before the end of the financial year. In this respect, therefore, the Mediation Committee recommends that Parliament expedite the amendment to the PFMA to ensure that in the event of the DORB is not passed before the end of a financial year, counties can access a percentage of nationally raised revenue, as happens in other jurisdictions with similar framework of fiscal decentralization.
Sounds fair enough.
Yeah? It's general enough, but talks about the issue.
General enough. And I think the thing is, for Vice Chair, for the Senate, I think since the bill is just, I think we should be coming up for second reading, if not this week, maybe next week. If you share with us what you have, instead of waiting until it comes to Senate, you start amending back and forth. And I think since it's my bill, I'll be looking for you. Then we can do it in the third reading. We have the amendments done in the National Assembly, so that when it comes to your house, it's just to pass it. Good. And that should be the spirit in future, even on division of revenue. So, adoption of the draft reports.
But we haven't seen it.
With the amendment, the Senator Kaja has shawarding, that is one. Then there is also the commencement date. Where is that? Where is that date? Oh, here. I think on the bill.
Sasa hicho kinachozungumzwa hapo bungeni tutakuja kujuza kwa mapana na marefu baadaye kidogo, lakini cha msingi ni kwamba mwafaka tayari upo na wanamalizia tu kuhakikisha kwamba hizi fedha zinafika katika kaunti na fedha zitakavyotengwa na kugawanywa kulingana na umuhimu wa huduma ambazo zitapatikana katika kaunti tofauti humu nchini. Sasa hii leo hapa studio, kama tulivyodokeza hapo awali, na vile washairi waliokuwa hapa studio kuzungumzia swala la kujitoa uhai. Kumbuka kwamba kwa mujibu wa utafiti wa shirika la afya duniani WHO, wanasema kwamba kati ya sababu kubwa ambazo zinasababisha vifo, kati ya sababu kubwa ambapo zinaleta vifo au kujiua kwa watu, kujitoa uhai ni sababu ya pili kubwa. Kwa hiyo ni moja kati ya mambo ambayo yanaleta hofu kuhusiana na aushi ya binadamu. Kumbuka mpaka watoto wadogo siku hizi wanajitoa uhai. Kumekuwa na visa chungu nzima ambavyo tumeviangazia. katika habari zetu kwamba watoto wadogo wa shule za msingi pia wanajitoa uhai. Mfano hai mwingine ni jana ambapo mtoto wa darasa la 6 katika kaunti ya Bomet alijitoa uhai baada ya kudhalilishwa alipokuwa darasani. Kwa hiyo tunataka kujua kutoka kwako popote unapotizama kwamba je, wewe unapendekeza nini katika kuzuia visa zaidi vya watu kujitoa uhai? Kumbuka ni jambo ambalo linahofisha kwa mujibu wa utafiti wa WHO. Kwa hiyo wewe unapendekeza kitu gani kifanywe ili angalau kushusha hii idadi ya watu ambao wanajitoa uhai, au vile vile kuwasaidia watu walio na fikra za kujitoa uhai angalau kufikiria mara mbili, kwa sababu mara nyingine inakuwa tu ni hasira. Waswahili wanasema hasira ni hasara. Lakini wewe unapendekeza ni yapi yafanywe angalau kupunguza idadi ya watu ambao wanajitoa uhai au matukio ya watu kujitia kitanzi na kujitoa uhai kwa njia tofauti? Ni yapi ambayo unapendekeza? Jumuika nasi katika mitandao ya kijamii at NTV Kenya, NTV Sasa, Jane Goiri, na vile vile unaweza kunigusa mitandaoni kisha baadaye ni yasome mawili matatu kuhusiana na yale ambayo wewe utaona ni muhimu kuyaandika katika mitandao ya kijamii. Kwa hivyo sasa hivi nitaka nimwachie fursa hii Jane, wageni wake wengine ambao wamefika studio kwa sasa. Jane, kuna hili swala ambalo mara nyingi hususan vijana wanakuwa na hasira sana. Wanakuwa na hasira, wanachukua hatua ambazo hawakufikiria kwamba zitakuwa na madhara. Kwa mfano, mtu atasema mimi mnanikasirisha sana, kwa hiyo wacha nijiue tuone itafanyika nini. Anasahau kwamba akishajiua ndo hayupo tena. Anasema wacha nijiue tuone itafanyika nini. Kwa hiyo mambo kama haya, hasira ni moja ya sababu. Je, ni zipi sababu nyingine ambazo labda zinapelekea mambo kama haya? Kwako Jane na wageni wako.
Namshukuru sana mwenzangu Harith Salim, na wanavyosema Waswahili, hasira hasara. Lakini pia tutauliza, iwapo rafiki anakuambia mimi nitajua alafu nione itafanyikaje, je, unapaswa kumzungumzia vipi? Umwelezee kwamba haifai kujiua. Hapa nchini mwanzo ukijiua hiyo ni hatia, sheria haikubali. Lakini kwa sasa nawakaribisha wageni wangu ambaye ni Bright Shitemi, muasisi Mental 360. Karibu sana. Tuko na Nancy Wanjiru ambaye ni mshauri wa kisaikolojia. Karibu sana. Na mwisho kabisa ni Waweru Muthumbi ambaye wakati mmoja alijaribu kujitoa uhai, lakini tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu maanake siku ya leo uko hapa. Nitaanza tu na rafa yake King Kaka ambaye ni msanii humu nchini. Katika mtandao wa Twitter anasema, before I release my new song, let me address this issue. A class 6 pupil at Koinen Bomet took her own life, claiming one of the teachers at her school picked on her and mocked her for soiling her uniform with menses. This needs to stop. Tukio ambalo lilifanyika jana wakati ambapo dunia unaadhimisha siku ya kuhamasisha jamii kuhusu dhidi ya kujitoa uhai. Mwanafunzi alifika shuleni amechafua, Nancy, wote tumepitia hapo kama wanawake. Lakini huyu mwalimu akamwambia wewe ni mchafu na wewe unanuka, ondoka hapa. Na hilo lilimkera yule mwanafunzi na akaamua kujitoa uhai. Na nataka kwanza na Waweru, umemsikia mwanafunzi huyu, mwalimu ndiye alinasema kwamba alimwaibisha na mwanafunzi nafikiri akaona mimi sasa sitaweza kufika pale darasani mbele ya wenzangu manake wananicheka. Waweru, nini kilikufanya ukaamua sasa mimi maisha yangu nataka ifike kikomo?
Nilikosa ile self worth. Sikuwa najiaminia, nilikosa dhamana yangu mwenyewe kwa maisha. So hiyo ndio ilifanya nikataka kujitoa uhai.
Kwa nini ulikuwa unahisi kwamba huna dhamana katika maisha? Na ulikuwa na miaka mingapi wakati huo?
Hiyo ni 2015 December, nilikuwa miaka 29. Kwa miaka 29. But kama naweza warudisha nyuma kidogo, mimi nimekuwa addict kwa miaka mingi, zaidi ya miaka 14. Na nimekuwa na hiyo depression na nilikuwa na anxiety for all those years.
Ulikuwa unatumia mihadarati?
Nilikuwa natumia mihadarati. Na hiyo ni kama kwangu ni kama ilikuwa symptom, kwa sababu ile kubwa yenye ilikuwa inafanya nifanye hizo vitu ilikuwa ni depression na sikuwa najua. Nilikuja kugundua baadaye baada ya kwenda kwa rehabilitation center that nimekuwa na shida kwa chini yenye haikuwa inajulikana.
Na hivyo basi maana yake ulikuwa unatumia mihadarati, imefika mahali jamii imekutenga, familia nafikiri wanajaribu kukusaidia na sasa ukahisi kwamba mimi sifai hapa.
Na zaidi ya hiyo hata nilifeel like sikuwa natakikana watu wanitaki, sababu nilikuwa nimetengwa na mimi mwenyewe nikajitenga kabisa, nikabaki niko mahali peke yangu isolated.
Isolated.
Yeah.
Na ulijaribu kunywa dawa ama ulifanyaje?
Nilitumia ile njia gali zaidi ya kamba. So nilikuwa nimejiweka juu. Ya paa ya nyumba.
Alafu mtu akaingia ama nini kafanyika?
Watu waliingia, ingawaje kutoka hapo wakati nilifanya hilo tendo sikujifahamu kuanzia hapo hadi siku 3 baadaye. But nikiambiwa ni watu majirani walikuja wakanitoa pale na nikapeleka hospitalini.
Nani alikuwa wa kwanza kuingia katika kile chumba?
Sina habari.
Una habari?
Sina habari.
Lakini ilikuwa ni mara yako ya kwanza?
No, ilikuwa mara ya 3.
Mara ya 3. Wewe Mungu anakupenda. Unafaa kuwe kasisi. Mara ya kwanza ulijaribu kufanya nini?
Mara ya kwanza nilijaribu kuachilia gesi kwa nyumba. Nitaka kujichoma na familia yangu wakati huo. Nilikuwa na mtoto mmoja na mke. So hiyo pia ikatibuka, sikufaulu. Ya pili nikajaribu kujikata mishipa ya damu. Alama ndio leo ziko hapa. Hiyo pia ikufaulu. Hii ya mwisho ndio ilikuwa karibu kufaulu, but bado Mungu akasema hapana, sijamalizana
na wewe. Na utatuelezea baada ya hapo safari imekuwa vipi. Nancy, nitakuja kwako. Kwa watu ambao tunaweza sema vipi kujitoa uhai ni ugonjwa wa akili ama itasemekana vipi, ni ugonjwa ama ni hali?
Ni hali mtu anafikia. Na pengine kuangazia huyo msichana wa darasa la 6 kufika kwa hiyo kiwango, ni vizuri kuelewa kwamba kuna zile developmental stages watu wanapitia. Kuna mtoto akiwa na mwaka 1 hadi miaka 2 anafaa kuanza kutembea, kutumia choo, kuongea, na pia ukipita hapo kuwa na uhusiano na mama na baba na watu wa karibu. Ukipita hapo ukishaanza kwenda shule, kutengeneza urafiki na yule mtu wako karibu na wewe ni yule mwalimu, na kwa hivyo unamwangalia kukuguide. Sasa huyu msichana wa darasa la 6 ako kwa level ya self identity, anajaribu kujua nani yeye kwenye ulimwengu, na kama mwenye anaangalia juu hamuoni, anamweka chini, anasikia amefika mwisho. Pengine kwa watoto ambao wako shuleni kuna zile skills wanafaa kufunzwa, kwamba hata kama amejisoil, pengine nyumbani hawakuwa na pesa ya kununua the pads that are required, ama yeye mwenyewe hana uwezo ya kujieleza kwa wazazi, nimefika hii level, nishaanza kupata periods. So anajifunikia. So kisha akija shule mwalimu anamueleza vipi vile, alafu anaanza kupata kusikia hayuko worthy. Watoto wenzake nao wanachangia kumchekelea badala ya kumsupport. Kwa hivyo shuleni the most important thing is the peer group. To be supportive. Unaelewa? Elewa mwenzako na usiwe judgmental. Taka kujua kwa nini.
Na pia walimu wawe wanasaidia. Hivyo basi umesema ni hali si ugonjwa.
Ni hali si ugonjwa.
Ile ambayo unapitia.
Ndiyo,
kama yeye ilivyokuwa katika depression.
Yes.
Nini kingine kinasababisha watu kutaka kujitoa uhai?
Kama nyumbani you don't feel appreciated. Hauna usikii kama role yako inasikika. Unasema nifanye hii, wengine hawaoni kama itachangia pakubwa. Secondly ni self worth. Wewe mwenyewe unajiambia nini kujihusu wewe mwenyewe? Una zile skills za kuendelea, una nguvu na motisha ya kuendelea, unasikia hauna. The third thing ni kuwa negative on everything that is around you. Unaona kama everything inakuja kukusukumilia kwa hiyo kufikia hilo lengo. Na mambo mengine tofauti, utumiaji wa madawa, marafiki, peer group, and they also enhance inasababisha pengine inakuonyesha hali ambayo haufai kubadilisha, tosheka tu nayo. Na wewe uko na ile motisha ya kutaka kubadilisha lakini hauna uwezo.
Na pesa nyingine
kujilinganisha.
Unaona, mimi nilisoma na Nancy ako hapa anafanya kazi NTV na mimi sijui niko wapi. Na je, dhulma za kimapenzi
pia hiyo huchangia. Relationship issues, mapenzi ama nyumbani ama marafiki pia zinasababisha.
Kama mtoto mtu alikuwa na kunyanyasa pia?
Yes, inasababisha kwa sababu kama hukupata msaada, kuelewa wenzako hawakukuelewa vile inastahili na haujui sababu ilizosababisha hiyo kufanyika kwako, pia unaweza anza kuona kama wewe ndio ulichangia hiyo jambo. Kwa hivyo haufai kuwa kuendelea na maisha.
Bright, wewe muasisi wa Mental 360.
Ndio.
Kwa nini Mental 360?
Sisi tuliona shida katika hasa kwa vijana kwamba vijana hawana pahala pa kwenda wakiwa na misiko kwa maisha yao, ama wakikuwa na one or more of these mental illnesses. Sasa ndo maana tukasema tuunde kundi la vijana. Sisi tunaongozwa na vijana ili tufanyie kazi vijana, tuwasaidie. Kwa hivyo tunapatiana huduma kwa vijana kwa zile affordable rates, tunaziita affordable rates, na pia tunapatiana huduma za bure kwa wasiojiweza katika jamii. Ndio maana tukaanza hii safari, ndio kesi za suicide zipungue haswa katika vijana.
Yeah. Kwa sasa takwimu ziko vipi kuhusu vijana ambao wanajitoa uhai?
Kwa sasa kulingana na WHO kifo kupitia kujitoa uhai ni the second leading cause of death among youth between miaka 15 na 20. That's very high. Alafu kulingana pia, ingawa Kenya hatuna ile data vizuri kwa sababu ya stigma ama unyanyapaa, watu hawajitokezi ama kitu kikifanyika familia inaficha. Mtu anazikwa kwa siri. Sasa hatuna hizo figures, lakini kulingana pia na WHO watu 7,000 kila mwaka wanapoteza maisha, lakini tunashuku iko juu zaidi.
Iko juu. Na WHO inasema sababu ni gani? Kwa idadi hiyo ya vijana kuongezeka.
Kwa sababu ya vijana ni kwa sababu hali ya kimaisha kwanza. Na issue ya social media influence, right? Watu wanaona vitu katika TV ama wanaona vitu kule
mitandao ya kijamii, unaanza kujilinganisha. Na unasema kama vijana mliamua kuja pamoja na kuanzisha Mental 360.
Ndiyo.
Ni kutokana na mmoja wenu kupoteza maisha yake kwa kujitoa uhai ama vipi?
Mimi kuna watu nawajua kwa rafiki zangu kutoka nikiwa shule ya msingi mpaka nikiwa university, ambao at least between kati ya mwaka wa 2010 na 2015 nilipoteza rafiki watano walijitoa uhai, nilikuwa nawajua. Kwa hivyo nikasema itabidi sisi wenyewe, kwa maana watu dili jambo liko linazungumziwa, tukasema si wenyewe tufanye jambo ili tusaidie,
mwanze kuzungumza na kuweza kusaidia vijana. Haya mtazamaji, kukumbusha taka kujitoa uhai.
My name is Joyce Njogu. I'm the head of consulting at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's a business membership organization for manufacturing value-add industries with close to 1,000 members. From Daily Nation, we've been able to build our brand as CAM. We've been able to build the credibility of CAM, because the more you communicate through the Daily Nation, the more we have partners wanting to engage with us and be part of the development agenda.
Our leadership is unchallenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation. The truth.
Imagine for 3 days nimekuwa nimelala tu.
Na ni wakati gani ama siku gani ambapo ulijifahamu na ukakumbuka yale ambayo ulikuwa unajaribu kufanya?
Immediately baada ya hapo nilipelekwa kwa ward ya watu wenye shida ya mawazo ya akili. So huko ndo nilienda nikakaa siku ya kwanza, ya pili. Alafu kuna mama mmoja tu ambaye namkumbuka vizuri. Yeye ndiye alikuja kaniongelesha na nikafeel niko kwa space nzuri ya kuongea, sababu hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa nimekosa. So hapo ndo nilianza kufunguka akili na mawazo na tukaongea kwa muda mrefu.
Sasa ukaanza ukafungua roho. Ukaanza kumwambia mimi napitia haya.
Exactly. Yeah, kwa sababu kwa muda mrefu hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa nimekosa, mtu mwenye naweza ongea naye, mtu naweza mwambia yale napitia, shida ambazo ninazo. So huyo ndiye alinipatia wakati wa kuongea naye, na baada hapo mambo yakaanza kubadilika.
Na huyu mama ulimfahamu, alikuwa ni muuguzi, ni daktari ama ni nani?
No, ni rafiki wa nyumbani tu.
Wa nyumbani.
Ni rafiki wa nyumbani.
Brighton, maana unafanya kazi na vijana, kwa hiyo imekuwa vigumu kuzungumza na mtu?
Kwa sababu kwanza ni unyanyapaa, ile unaogopa ukimwelezea mtu. Unapata mtu hata labda ako na familia ama ako na rafiki wa karibu, lakini anaogopa akiwaambia mimi ninapitia haya, watamcheka ama watam isolate, watamweka kando, waseme huyu. Unajua shida nyingine ni jamii inaamini kwamba mtu ako na tatizo la akili ni mwendo wazimu. Unajua
anafaa apelekwe madhari.
Tukikaa tunakaa tunasema sisi ni wale wanatembea uchi kwenye barabara. Lakini shida hizi ziko kila mahali, kwa kila mtu, kwa ulengo wote wa maisha, ukiwa mtajiri, maskini. Sasa kazi yetu sasa ni kueneza katika jamii, watu waelewe kwamba ukipitia haya na haya na haya, chances za unapitia hizi shida, na ni vizuri ukikuja upate usaidizi. Kwa sababu mara nyingi hata watu wanaojitoa maisha utapata ni mtu mwenye it was a very small trigger na imefanya amefika ile part ya kujitoa maisha, lakini angekuwa na watu wa kumuelewa,
watu wa kuzungumza. Maana tu ukiangalia katika jamii yetu Nancy, utapata unasikia mtu daktari alijitoa, wewe unasema
daktari anafaa kujua
alijitoa hai vipi. Ama unasikia mwalimu sema, kama juzi kulikuwa na mwalimu katika kaunti ya Kisumu, Kisii, alijichoma. Na wengi watauliza, sasa mwalimu, mwanzo wewe uko na kazi, uko na familia, kwa nini unajitoa hai? Watu hawaelewi.
Ndio maana tunasema si shida za kimaisha pekee ati mtu ni maskini ndio maana atapata hizi shida. Hapana, ni kuna watu pia wamezaliwa na katika akili zao chemical imbalances inafanya wakuwe na shida utakuwa na propensity to kukuwa na hizi shida za kiakili. Lakini sasa ndio maana tunasema tukikuwa wajamii wote tuelewe kwamba shida hizi ni kama kukuwa na malaria, ni kama kukuwa na shida nyingine, diabetes, unaweza pewa dawa ukaishi, na si lazima pia dawa, kuna wengine pia dawa iwaendei vizuri. Kuna mambo mengine unaweza fanya. Ndio maana hata sisi kama organization yetu, shirika letu, atupatiani tuseme sawa tu itakuwa tu ni dawa. Tunafanya mambo kama physical wellness, unakuja mnakuwa na safe space.
Sasa hebu niambie, kama katika shirika lenyu nimekuja sasa, mimi ni kijana. Sasa mimi nakuja nasema nini sasa? Sasa maana pia wao wanacheka. Maana pia kuzungumza na mtu, unajua kwanza nimekosa mtu wa kuzungumza. Sasa ni mnaniambia kuna mental 360. Sasa nitakuja hapo alafu
kwanza
mko wapi?
Tuko hapa Nairobi, Ngong Road, Daycare Plaza. Kwanza mara nyingi watu piga simu. Mtu anapiga simu kutoka sehemu hiyo.
Maana simu utanijua.
Yes. Anapiga simu anasema mimi na jina langu ni hivi na hivi, ningependa usaidizi. Tunasema okay, uko wapi? Kama kuna Nairobi unaweza kuja kwa kituo chetu tuongee na wewe. Akisema sawa, the first step usually ni kukuja amuone therapist. Therapist ikiwa shida yake ni kiwango fulani, ndio tunajua huyu inafaa tumpeleke kwa psychiatrist aangaliwe. Lakini mara nyingi watu wengi ni tu therapy pekee ya kuongea na kukua kwa upamoja inawasaidia waweze kupita hiyo mahali.
Na mmesaidia wengi?
Wengi sana.
Sasa wanapiga simu na kusema asante.
Wanapiga simu na kusema asante. Wengine hata saizi ukienda katika Twitter yetu utaona wengine wanapatiana testimonials hata kwa website wapi. Wanasema Metro 26 tulifanya hivi nao wanasaidia. Jambo lingine, kwa sababu tuna deal na vijana, ni venye unawapatia hii habari. Ukienda kwa vijana kwamba wewe unataka kuwapatia kama lecture, hizi shida ni hivi, hapana, unatumia sisi hapana, tufanye hivyo. Tunakuja na muziki, tunakuja na uhariri, umeona uhariri, tunakuja na mbinu za kuwachangamsha vijana. Penye vijana wakija wanataka kusikia. Unajua? So wakitaka kusikia, ndio maana vijana wengi wanapenda, okay, nitaenda niongee na hawa.
Unajua kama wale wa Mizizi Afrika, hiyo shairi nimesikiza kuanzia mwanzo mpaka mwisho. Kuna wakati nilikuwa na hapa nitalia. Choma picha hapa.
Sasa unajua hiyo ina provoke mtu aseme, kweli mimi pia nimesikia kuna jambo limeniguza. Unajua mtu atakumbuka nyimbo, atakumbuka shahiri, lakini hata kumbuka lecture. Sasa ile shahiri itamkumbusha na it's a very powerful tool ya kusaidia watu na kuraise awareness.
Unajua mnatumia mazoezi pia?
Ndio. Sasa tunafanya yoga na kuna wale ambao wapendi yoga, tunafanya dance, kwenda unajua dance. Lakini cha muhimu ni after hiyo dance, after hiyo yoga ni mkee chini kwa pamoja. Mtu akikuwa na shida aseme. Na tunasema haimaanishi ati ukikuja hapa lazima ukuwe na shida, hapana. Hata kama kila kitu iko sawa, kuja ujue mwenzako akiwa na shida katika nyumbani ama kazini kwako, utamsaidia vipi.
Na hapo nataka sasa Nancy aingilie kusaidia yule mtu. Mwanzo hata kwa mfano hata yote anaweza changia. Siku hizi unaamka unaona kwenye Facebook, Twitter, mtu ameandika anasema me I'm tired. Na hata humjui. Wewe unatuma inbox, sijui kama imemfikia ama haijamfikia. Katika enzi hii ya teknolojia, manake watu wamegeuka sasa, wanakwenda kwenye teknolojia, kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Mwanzo tuwasaidia vipi?
Wenye mtu ambaye anafikia teknolojia, ile kitu anatafuta sana ni kuwa accepted or appreciated and acknowledged kwamba yuko pale na akona sababu ya kuwa pale. Na sasa ukiona kama ametuma message kama hiyo, amefika mwisho, ni vizuri kumueleza, naelewa umefika hiyo kiwango, lakini ni vizuri unipe muda tujadiliane, nielewe mambo gani yanakusumbua, tunaweza pata suluhu, tunaweza saidiana vipi, kwa sababu niko tayari kukusikiliza, kukuelewa na kutembea na wewe. Ni muhimu mtu kupata hiyo habari. Na ile kitu muhimu kwa maisha hata general ni relationship. How you relate with somebody else and how you are accepted. Kama haupati reciprocated, if your relationship is not reciprocated, hiyo inakuwa affect. Waona? Kwa mama, kwa mtoto, kwa msichana, kwa kijana, baba kwa mtoto, hata kazini. Kama mwajiri wako hauna relationship nzuri na yeye, hata kama anakupatia 1,000 ngapi, haitakufurahisha kwa sababu hauna hiyo good relationship. Kwa hivyo cha muhimu ni create relationship na watu ambao wamefikia hiyo kiwango. Ukiona sisi tunajaribu kukufikia, tafadhali tupatie hiyo platform tuongee. Kuwa open, allow sisi tuweze kuongea na wewe, tupe muda. Kwa sababu if you're not open ni vigumu kukufikia. Wengine wana
hiyo ni shida. Babu, kama mimi kwa mara yote 3 ambayo nimejaribu, nilikuwa najaribu ku reach out. Nilikuwa natuma SMS.
Unatumia nani?
Wale na uhusiano wa karibu, especially familia. Nilikuwa natuma SMS. But shida kubwa.
Katika SMS unaambia nini?
Nilikuwa naambia ile na intend kufanya. Na mara mingi ukipata pana, nashukuru Mungu nimekuwa na support system nzuri. Mungu nilianza uhusiano mpya, na sasa naweza sema nimebarikiwa na mke ambaye tunaishi naye na amekuwa msaada sana kwangu.
Nimekusikia. Na jamii ilikuchukulia vipi mwanzo? Tunashukuru unajitokeza na kuzungumzia swala hili, lakini kama alivyosema kuna swala la unyanyapaa, stigma. Wengi wanajitenga, wanajificha.
Jamii mara ya kwanza haikunichukulia kidogo, nilikuwa bado nilihisi nimetengwa kwa sababu ya ile tendo ambalo nilitenda, na wengi wao hawakutaka kufuatilia kujua sababu ya mimi kufanya vile nilitaka kufanya. So but with time tumeendelea kutengeneza uhusiano wangu na familia yetu, na siwezi sema kwa sasa tuko mahali pabaya, bado relationship inaendelea kutengenezwa.
Sasa wanaanza kuelewa.
Wameanza kuelewa.
Maana jamii wakati nyingi utaona ule ndio ule Nancy ndo alijaribu kufanya hivi na hivi. Ulikuwa unapitia haya?
Nimepitia kabisa.
Ukitembea mtaani.
Tembea mtaani, hata umetoka tu kuongea na watu ambao una consider rafiki zako, lakini ukiondoka tu hivi kidogo wamebaki wakiongea nyuma yako. Huyu alikuwa amejiua, alikuwa amejaribu kujinyonga, alikuwa alafu pia maswali mengi, kwa sababu sasa kama mimi nilitumia kamba kujaribu kujitoa uhai, nilikuwa na alama huko kwa shingo. So kila mara ningeulizwa swali, nikijaribu kuexplain ya mtu ana kidogo na feel huyu mtu hataki kunielewa, anaona tu ni kama wewe ulikuwa umeshikwa na mashetani, kwa possessed.
Na kutokana na hizo alama zako ulibadilisha jinsi ulivyokuwa unavaa mavazi yako?
Hapana.
Hukujaribu kuficha? Sikujaribu
kuficha. Kwa sababu kwa miaka mingi niliishi nikijitenga, nikijaribu ni kama najilazimishia kuingia kwa jamii. Lakini baada ya hilo kitendo nina kwenda rehabilitation kwa sababu ya matumizi ya madawa ya kulevya. Nilitoka ni kama nilikuwa na nguvu mpya. So nilikuwa tayari kuface, na any question singetaka kuisuppress, sababu nikisema nikuifinyilia chini ingekuja ikuwe tena shida mbeleni. So nilijitokeza, nilijiachilia.
Kama walivyosema wale washairi, jiachilie.
Jiachilia tu, nyinyi vile mtataka kusema ni hiyo ni shauri yenu. Mimi I don't care. Mungu amenisaidia, niko hai leo. So I live to the fullest.
Nancy, kabla azungumze, kuna zungumza jinsi ya kumsaidia mtu. Sasa utamuuliza wewe kwa nini unataka kujitoa hai, ama utamwambia nini?
Utamuelewa. Kwa hiyo wakati mmepatana ako level gani? Anahisi vipi? Anataka vipi? Ni vipi, jambo gani lingebadilika ndio aone hamu ya kuendelea kuishi? Na hiyo mabadiliko anataka iko possible, and how achievable is it for that person? Na ni vizuri pia kuelewa for someone afike hiyo level ya suicide, lazima alipata stress. Stress ikaendelea ikakuwa acute, akaendelea akakuwa depressed, akaendelea ndio akafika hiyo level. Hata pengine kabla afike hiyo level akapata neurological disorder kama bipolar, anxiety, all those things inachangia. Mtu mwenye anakunywa dawa kuhusu bipolar inafanya sometimes ukose nguvu na ujihisi kama najisukumilia sana. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri kupata ile support system, watu ambao watakushikilia na wewe mwenyewe ukuwe na willpower ya kuendelea, kwa sababu hata kama nakusaidia lazima wewe pia utake kuona mabadiliko. Na if you're looking at the statistics, tukisema watu wangapi, wakati watu walianza kuongea kuhusu HIV and AIDS ilikuwa kati ya mtu mmoja kati ya watu 8. Sasa hii mtu mmoja kati ya watu 4 ako na depression. Hivyo ni kusema tukijihesabu hapa, mmoja wetu ako na depression. Pengine ni mimi, waona. Kwa hivyo it's a very common thing. Na duniani watu ambao wanajiua wako wengi kuliko wale wanauliwa through wars and other things. Suicide ukiitenga iko juu, hiyo kiwango iko juu zaidi. Kwa hivyo ni changamoto kwa kila mtu ajue ile role ataplay in the society, na accept kwamba kuna wale washauri who are trained who can go that extra mile to help this person.
Na maana unasema idadi hiyo inaongezeka. Tukiangalia jamii yetu, ni wapi tulikosea ama nini kilibadilika kutoka enzi ya wazazi wetu na sasa?
Kuna mambo mingi ambayo imebadilika, lakini coping mechanism ya watu ndio haijakuwa enhanced sana. Tukianza kuangalia, pengine kuna high divorce rates kwa familia, kuna very low income na very high demand of living. Watu you're getting more children than kitambo. rental cost iko juu. Ni
Nikija
mambo
katika
mingi
jamii,
tofauti.
marafiki bandia.
Marafiki bandia.
Uko na marafiki ndio,
lakini
huwezi wazungumzia.
Ndio hiyo.
Uko na marafiki mnakaa na wao mnacheka, hata mnapiga simu, lakini hauwezi kumwambia hili linanisumbua.
Ndio hiyo.
Ni moja ambayo
inachangia, lakini wewe mwenyewe uliingia kwa hiyo, you put yourself in that class yenye haujafika bado. Kila kitu lazima usonge one step at a time, one step at a time, one step at a time, ndio uweze kufit. Usipofanya hivyo, maybe uko kiwango ya chini, unataka kufika juu, bado utafeel hiyo strain. So ni vizuri ku accept abilities zangu ni hapa. Na with my abilities nataka kufika pale, lakini I have to take a step at a time.
Usijilinganishe na mtu mwingine kwamba yeye yuko hapa na anafanya hivi. Nani mwenye yuko mwenye hatari ya kujitoa uhai? Wanawake ama wanaume? Kulingana na WHO.
Kulingana, okay, sasa wanawake wengi wanaishi na hizi changamoto. Lakini watu ambao katika hatari juu zaidi ya kujitoa hai ni wanaume. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu wanawake wako na ile sijui wao huongea wenyewe kwa wenyewe, ama ukikaa naye hata labda hamjuani atakufungulia roho yake. Unajua kuongea ndio nusu ya kutatua shida. Lakini wanaume wengi, unajua jamii inatuambia wanaume tukue, unajua kufa kimwanaume, jikaze wanaume, watu wasione you're weak. Sasa wanaume wengi wakijekea haya changamoto ama wakiwa na hizi shida na wananyamazia, ndio maana wengi kabisa wanasema 3-1, yani watatu kwa rate ya men to women it's 3-1, ndio wako katika risk ya kucommit suicide sana.
Sababu ya kutozungumza. Wewe kuna jambo unataka kuchangia?
Ni hiyo tu, kufa kimwanaume.
Kufa kimwanaume.
Kufa kimwanaume, so inatunyima opportunity ya kujiongea. Wakati utaongea utaonekana kama wewe uko weak. Mara mingi utaambiwa una behave kama mama wewe.
Uko na umama.
Lakini kweli sikatai, lakini ni vizuri kuangalia kuwa tumekuwa tuki-evolve. Kitambo kulikuwa na zile kazi za wanawake na zifanywi na wanaume, na kuna kazi za wanaume hazifanywi na wanawake. Lakini saa hii tumeingiana. Unapata hata ukienda salon utapata mwanaume anakutengeneza nywele. Kuna jamii unapata hata mwanaume ndiye anapika chakula ama ndiye anatunza watoto. The same way tuna evolve, ndio tunawahimiza na kuwaomba wanaume, tafadhali tuongee. Ambia wenzako, ambia mtaalamu, jaribu usijiekee mambo ndani na unaenda kwa pombe ama drugs kufikiria hiyo itakuwa coping mechanism ya muda tu, lakini shida bado itabakia pale.
Kwa hivyo jiachilie na uzungumze.
Exactly.
Haya basi, tunaendelea na mada yetu. Naelezwa kwamba nambari za simu tayari zimewekwa kwenye runinga yako. Piga simu, uliza swali au changia katika mada yako. Na pia kwa sasa nataka kupeleka katika kaunti ya Murang'a. Tuungane naye Martin Mwaura. Ameondoka kidogo lakini atarejea hapa kwenye NTV. Sasa Waweru, sasa ulisema wakati mmoja ulijaribu kujitoa uhai na uko na mtoto. Na kwenye runinga mtoto wako umemwelezea na unazungumza na yeye. Na je, katika jamii watu kuna lile swala la unyanyapaa, watu walikataa kucheza naye kusema wewe babako alijaribu kufanya hivi, ulizungumza naye, ulimtayarisha?
Hiyo haikujulikana sana. Hiyo ilibaki tu kwa yetu ya nyumbani. Haikujulikana. Ya attempt ya pili na ya tatu ndio ilijulikana, lakini ile ya kwanza haikujulikana. It's unfortunate kwa sababu bado mtoto wako na mamake, so sijaongea naye, bado ni mchanga.
Bado ni mchanga.
Yeah,
lakini kunaona kama kuna umuhimu wa kuanza kuzungumza na watoto kuhusu swala hili
kama limemuaffect ama mtu wa karibu,
hata kuhusu tu, maana sasa tukiangalia mwenye na simu
ndio hiyo,
na nasikia hata katika mitandao kuna mmoja alikuwa ananiambia alipata mtoto wake akitizama video ambayo inaitwa Kiss and Kill. Hasa hapo ndio watoto pia wanaanza kuona hasa mtoto utaanza kumzungumzia vipi kuhusu kujitoa uhai? Na nikimzungumzia je, nitakuwa nampa zile ideas ama nifanyeje kama mzazi?
Kwangu mimi nadhani ni vizuri hata mtoto akiona babake ama mzazi wake anazungumza kwa uwazi kuhusu maneno hayo, kwa sababu ukinyamaza useme unataki kuongea kwa sababu ni mtoto, atajuaje? atakuwa na zile changamoto pia atajinyamazia, lakini ukizungumza anajua nafaa kuzungumza. Unajua maybe babangu alipitia shida kama hizi ama dadangu amepitia shida kama hizi na alizungumza. So kwa hivyo hata mimi nikiwa na shida nizungumze. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu kabisa ili kupunguza ile unyanyapaa katika jamii, tuzungumze sote.
Tuzungumze. Ama pia uanze kumuelezea umuhimu wa maisha.
Exactly, yeah. Ni vizuri kueleza mtoto umuhimu wa maisha na kujiua inamaanisha vipi, kwamba hautakuwepo, maisha yameisha, umeondoka, na ukishaondoka umeacha watu wale wengine kwa hali gani, huwa ina effect gani kwa ambao umewacha. Ni vizuri mtoto ama mtu yeyote kuelewa ni inamaanisha vipi kujiua. Waona, ingalao ni swala very tricky, kwa hivyo lazima ueleze huyo mtoto at their level. Unaelewa? Usije muongeleshe kama mtu 18 years old ama 20 years old, mueleze at their level. Ukipata wanacheza hii michezo, mueleze si nzuri kwa sababu itakupatia ideas, na hii ndio mwisho wake. Kuna wakati mtoto wangu, nina msichana ambaye ana umri wa miaka 9, aliniambia yeye alisikia mtu ameenda sad celebration.
Ameenda?
Sad celebration.
Sad celebration.
Sad celebration ni burial ceremony, lakini iko na watu wengi. Hii sad celebration ni kwa nini? Nini ime happen? Ni vizuri kuwapa watoto hiyo habari, ndio wasiwe na maswali, wasikie kama haujawaeleza na kuna jambo linakosa, kwa sababu asipopata jibu kwako atatafuta kwengine ama kwa mtandao.
Maana tukiangalia vipindi ambavyo watoto wanatizama kwa sasa, utapata kama ulikuwa unasema uko unajikatakata hivi
kwa mshipa.
Nani alikupa hizo ideas?
Hiyo nilikuwa nimeona kwa sinema.
Sasa tunaona tunasema ni muhimu kuzungumzia watoto na kuambia kwamba haifai ku. Hebu nieleze sasa, kwa sasa uko kwa matibabu ama bado umemaliza?
Sasa siko kwenye matibabu yote. But nashukuru kwa sababu mimi huongea sana, na nilijipata kumbe nikiongea na nikishare story yangu kuna vile naji-realize. So kwa sasa siko kwa matibabu yote ya hospitali.
Ulipata njia ya kuweza kuzungumza?
Nilipata njia ya kuzungumza.
Na matibabu inakuwa kama aina gani?
Kuna ile ya kwanza, ile ya kuzungumza, talk therapy. Alafu kuna medication, sasa unapatiwa dawa. Kuna wale najua pia kufanya tu ile physical wellness activities inawasaidia cope na zile challenges zao, unajua. So matibabu ni mengi, ndio. Kuna yale yanakubaliwa ni hii talk therapy, kumuona psychiatrist, ikiwa utahitaji madawa upewe dawa, na ikiwa dawa haitakufaa, kwa maana kuna wale wenye dawa haifai, kuna njia mbadala ambayo unaweza kutumia pia. Ndio shida ni hivi, shida za kiakili kuziaddress ni gumu sana, kwa sababu hata wanasayansi bado hawajafafanua akili vizuri. Kwa hivyo kitu kinaweza nisaidia mimi labda kiwezi kumsaidia yeye, na tuko na shida sawa. Hasa ni wewe pia mwenyewe ujitolee, ujipate haya, nikiongea kama yeye amesema, akizungumza inamsaidia. Kuna wale mwenyewe hatataka kuzungumza kabisa, lakini labda atameza dawa itamsaidia. Kuna wale, lakini la muhimu ni jamii tukue na umoja wa kusaidiana, ile mtu akitaka kuongea anapata mtu wa kuongea naye. Ile ndio itasaidia sana kutatua hili shida.
Na kuna mmoja hapa pia katika Twitter anasema, anajiitwa Liban Hassan, anasema mimi nilipoteza mjomba ambaye alijitoa uhai. Je, hiyo inaweza kuwa kwenye historia ya familia yetu? Nancy?
Vile nilivyosema, inaanza na mtu binafsi, vile utachukulia hali yako na ile iko around yourself. Kwa sababu ukifikiria kwamba it's running in the family, then you will be prone kupata commit suicide. But there are other mental conditions kama depression yenye it runs in the family. Kwa hivyo you have to be very very assertive, very aggressive and very self aware.
Kuna mwingine hapa anaitwa Miss Matei, anasema Do you even check on your boyfriend's mental health? Anauliza. Do you ask him how his day was? Do you listen to his struggles and challenges? Do you? Ama kila siku tu ni makesi na demands. Kila siku it's always about you. These men go through a lot too. Check on your man. Wanaume wajibu. Wanaume buchangia hapo.
Nasema ni kweli mimi kwa mara nyingi wajua jamii tena tunasema mwanamke ni mwenye kufunguka kusema niko na shida hii na hii na hii. Kwa hivyo hata wanawake pia wamelelewa kusema mwanaume najua ajikaze, najua mwanaume akitoka huko yeye ndiye anafaa.
Hivi basi kijumla tu si mwanaume inapaswa ikuwe tu. Unajua siku hizi ni hi how are you? Na hata ungoje ile kwa bidi kama unashakuwa na ile template I'm fine.
Yes.
Lakini hata una ile wakati twende tunywe chai, uko vipi? Unaendelea ni uko unajua maana ya maisha sasa, lakini ni muhimu kila mmoja wetu
hata kazini ni muhimu ujue ule ndani ya kusaidia kwa studio ni nini amekuaje, unajua na pia si kusema tu hi how are you, hapana, pia kwenda the next level ya kumuuliza nini umefanya nini weekend, nini mtu atakwambia na mtapata kujuana, akiwa na shida atakueleza. Ndio.
Kuna Steven Gitonga anasema I'm an elder brother to Peter, indeed is a living testimony. He accepted his situation and resolved to recover. We didn't give up on him. Steven Gitonga, sijui kama unamfahamu.
That's my brother, ndugu wangu.
Na mnaeleza kuna mpiga simu nani? Wycliffe kutoka Thika, hello. Hello. Wycliffe. Naam, ni kama tumpate Wycliffe. Monica kutoka Eldoret, hello.
Hello.
Hello, nakupata Monica, mambo?
Poa.
Niambie, sema nasi.
Niko mzima, ningependa kumcongratulate sana Peter Waweru. He's our immediate neighbor. Mimi naitwa Monica Chege. Na I think that time that he attempted suicide. It's our mother-in-law who stopped him. But it had gone so far na alikuwa wakati mgumu katika maisha yake. I'm proud of him and we are as a family. Sababu he has taken a great turn in his life. And the guy I'm watching now on TV some years ago, ungemuona hata kama kuna picha hapo yake ya kitambo, he looked totally different. But now we are very proud of him. Kama jamii, we accepted it was a phase he was going through at that time. But now we are just very proud of him and congratulate him and we wish him the best.
Asante sana kutoka anakupongeza. Kuna Edwin kutoka Kericho, hello. Tumempoteza Edwin, lakini kuna mwingine Nicholas Kirwa anauliza Nancy swali, anasema kuna dhana kwamba swala la kujitoa uhai ni laana kutoka kwa wazee ama ni tabia kwenye familia. Kuna mtu amewahi kujitoa uhai, historical background and curses as well. Hebu mniulizie kwa Nancy. Anasema laana kwa wazee.
Ningependa kumueleza kwamba si laana, ni hali ambayo mtu amejipata kwa imemkuba hiyo wakati. It's just like kama umetoka asubuhi upate accident ama you get infected with HIV because of various reasons. Haina sababu pase unaweza singizia useme we know the roots, ni laana ama ni familia ama ni venye amekuwa akijibeba. Ni hali unajipata kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa kuweza kutatua shida ambayo umefikia wakati huo.
Na kuna mwingine anasema muulize Peter Waweru, mimi ni Jimmy Otieno kutoka Kisumu, nimejaribu pia kujitoa uhai na hata sasa nasikia ni kama nimefika mwisho, lakini nashindwa hata nianzie wapi. Jimmy kutoka Kisumu.
Atafute mtu tu aongee. I think that's the best thing to do.
Nafikiri shida ambao watu wengi hupitia huyo mtu.
Ule
mtu nitamwamini.
Ule anitona ni Peter.
Jimmy kutoka Kisumu.
Sasa kama sisi tuko na nambari ya simu ambayo unaweza piga ni 0776543099. Ukipiga hiyo namba utapata mtu ambaye utaweza ongea naye ukiwa katika ile umefika hapo pale unafikiria nimefika mwisho, anaweza kukusaidia ili kwanza utulie, alafu tujue tutakusaidiaje kutoka hapo. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu kujua hizi tools, where can you get help. Hiyo ni moja. Kwa hivyo ukikuwa na shida kama hiyo, tafadhali piga nambari hiyo simu. Hata sasa ukipiga, utaongea na mtu ambaye kutoka hapo atakutuliza, alafu tujue tutakusaidia vipi. Hapo Kisumu kuna mtu karibu tunajua, tutakutuma ufike, ama kwa sababu kwa sasa tuko Nairobi. So mambo kama hayo
Lakini mko na watu katika kaunti mbalimbali?
Tuna partners, tuko na watu tunafanya kazi nao, hata Ministry of Health, unajua, kwa sababu watu wengi labda wanaogopa hata kwenda katika hospitali za serikali, na ukweli pia kuna changamoto kule, kuna maybe wauguzi hawatoshi ama mambo kama hayo, lakini tutatafuta njia kukusaidia kulingana kupitia serikali ama hata private practitioners wako kule Kisumu.
Wewe kuna kitu unataka kuongezea?
No, ni hiyo tu, kutafuta tu.
Lakini labda nafaa tuambie mtu kuhusu athari za kujitoa uhai, ndo mtu aone acha nifikirie tu tena. Ni sawa kufanya hivyo?
Ni vizuri kuelewa athari kwamba ukijitoa uhai, ile jamii ambayo ulikuwa unaishi katika unaiwacha kwa hali ya maswali. Wanaingia kwa situation ambayo wanaanza kujudge na kutafuta sababu gani ilisababisha wewe kujitoa uhai, na mara kwa mara huwa wanapiga ile support system ulikuwa nayo na pengine haukuiona wakati huo inapigwa na wanapata magonjwa.
Na hata familia, manake utabaki ukijiuliza ni nini tulimfanyia.
Familia bado
hatukuwa hapo kwake ama uelewa.
Familia inabaki, kama ni mzazi ama bibi ama ndugu, wanajiblame kwamba wangefanya jambo zaidi kukusaidia. Kwa hivyo wanasikia hawajafikia hiyo kiwango, na pia wanaweza pata hiyo hali ya more stress na kufikiria pengine hata mimi si yuko worthy living. Unaona, inakuwa cycle ambayo haisaidii mtu yeyote. So emotional level of the family and the society is affected. Then there is pesa ambazo zinatumika. Maybe ulitoka kwa jamii ambayo haina pesa. Hii mambo ya kuandaa mazishi ama vitu zingine, unawapatia mzigo mwingine mkubwa ya kutafuta pesa za mazishi yako na vile watakavyo maybe progress with that. Kama ulikuwa na familia, unaachia jamii, unaachia familia huo mzigo wa kutunza maybe watoto wako ama bibi yako ama zile vitu ulikuwa unafanya. Kwa hivyo haina msaada kwa mtu yeyote, hata kwako mwenyewe hakuna msaada, kwa sababu hauyuko kuona
manake hata kama ni watoto wakiwa wakubwa utajiuliza kwani mama ama baba hakutupenda, mbona aliamua kuondoka na kutuacha katika mikono mingine. Isaac kwa mstana anasema, mimi nilipoteza mama mzazi ambaye alijitoa uhai mwezi wa Januari, na mpaka kufikia sasa nimeshindwa kabisa kuendelea na maisha.
It is normal. Hiyo feeling, Isaac, ni normal, na it is part of grieving, na ni vizuri kuaccept kwamba uko kwa hiyo hali wakati huu, lakini una nia ya kuendelea na maisha. Tafuta msaada, umepewa namba, ongea na sisi, tutakusaidia, tutaweza kukuonyesha putting things in perspective and how to go about it. Na it's okay kama ni Januari na sasa tuko September, it's still okay. Grieving haina wakati ati tutasema hii ndio wakati allowed for grieving, because suicide ina cause grieving ikue mchanganyiko. Uta get over it alafu unajipata jambo lingine la kukumbusha hiyo hali, unajipata pale unasikia huzuni, unasikia hasira, unajiuliza maswali. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri umetuongelesha, umesema unayopitia. Tafadhali chukua the next step, ongea na sisi kwa simu.
Jamaranda naye anasema ningependa kumsikiza kutoka Waweru. Pia mimi nimejaribu kujitoa uhai, lakini sasa kila wakati ninapokaa fikra za kujitoa uhai zinanikujia, na najaribu kila niwezalo kuzuia hizo fikra, lakini nikilala hata nikiamka bado ninapatwa na hizo fikra. Yoyote tu pia anaweza changia.
Hilo ni jambo la kawaida, sababu hata mimi baada ya hilo tendo nilijipata niko hapo. But kutafuta zile vitu nilikuwa napenda kufanya, hiyo ndio imekuja kanisaidia. Kwa mfano mimi napenda kuendesha gari. I love driving. Kwa sasa napenda kuongea kuhusu situation yangu, sitaki kuifikiria. Babu the moment unaendelea kuisuppress ni kama time bomb italipuka, then utakuwa na more stress. So tafuta zile vitu unapenda kufanya, that passion yenye unapenda kufanya, fanya hilo jambo, itakusaidia ku ease mawazo.
Hata kama ni kutembea tu,
kama ni kutembea
kama ni baiskeli, kama ni kuogelea. Basi pia kama familia lazima utafute, ndio tumekusaidia, ulijaribu kujitoa hai, lakini baada ya hapo.
Labda kuongezea pia ningependa kusema tusiwalaumu sana wale watu wamefika katika pale wametaka kufanya tendo la kujitoa uhai, tuseme mtatuachia mzigo ama nini. Lakini ni sisi kama jamii pia tukubali kuelewa hizi shida ni shida ziko, na sisi to create ile environment safe ya mtu akikuwa na shida kama hizo anaweza, kama yule amesema saizi akaona zile fikra, akikuwa na mtu wa karibu wa kumuelezea, unajua mwenye anaweza ongea na yeye, ama ajue akisema lolote hata chukuliwa kwa ubaya. Anaogopa labda ni akisema watu watamwangalia vibaya
kama alivyosema wewe unatafuta attention.
Kwa hivyo tusiseme ati ule mtu mwenye akona anataka nini suicide, wajua suicide nini atatuachia shida ama ni mbaya, tufanye ule mtu pia tena atazidi kuogopa kusema. Kwa hivyo kama jamii tukuje pamoja, tuelewe hizi shida na tupatiane support.
Alafu maybe kuongezea, binadamu hawakosi kuongea. Ukitenda wema wataongea, ukitenda wabaya wataongea. So hata kama ana feel like akiongea na mtu atabaki akiongelewa nyuma, at that point yeye atapata ile usaidizi alikuwa anatafuta, sababu atakuwa ameshana, atakuwa ame-ease burden kwake. Asijali kenye mtu atabaki akiongea, kwa sababu ataongea. Kuna huyu mama ambaye anawaambia alinipatia msaada zaidi. Kuna kitu alikuwa ananiambia, kwa harusi ukialika watu watakuja watakula, na wakisha kula probably saa zingine huwa wanakuja wengi, chakula inakuwa kidogo. Watatoka hapo wakisema huyu jamaa alituitia harusi na kwa na pesa ya kutulisha. Naona ulikuwa umepangia kiwango watu ikasurpass. Unaweza kuwa umepanga chakula tena ikakuwa kingi. Watu wakakuja wakuwa wachache, chakula ikabaki. Huyu jamaa ananga marafiki. Atupiki.
Ama umeenda harusi, keki huku lazima huyu jamaa naye keki kidogo na tukupata. Hiyo tarusi tukula.
So watu wataongea, situation it doesn't matter. So ile kitu ya maana yenyewe atakana kuwa natafuta kwa ile kuongea kwake ni vile atajisaidia mwenyewe ku-release. Sababu ukiongea ni kama una release ile burden nje. So ule mtu ile information atabaki nao, akitaka kufanyia vile ataka kufanyia, hiyo ni juu yake. Shauri yake.
Na manake muda unatupa tu kisogo, nitawapa fursa kila mmoja aseme maneno yake ya mwisho na uzungumze na jamii, na labda kama kuna mtu anatutazama na yuko katika ile hali anahisi mimi nimefika mwisho na njia ya mwisho kabisa ni kujitoa uhai.
Mimi ningependa kwanza kusema nimefurahishwa sana na vijana ambao kutoka tuanze safari hii wengi wamejitokeza, wamekuja kupata msaada, na ni wale ambao ni mara yao ya kwanza kuongea kuhusu mambo haya. Pia ningependa kushukuru serikali, tunafanya kazi na the Ministry of Health na kongamano la mambo ya afya ya akili la kwanza litafanyika mwaka huu. Pia mambo mengi tunafanya na kundi za vijana, kama mwezi ujao tunafanya mental health walk, na pia tuko na event kupitia sanaa kama hii uhariri ambayo pia utafanyika. Kwa hivyo ningependa kualika watu wakuje waangalie, ama wakuje pia participate na vijana ambao watakuwa wanatembea.
Itakuwa wapi?
Kutembea itakuwa hapa Nairobi. Kongamano la Ministry of Health itakuwa KICC. Organization yetu pia tuko hapo, tuko katika committee la kufanya hilo kongamano. Alafu hilo event la Arts Festival, inaitwa Arts Festival, hiyo tutakuwa tunatoa habari kufikia wiki ijayo itakuwa wapi na mambo itakuwa vipi.
Mwaweru?
Manake
umepitia hayo mara 3 ukapata usaidizi, na siku ya leo tunashukuru Mungu kwamba umefika hapa kuelezea yale yote ambayo umepitia. Changamoto bila shaka yalikuwa hapo.
Changamoto hizo zimekuwa. But ile tu ningetaka maybe ku-advise ule mtu ambaye kwa situation ambaye niko nayo, ni ati kuna msaada huko nje. But hiyo msaada itakuja kwako unless you reach out. Unless wewe mwenyewe uinitiate. Kama ni hiyo simu utapigia mtu anonymous, mpigie tu mtu hata kama umfahamu. Vile wamepeana namba hivi, hawa wakujui mahali huko na nini, wapigie simu tu, ongea, watakusikiza. Anza na kuongea.
Kwa ufupi tu, changamoto zilikuwa gani?
Baada ya changamoto ya kwanza ilikuwa mimi mwenyewe kukubali kurudi kwa jamii. Kwa sababu kulikuwa na hiyo aibu na Unajua kuna unyanyapaa, mtu kishajaribu kufanya ninio, inakuwa mara mingi watu wasema wewe ni kama umelaaniwa, wewe una mashetani. Hiyo kujikubali mwenyewe kwa society, alafu pia society yenyewe kunikubali imekuwa ni changamoto, but nashukuru inafika mahali inabidi wakukubali. Na la muhimu zaidi ni ati wewe mwenyewe ndio utapeana kile unataka watu wakufikiria. Inaanza na wewe mwenyewe. The way you present yourself is how the society is going to take you. Yeah.
Na Nancy?
Ningependa kuwahimiza watu waendelee kuongea, be on the lookout kwa workshop ambazo zina enhance personal growth ama personal life skills kwako mwenyewe. Tafuta marafiki ambao utaingiana nao vizuri. Kama wewe ni mama na uko moving into a new place, tafuta marafiki, ingia kwa chama, weza kuongea. Kama wewe ni kijana, tafuta wanaume wenzako ama hata bibi yako, create a good relationship ili muweze kuongea. Kama ni mtoto, learn to express yourself to your parents, na wazazi, learn to listen to your children, even the things that are not expressed verbally. Ni vizuri tuwe very very keen na to appreciate kila mtu kwa uwezo wake. Let's appreciate one another na tupendane na tusaidiane. Na wataalamu wako tuko tayari kukusikiza, kukusaidia, reach out.
Utapata usaidizi. Na mimi nitamalizia tu, nilipokuwa nafanya research yangu nilipatana na kitu ambalo wanasema ni wait.
Yes.
W inamaanisha look out, watch out for the signs. Dalili. Amejitenga, anakula sana. Kuna mmoja hapa naona, lakini je, wewe umeongeza uzani, kwani una nini sasa? Niko tu sawa. A inamaanisha ask, kuuliza. Kama are you okay? How is it going? Mambo vipi? Si kila saa kesi ukiingia kwa nyumba Waweru ni kesi tu. Hakuna maziwa huku, acha sijui utanitumia M-Pesa. I inamaanisha it will pass. You assure yule mtu kwamba kila kitu kitakuwa sawa. Yule alisema kwamba hata Nelson Mandela alipitia haya na kujitia kitanzi, maisha sio nywe. Na mwisho basi kabisa T ni talk to others. Zungumza na watu. Na ulivyosema, wewe zungumza. Wakibaki hapo wakisema ni shauri yao. Haya, hamuna la ziada ila kukamilisha NTV sasa. Natumai kwamba umemakinika na umejifunza mengi kuhusu mada yetu ya leo, kuhusu kujitoa uhai, jinsi ya kusaidia mtu, dalili zake. Lakini nasema shukrani kwa muda wako. Kwa heri.
This is NTV.
Lied to me. She told me that they're not pushing through with that. Oh my gosh!
Senator Del Mundo tried to have you killed, right? That means you know something. And you have evidence against that man.
That's right. I do have evidence. Please save my daughter, Rowena. I want to talk to Gael.
That guy's working with the man who had you killed.
You don't know anything. Gael's a good guy. He didn't know what his godfather did. Besides, he loves me.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on Star Times, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
Shop the right way, dine the right way, travel the right way. Call 071-107-5000. SMS AWAL to 21981 or visit your nearest branch to order yours today. Gulf African Bank, your partner through life's journey.
Ati mtoto analia, mpatie simu. Ongea zaidi au ongeza bundles ili uweze kufikisha target yako haraka haraka. Alo, Juni.
Nawe kila wakati. Do you like a challenge? Are you an innovator? The EcoSafi Innovation Awards is calling for innovations that provide sanitation solutions for domestic and industrial waste. These solutions should be centered around storage and on-site treatment, conveyance or transport of waste, off-site treatment, and safe end-use or disposal. To participate in the EcoSafi Innovation Awards, register through our online submission platform on the Ministry of Water and Sanitation website. EcoSafi, sanitation for all.
This is NTV.
Good afternoon. Welcome to a 1 o'clock news update. My name is Mark Masai. The mediation committee tasked with finding a way out of the Division of Revenue stalemate has wound up its sittings after agreeing to 316.5 billion shillings to the counties. The committee, chaired by Kikuyu Member Parliament Kimani Ichung'wah, has also proposed a raft of measures to arrest the impasse that has seen counties go for close to 3 months without cash. Our political affairs reporter Kennedy Morethi has been following the developments and joins us live from Parliament. Can we finally say, sigh of relief?
Well, Mark Masai, that have been made in that particular committee that also saw senators come in. And I'll give it a wide berth like they did the last time, that is about 2 weeks ago, is that they're proposing that any time before they start preparing the budget policy statement, they involve Parliament, and this is something that is going to start as soon as tomorrow, when the budget policy statement for the year 2020-2021 will start preparation. And they're saying that if they do work together with Treasury and all that you've earlier mentioned in the introduction, and today they say that this afternoon, they will be tabling the report of that particular mediation committee in both houses of Parliament, so that by tomorrow, that is on Thursday, they will be able to pass the recommendations from the mediation committee and pave way for what the Senate is going to be preparing, that is CARA, the county allocation revenue, that is the county revenue allocation, the CARA, and that is what will pay what this particular executive, so that probably by the time we are getting to October.
Led by the anti-terrorist unit.